Where's this? Am I not listening to a novel? While still in a daze, Li Wuxia heard a huge voice from the outside world. This prince came here first, Wu clan. Don't make a mistake, little Loach. We are the descendants of Pangu. You are a race abandoned by heaven. And you dare to shout here. What do you deserve to die? Aha! Damn it! How dare two little witches bully my dragon clan like this? I am Ao Zhan, the ninth son of the Dragon King. Do you dare to tell me your name? Ho-E, you and I will go up side by side to capture this little dragon and this top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Even if such treasures are useless in my Wu clan, we can't let them drift outside and be used by others. In the wishing lantern of the top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, a soul was at a loss. Hearing the conversation outside, he also guessed that he might have traveled through time and space, or to the prehistoric, this hell difficulty copy. Feeling the terrifying breath of the outside world, Li Wuxia's soul trembled, and he wanted to try to observe the outside world. As soon as the soul power moved, a great pain surged into his soul. It hurts so much. Li Wuxia rolled on the ground in pain, and memories surged in his soul. It was a treasure born before the heaven and earth, but it fell a grade because of Panga's creation of the world. Now is an innate magic weapon of the highest quality, the wishing lamp of the 10,000 worlds in space. This lamp is a natural thing without spirit and cannot produce any intelligence. How could this happen? Damn! In the battlefield outside, Ao Zhan said arrogantly. How dare the two little witches be so arrogant? Hui Quafu, right? Remember, the one who killed you is the nine-clawed golden dragon Ao Zhan. It just so happens that this prince came out in a hurry today, and I haven't eaten yet, so I'll take you two to have a snack. Hui and Quafu were not strong enough to fight for a long time, but they couldn't get the upper hand at all. Seeing this little loach so arrogant, Hui said, Ao Zhan, don't be arrogant. My witch clan is not something that a little loach like you can humiliate. As soon as the voice fell, the two stimulated their blood vessels. Their bodies became bigger and entered a violent state, and their eyes were bloodshot as they rushed towards Ao Zhan. On the other side, Li Wuxia searched his memory for a way to escape. At this time, a golden light merged into his mind, and the superdimensional perception was turned on. Lines of text appeared in the wishing lantern. The innate top-grade magic weapon, the wishing lantern of all worlds, time, and space talent 1, lossless shuttle, effect 1. Any character in the heavens and all worlds can make a wish, as long as the wish power reaches the standard. The lossless shuttle can be activated, effect 2, if the activation standard is not reached. The lossless shuttle can be unlocked by group ordering. Talent 2, superdimensional perception, effect 1. You can sense the sound coming from different dimensions. Effect 2, the information can be transformed into characters and appear in front of you in any way. Effect 3, accurately sense the direction of the wish. Talent 3, cause and effect fulfillment. Effect 1, when the wish power value is sufficient, the wish will be fulfilled in the way everyone wants. Effect 2, when the wish power value is insufficient, the wish will be fulfilled immediately. Effect 3, cause and effect bondage. The wishing lantern cannot produce spirits, and the original force value cannot be used for cultivation. Seeing this, Li Wuxia breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have the first life-saving talent, the worlds. That's not bad. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Li Wuxia was shocked. What? To open the world shuttle, you need infinite willpower. Damn it. Even if you sell the prehistoric world, it's not worth infinite willpower, right? After that, Li Wuxia read the explanation of infinite willpower again. Fortunately, it only takes a small world and 10 years of everyone's time. Fortunately, what a ghost. Just what a ghost. I am the spirit of the wishing lamp. I just crossed over, and you give me this. At this moment, a light appeared in his mind again. This light was purple and gold. Li Wuxia saw this light and felt a little excited. Then he looked at the content of the light with anticipation. Hey, the second talent, the innate talent. The soul has its own innate talent, forging the true God, abbreviated as forging the God. The only effect is to achieve the supreme with external force. The 6 levels of forging the God are both 6 supreme roads and a way of cultivation. 1. Casting God with faith, disadvantage, no life without faith. 2. Casting God with merit, disadvantage. Merit is hard to come by. Use 100 million points, less than 100 million points. 3. Casting God with rules, disadvantage. Without understanding the rules, you cannot embark on this path. 4. Casting God with rules, disadvantage. Without power, you cannot embark on this path. 5. Casting God with origin, disadvantage. Without understanding the rules, you cannot touch the origin of a world, and the origin is illusory. 6. Casting God with the great Tao, disadvantage. Without understanding a complete rule, except for the chaos demon God, you cannot embark on this path. After reading this innate talent, Li Wuxia fell into despair again. External force cultivation is indeed powerful, but it has nothing to do with my wishing lantern. Now my life and death are unpredictable. Hey, what if the wishing lantern has stored wish power before? What? Only 3 million wish power. I don't want to die just after crossing. What kind of broken talents are these? Especially the first talent is really useless, and it can travel through all the worlds, and it still needs others to make wishes. Isn't this pure stupid behavior? The second talent is even worse. So what if it can sense other worlds? Can it escape with this? The third one is the most useless. Isn't it just completed with energy and fooled without energy? It also restricts the cultivation of this instrument spirit. It is simply against the Tian gang. Li Wuxia became more and more angry as he thought about it. The whole body of the lamp began to tremble. In the outside world, the battle escalated crazily. The two witches have turned into thousands of feet-long bodies. The ninth prince of the Golden Dragon has also restored his original body and is a 3,000-foot golden dragon. At this time, the two witches were defeated and pressed under the dragon claws. The two witches struggled frantically and could not break free. Gradually, the two lost the power to resist. What did Ao Zhan suddenly sense? Looking at the wildly shaking wishing lantern, the dragon claw stretched out and grabbed the wishing lantern. Inside the wishing lantern, Li Wuxia roared repeatedly, "No, don't come over." The wishing lantern was shaking wildly, shaking to escape, and the chassis was like two little feet, shaking wildly and moving backwards. He used all his strength to shake his body and move. Ao Zhan was excited when he saw this scene. Feeling the weak soul in a magic weapon, he suddenly felt a sense of abuse. A desire to destroy arose in his heart. "Little spirit, you can't escape, hee. This prince will keep you in my treasure house." At this moment, Li Wuxia was numb, feeling a bone-chilling chill filling his body. His soul was stiff, the oil in the wishing lantern dried up, and the flame went out. Li Wuxia's heart was shaking. Fuck, the energy is exhausted, Dragon Clan, right? I, Li Wuxia, will remember you. My 3 million energy points. You want to destroy my soul? Damn it, damn it. Looking at the trembling appearance of the innate spiritual treasure, Long Jiu Taizi was filled with pleasure, and a huge soul power surged out to refine the wishing lantern. Li Wuxia felt despair looming in his heart. Chapter 2. Refinement Level 70. What to do? What to do? You two worthless beings beside me, rise and fight. Are you not of the Witch Clan? Engage in battle. Hurry and unleash your potential. Refinement Level 5. I must remain calm. I must remain calm. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why was I brought to this place? Why was I made to traverse realms? Refinement Level 20. Yes, just like that. Rise up and resist. You too, eliminate him, eliminate him. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Refinement Level 50. The pain is unbearable. At this moment, Li Wuxia felt an overwhelming agony. The entire lamp trembled incessantly, and his memories began to blur, as though being erased. In that instant, a colossal surge of energy erupted, flowing into the wish lamp, accompanied by a chorus of voices. I wish to change Naruto's fate, sob sob. He is so pitiable. Who can come to his rescue? Poor child, please save my child. He does not deserve such a fate. How can a child consume such junk food? He is so kind. I hope he grows up like a normal person. Sob sob. Naruto is truly unfortunate. My heart aches for him. At this moment, countless such wishes surged toward the wish lamp. Who is Naruto? That name sounds familiar. Is he truly pitiable? Could it be? Is this the name of the wish maker? Refinement Level 67. Regardless of who Naruto is, energy infuses and transcends effortlessly. I shall survive. Hee hee. Little darling, do you wish to flee? I have not consented to that. In this moment, the dragon claw forcefully commenced the refinement, reaching 70. The wish lamp trembled violently, as an immense force clashed against Ao Zhan's dragon claw. Li Wuxia cursed vehemently. You damn insect. Let go of me, you wretched creature. If you do not release me, I shall perish alongside you. Refinement level 71. At this moment, Li Wuxia profoundly questioned his identity in this realm. How could he be refined with such ease? What worth does this seemingly feeble innate spiritual treasure hold? I shall fight you. With a resounding bang, the wish lamp exploded, severing 6 of Ao Zhan's dragon claws, transforming them into a mere 3-clawed remnant. Damn, a mere innate spiritual treasure dared to injure me. At that moment, the base of the wish lamp swayed back and forth, desperately attempting to escape. I remember now, Naruto, who desires to alter his destiny. Come forth again, I implore you. Just moments ago, under that explosion, 200 million points of wish energy were entirely consumed. In that instant, Li Wuxia fervently wished for Naruto to lead a good life. In the next moment, a dragon claw descended from the heavens, grasping the wish lamp once more. This object can autonomously cleanse and refine. Could it be that it cannot recognize a master? It matters not. This prince revels in such circumstances. At this moment, a tremendous surge of willpower flooded in, accompanied by a cacophony of voices that poured into the wishing lamp. He found himself isolated once more. How tragically ironic, as misfortune seems to seek out the most unfortunate souls. Oh, how pitiable. Naruto, poor Naruto, without a mother. How I cherish mothers. Curse it. How can these indifferent individuals receive such kindness from you? Truly cowardly. The so-called chakra legacy is naught but nonsense. If only Taoist could have surged forth against Naruto, vanquishing those old men who dare to insult us, I would pursue them relentlessly. Listening to these myriad wishes, Li Wuxia discerned their varied origins, clearly from different timelines. Could this be a collective wish? How many souls must unite to create such a phenomenon? Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through him, jolting Li Wuxia back to the perilous reality he faced. Fervently praying in his heart, everyone, Naruto, must be saved. I implore you to manifest more wishes. I require your assistance. Refinement level 5772. In that instant, a deafening explosion resonated, a cataclysmic force obliterating one of Ao Zhan's claws. You wretched child, this prince shall not let this matter rest. I still possess 2 claws, and I refuse to believe your energy is boundless. At that moment, the wishing lamp resembled a weeble wobble, frantically evading capture, a most ludicrous sight. This simply cannot continue. As the refinement surpassed 70, my memories began to erode drastically. Should I forget my composure, only fury would remain, leading to mutual destruction. What shall I do? In this moment, the wishing lamp fell into a deadly loop, reaching 70 refinement with memories erased, rendering all accumulated knowledge futile. Hoi, let us bide our time before striking. Truly, this precious innate spiritual treasure displays formidable power. If it can sever all 4 of that mudfish's claws, we shall feast on dragon meat today. Hoi cast a helpless glance at the boisterous Kwafu beside him, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. How could I, Hoi, the finest youth of the ancestor which tried, find myself entangled with this brutish man? At that moment, Hoi rose, prompting Kwafu, oblivious to the situation, to follow suit, appearing as a simpleton easily deceived. Humph. This prince is already aware of your conspiracy. Do you still wish to deceive me? Such insolence deserves punishment. Upon uttering these words, a great bead of sweat evaporated from Ao Zhan's brow, his demeanor one of haughty disdain as he regarded the 2 fools before him. As the wish lantern struggled beneath the claws of Ao, it began to tremble. Inside the lantern, Li Wuxia stifled the impulse to laugh. Fully aware that this was a crucial moment for his escape, he must not allow himself to be distracted by mirth. Observing the 3 foolish figures, he found it utterly impossible to suppress his laughter, erupting into a fit of giggles. The scene presented to the outside world was that of a lantern, quaking in fear. At that moment, a surge of wish power flooded into the lantern, overwhelming it with waves of desire. Do not notice me. Do not pay heed to my presence. Soon I shall depart. Naruto, resembling a jester, employed his charm techniques, rendering me flushed with embarrassment, and I wished for him to remain perpetually amusing. The 3rd Hokage was truly wicked, the very source of all evil in the hidden Leaf Village. I longed for Naruto to vanquish him. Danzo was utterly repugnant. I yearned to leap into the television and gouge out his eyes, to make him suffer for his treachery and schemes. At that moment, the Wish Lantern was at a loss as to which desire to fulfill. Outside, the 2 members of the Witch Clan lay on the ground for quite some time. Their injuries having mostly healed, they gazed at the severely injured Dragon King, the 9th Prince, who stood imperiously atop a primordial treasure. The 3 adversaries began to confront one another. Merely 3 seconds had passed, and the wish power within the lantern reached the minimum standard of infinite desire. In that instant, Li Wuxia felt no urgency. He muttered curses under his breath. Damn worm, filthy mudfish, do you think you can trample on me? Have you even washed your feet? Ha ha. Before this lantern departs, I shall grant you a grand surprise. Just wait and see. Chapter 3. A desperate escape from reality. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the willpower continued to accumulate. Li Wuxia initiated a countdown. 3, 2, 1. With a resounding bang, at that moment, Kua Fu and Hui struck. Ao Zhan, witnessing the instantaneous disappearance of the innate spiritual treasure, let out a heart-wrenching scream. My dragon root, the wishing lamp. I, Ao Zhan, vow to find you and obliterate you. Subsequently, the matter became unrelated to the wishing lamp, and both parties engaged in a new round of frenzied combat. Interesting, one mused. It seems there are realms beyond realms. As a colossal hand reached towards a convergence of space-time, it was reluctantly retracted. Extraterrestrial demons? Not too shabby, heh. The Panga Great World should also stir. Let the name of the primordial chaos resonate throughout the boundless worlds. Within the time-space corridor, willpower was rapidly depleting. Following the guidance of the wishing lamp, it arrived at a cerulean planet. Li Wuxia gazed upon the familiar scenery. Isn't this the Naruto world? How could it be Earth? In the next instant, characters began to emerge within the wishing lamp. Earth, ultra-rare level world, infinite divisibility of space-time, parallel worlds as numerous as the grains of sand along the Ganges. Among the wishes, the desire to save Naruto held the highest willpower value, as Earth was the initial site of the wish. The selection was made successfully. Parallel world number 165344019, initiating time-space traversal. In the blink of an eye, the wishing lamp commenced its journey through time and space, while the surrounding temporal fabric remained undisturbed. However, the scenes on Earth began to transform incessantly, resembling a kaleidoscope of resplendent beauty. Li Wuxia, within the wishing lamp, marveled at the breathtaking vista, exclaiming, "What a magnificent world!" Upon reaching the realm of wishes, dimensional perception activated. The next moment, the wishing lamp appeared before a young girl carrying a backpack. Instantly, the entire parallel space-time of Earth began to converge with the wish power aimed at saving Naruto. The wishing lamp began to tremble rhythmically, its flames growing ever more fervent, radiating light outward. The gentle girl, brushing aside her pink hair, gazed at the suddenly materialized wishing lamp in astonishment. Oh, what a marvelous artifact! Am I, the soft ninja, finally awakening my ancestral bloodline? Haha. Mom, our family's ninja bloodline has awakened. I won't be going to school anymore. No sooner had she spoken than a pink backpack soared into the air, landing on the sofa. The girl seized the wishing lamp, and with her other hand, she attempted to bite into it, displaying a reckless eagerness to refine the wishing lamp. At that moment, Li Wuxia could no longer remain calm and urgently called out, "Wang Xiaorou, do you want to die?" At this utterance, silence enveloped the room, and a middle-aged woman emerged from the bedroom, her feather duster falling to the ground. "Xiaorou, swiftly discard that filthy object. I have long warned you against indulging in such Japanese animations. The Japanese are notoriously wicked. Your mother has recounted the horrific massacre of yesteryears. This must surely be a form of remote curse emanating from the television." No sooner had she spoken than a radiant flash illuminated the woman's hand, revealing a 2-meter-long saber, which she brandished menacingly towards Wang Xiaorou. "Mother, do you intend to slay your beloved daughter?" As soon as the words left her lips, Wang Xiaorou grasped the wishing lantern and instinctively blocked the attack. The clash echoed ominously, causing her to falter, and the wishing lantern was sent flying. Inside the lantern, Li Wuxia erupted in furious expletives, lamenting, "Hey, hey, hey, I hadn't finished my words yet. Darn it, truly the most formidable of wishers. To withstand the onslaught while still watching Naruto, how can I not be here?" Seeing that Wang Xiaorou was still neglecting her school bag, her mother raised the blade again, a palpable aura of death surging towards the ceiling. The sight was blood-curdling, sending shivers through Li Wuxia's very soul. Surely, this must be her biological mother. In the next heartbeat, reality snapped back into focus, and he rushed to intervene, employing his innate transcendent perception to stabilize the two. He conveyed the circumstances surrounding the wish to both parties. Wang Xiaorou quickly regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the wishing lantern. Red bean paste, is that true? In an instant, the fabric of time and space began to tremble violently, and the wishing lantern vanished. Wang Xiaorou exchanged a glance with her mother, then turned toward the direction of the lantern's disappearance, exclaiming, Yame die. No, but it was too late. Within the temporal passage, the young girl had acquiesced far too swiftly. Did I rush things? I haven't even asked if she wishes to fulfill her wish with me. No matter, I shall contact her once I arrive at my destination. Soon, the temporal passage fell into silence. After an indeterminate duration, the wishing lantern materialized outside the world of Naruto, with subtitles commencing within. Naruto is currently 3 years old, under surveillance by the Umbu, exhibiting slight cerebral impairment. Yet his physical development is flawless, with the nine tails fully sealed within. In the next moment, the wishing lantern appeared in a small room, this time refraining from manifesting haphazardly before others. Li Wuxie began to ponder whether he should complete the task via a live broadcast or invite 10,000 individuals harboring similar wishes. No, that is not quite right. I shall consider Xiao Rou's opinion instead. Activating his transcendent perception, within the world numbered 1653419, Wang Xiao Rou held her hand aloft, while her mother stood beside her, gripping the great blade. It was evident that little time had elapsed. Just then, a voice resonated in Wang Xiao Rou's mind, calling Xiao Rou, calling Xiao Rou. Wishing lantern, you haven't departed yet? I want to go. I want to go. Hurry, take me with you. In the small room of the Naruto world, Li Wuxie felt a twinge of awkwardness. I have already reached the target world, but I have an issue to discuss with you. You're so fast. Upon hearing these words, Li Wuxie was momentarily rendered speechless, pondering to himself, this woman is unworthy of collaboration. What does she mean by my speed? How dare she insult my esteemed lamp? I shall not hold it against her for now. Indeed, it is quite swift. I have suddenly realized that I possess a unique talent, enabling me to activate a live streaming mode, thus allowing numerous wishmakers to truly experience the tangible utility of their aspirations. I shall never engage in unscrupulous commercial practices. But can you come and take me with you? That is not feasible. I am a legitimate wishing artifact. And every wish holds significance. If you have a momentous desire in the future, one potent enough to resonate with me, I would be willing to give it a try. Is that so? Then please tell me what you need from me. I shall initiate the live streaming mode, uncertain of how many individuals to invite. I wish to defer to Miss Shiro for a decision, as you are the primary wishmaker. Wishing lamp, how many can you invite? Is there a limit? There is no cap on the number of invitees. All wishmakers are welcome. However, there is a minimum threshold for the wish power. Only those with substantial wish energy may view the live broadcast. Chapter 4. The growth task of the live broadcast wish lamp. How much willpower is required to establish a connection? Once the willpower reaches a mere 1 point, the requirement is met. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Xiao felt a sudden shock. How much willpower do I possess? The moment she uttered these words, an unsettling tension began to envelop her, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The lamp assessed the situation and stated, Xiao, your willpower has reached 18 points, surpassing the second place by a full 10 points. Is that so? In that case, I wish to connect with a few like-minded friends. Is the wish lamp capable of accommodating this? Let us invite 5 individuals. Within the confines of the Naruto world, inside the wish lamp. Are there a total of 6 people then? That works as well. This is my first time acting as a wish machine, although I find this task rather unsatisfactory. As long as I remain silent, who would suspect that I am taking advantage of the situation? Haha. Thus, the subtitles began to roll, the superdimensional perception activated, unlocking the top 6 in willpower. Precise perception was initiated, and the willpower channels connected. The second individual was connected, followed by the third, and so forth, until the 6th connection was underway. In that instant, Li Wuxie sensed an ominous foreboding, a feeling of impending dread washed over him. In the next moment, the subtitles displayed, willpower consumption, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, ongoing depletion, 200,000, 500,000, 2 million. At this juncture, the superdimensional perception subtitles turned a blood-red hue, and Li Wuxie felt an excruciating pain in his soul. How agonizing. Damn it. How could there be so many formidable figures in this world? With 20 million willpower points ablaze, he severed the superdimensional perception. Quickly, in the next moment, a torrent of willpower erupted, and in an unknown realm of time and space, a violent force annihilated a delicate link. At that moment, a will emerged, connecting to the past self of the speaker. Little one, your essence has been etched into my memory. When we meet again, I shall treat you well. Inside the Naruto world, in the small room, Yilong Yuan, I have remembered you. Engaging in phishing law enforcement, is it? How amusing. At this point, Li Wuxia could no longer continue speaking. 20 million willpower points. This is indeed 20 million willpower points. Such a sum could elevate me to the extraordinary realm. That pesky individual is too close for comfort. It would be prudent to spend money to avert disaster. Wishlamp, what is happening on your end? What do you mean by bird? Haven't we established a connection yet? This exclamation jolted Li Wuxia back to reality, reminding him that he still had a task at hand. The sixth connection was in progress, and it was successfully established. The message is being sent, and it has been dispatched successfully. Mother, has a television appeared in my mind? Am I on the brink of death? In a dimly lit room, a 13 or 14-year-old boy wept bitterly, clutching his head in despair. The sound of his sorrow echoed through the space until a beautiful young woman entered, holding a psychiatric medical record. Observing her son's anguished cries, she sighed. Placing her hand on her forehead, from her pocket, she retrieved a bottle of medication, her expression softening into a gentle smile as she said, "My dear, it's time for your medicine." Upon hearing the mention of medication, the boy straightened up immediately, exclaiming, "Mom, I don't have a television in my head. I was just fooling you. I merely feel that you no longer love me as you once did." The mother's eyes welled with tears at his words, and she stepped forward to embrace him, weeping, "Shaluhan, you will be all right. I will always stand by your side." Meanwhile, on a live streaming platform called Wish Lantern, for newcomers, initially eager to enjoy the atmosphere, were taken aback by the phrase, "My dear, it's time for your medicine." Instantly, they trembled, their excitement dissipating. "His mother is so gentle," one remarked. "What kind of place is this? That pink-haired girl is beautiful. Is she a female streamer? What platform is this?" They questioned. "No, you are all mistaken," interjected Wang Xiao, unable to contain her frustration at their nonsensical chatter. "Didn't you check your memories before being drawn in? Fools. This is a realm beyond the ordinary." In an internet CAF, a youth entranced by an online Naruto game remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. He retorted, "Why is the female streamer cursing? What platform is this? I'm going to report you." Just as he sent his response, Wang Xiaolong felt a cold sweat break out. Glancing around at the eerie silence, broken only by the sound of clattering keyboards and faint curses. Where is this female streamer? He pondered, suspicion growing. Meanwhile, within the Naruto world of Wish Lantern, Li Wuxia, feeling a pang of regret, expended 10 points of his willpower to enhance the mental acuity of the 6 individuals present. He had not anticipated that mere connection would not facilitate direct communication. They were mere mortals, lacking the mental capacity to establish a live streaming port in their minds. Without such a port, their communication resembled a chaotic echo, with images flickering erratically and words failing to convey meaning. "This sister, I'm Lu Xiaoxiao. Is your hair natural? It's beautiful, just like Sakura-s." Luhan was not insane. His mother could no longer reach him here. "This place is truly magical. Sir, this seems to be a realm for children. How could you, an elder, be here?" A quiet young man, brimming with excitement, suddenly heard the child refer to him as uncle. At only 22, he felt ancient. "Little brother, your mother is right. You do need your medicine." Upon hearing this, Luhan erupted in fury, launching a furious kick. Instantly, chaos ensued, with Wang Hai pinning Luhan to the ground, raining down blows while reciting phrases like "Eat my powerful fist," "The iron fist of love," and "Mighty diamond punch." It was evident that he was a veteran of the second dimension. Bai Xiaoya observed the fierce confrontation between the two, her voice tinged with urgency as she implored, "Please, cease this fighting. Here, no one can truly be harmed." Upon hearing her words, Luhan, who had been at the mercy of his opponent, ceased his cries. As if imbued with a sacred mission, with his fingers poised, he unleashed a formidable technique upon Wang Hai. In that moment, Luhan's madness erupted, and he began uttering incomprehensible phrases. "You must be the reincarnation of the second pillar. I, the Vortex Lu, have traversed countless cycles of rebirth, and at last, I await your emergence. The ancestral chakra within me protects my being. Ha ha ha. Uchiha uncle, I shall show no mercy." Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Shiro felt overwhelmed and hastily reached out to the Wish Lantern, stating, "The environment of this streaming room is woefully inadequate. Could it not be improved?" Within the confines of the Wish Lantern's small chamber in the world of Naruto, Li Wuxia had already discerned the unfolding chaos. Gazing at his dwindling wish power, now just over 10 million, he pondered whether to upgrade the streaming platform. Upgrade was imperative. Without fulfilling this wish, subsequent desires seemed impossible to pursue. Chapter 5. Opening the Wish Live Space. The Wish Lantern connects to an unknown realm, unveiling a vast expanse that stretches for miles, existing in the liminal space between the void and reality. In the next moment, the subtitles within the lantern began to scroll frantically, scanning the realm of nothingness. The scan was successful, and a space overlaying the void in reality was established, expanding to a vast range of 10,000 miles, consuming a wish power value of 10 million. As the space underwent transformation, a warning appeared: insufficient wish power, proceed with caution. Alas, it is indeed frustrating when tasks cannot be completed in one fell swoop. Activating superdimensional perception. Li Wuxia understood the minimum transformation requirement. Merely 10,000 wish power points were necessary. Yet, he realized that such a vast area did not need complete transformation. A small room accommodating 6 individuals would suffice for them to watch comfortably. With this thought, the spirit of the Wish Lantern suddenly became enlightened. Within a 10-meter square room, the projections of 6 individuals materialized collectively. How marvelous! Is this truly the multiverse live platform? Exclaimed Wang Xiaoro, observing Lu Xiaoxiao's excitement. She hurriedly began to explain. This place is. However, the words faltered on her lips, leaving her at a loss for explanation. In the Naruto World's small room, Li Wuxia witnessed this scene and activated his superdimensional perception. With a single reverse technique, the small room underwent a miraculous transformation as memory surged into the minds of the 6. Wang Xiaoro was the first to awaken, reflecting. So this is called the Wish Live? How fitting. Could it be the name just coined by the Wish Lantern? Quite likely. After absorbing the introductory memories, Lu Han's spirit became ecstatic, exclaiming, "Ha! I, Lu Han, am indeed the child of destiny. With ample resources here, I shall ascend to the myriad realms, ha!" The remaining 4 shared similar sentiments but dared not express them outwardly, each secretly thinking, "I, Lu Xiaoxiao, would never voice such insanity, ha 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 ha. I am the invincible beauty of the cosmos." Wang Xiaolong glanced around and mused, "Humph, a bunch of ignorant souls. If I cling to the girl's leg, how could I possibly fail to gain power?" No sooner had he thought this than he cast a gentle gaze towards Wang Xiaoro, adopting the demeanor of an infatuated admirer. Upon meeting his gaze, Wang Xiaoro felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively distanced herself from Wang Xiaolong. Although they shared the same surname and both belonged to the younger generation, the worlds and environments they hailed from were vastly different, leaving Wang Xiaoro unable to comprehend Wang Xiaolong's behavior. Meanwhile, Wang Hai observed this unfolding scene and mused, "Indeed, my ancestors are remarkable. Their lineage has even spread to another dimension. Out of 6 individuals, 3 bear the surname Wang, including my wayward eldest son, Wang Xiaolong." Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xiaolong had inadvertently gained another father figure. At this moment, Bai Xiaya appeared calm on the surface, while her inner thoughts raged. Wang Xiaoro hit him. "His gaze is so revolting. Why are you not reacting? Strike him." Bai Xiaya's mind was at war within itself, as the 6 individuals each harbored their own thoughts. 6 plush sofas materialized within the room, and in an instant, their figures vanished from sight, reappearing upon the soft seats. The wall before them dissolved, transforming into a quaint chamber, where an unremarkable green lamp flickered to life. The lamp's base swayed rhythmically, resembling a weeble as it inched forward, its flame flickering faintly like distant stars. Inside the wishing lamp, Li Wuxia gazed despondently at his dwindling reservoir of wish energy, now below 2,000 points, feeling utterly bereft. In the Wish livestream, lines of subtitles began to emerge, indicating that this session was initiated by the esteemed Wang Xiaoro. The Wish's protagonist, Wang Xiaoro, was the one with the highest wish energy, urging all present to contribute further to achieve the desired goal. The wish was titled Save Naruto Uzumaki. In the next moment, the background explanation for the wish faded away, replaced by more subtitles detailing the entities involved in the wish and its fulfillment. This lamp was the soul, exquisite innate spiritual treasure of the myriad realms, known as the wishing lamp of the multiverse. Having successfully completed a wish for the first time, it activated the livestream completion mode and unlocked the talent for karmic repayment. However, due to insufficient energy, a random repayment approach would be employed. The barrage of comments abruptly ceased, and the scene within the small room began to come alive, colors blossoming vibrantly. A rhythmic sound of tap, tap, tap resonated within the chamber. The camera shifted to the outside, revealing a small Naruto Uzumaki, clutching a tattered stuffed toy. his mood dark as he tugged at it in frustration. The synchronized tapping echoed from within the room, prompting his curiosity. What could be causing that sound? The boy paused for a moment, then proclaimed in a classic line to bolster his spirits, "I am Naruto Uzumaki, destined to become Hokage." The 6 spectators in the live stream nearly burst into laughter at this scene. Truly, Naruto was adorable in his youth. Was he still aspiring to be Hokage? "I am the true Hokage. It wouldn't be bad for him to become my man," one of them mused. Upon hearing this, the others turned to Wang Shiro, who suddenly snapped back to reality, awkwardly lowering her gaze before defiantly exclaiming, "What's wrong with me becoming Hokage? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman?" Li Wuxie, undistracted by the minor commotion in the live stream, anxiously awaited Naruto to open this Pandora's box. This was a random task, the least costly yet most effective method. As the first act unfolded unexpectedly, the moment the door creaked open, he and Naruto locked eyes with deep emotion, establishing a promising social bond. While Li Wuxie was lost in his daydreams, Naruto swung open the small door, revealing a glowing object that wobbled precariously as if about to tumble. Was this something left behind by his parents? Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto prepared to slide and collide with the lamp, but to his surprise, a pained scream escaped him. Wow! Halfway over the threshold, defying the laws of physics, it soared into the air, lunging towards the wish lantern. At that moment, the lantern ignited 2 tiny feet, slowly moving, engaged in an enigmatic and perplexing dance, whimsically dubbed as an aura of mystery. Observing the approaching little Naruto, the wish lantern felt a sense of helplessness. Its reservoir of wish power was limited and could hardly be squandered on such trivialities. Upon reflecting on this, it embraced reality and willingly nestled into Naruto's petite embrace. This moment stands as a testament to history. Naruto was no longer the carefree, sunlit boy lost in laughter. The future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 6, Naruto's Growth. Task Stage 1. With a sudden thud, a solitary lamp fell to the ground, enveloping the small room in a thick cloud of dust. In the next instant, 2 shadowy ninjas appeared, their eyes reflecting a hint of indifference as they gazed at the boy on the floor. One of the ninjas remarked, "It is the lamp left by his father. This child truly is a nuisance. Cursed be the 9 tails." The other ninja glanced at his companion, but said nothing, and in an instant, they vanished, leaving behind an eerie silence. Subsequently, the ninja who had spoken never reappeared. Within the wish lamp, Li Wuxie observed the scene, acutely aware of the malice that the world harbored towards Naruto. In the wish live stream, a voice exclaimed that ninja deserves to be punished. "If I, Wang Shiro, were there, I would surely reduce that scoundrel to mere pulp." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoya's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Indeed, Sister Shiro. Shouldn't you wish for us to go over and eliminate that villain?" Lu Han, dismissing Bai Xiaoya's suggestion, retorted, "Bai Xiaoya, do you even hear what you're saying? Are you truly suggesting we enter to save Naruto? I can hardly believe you." At Lu Han's words, the crowd stared at him in astonishment. Indeed, the line between madness and genius is but a fleeting thought, and Lu Han's perceptiveness was unexpected. "What are you staring at? Have you never encountered someone as astute as I? I, Lu Han, am not insane. That is merely my mother's ignorance, misled by outsider slanders, which led her to believe I am unwell. The examination reports are fabricated." Wang Hai chuckled. "Ah, I see. So you are not insane?" Lu Han shot back. "Wang Hai, what do you mean by that? Shall we have a contest? Let us see whose jutsu is superior, my Rasengan or your lightning shuriken." The live stream buzzed with excitement. While in the darkened room of the Hokage world, Naruto clutched the wish lamp in his arms. This lamp, resembling a green jade oil lamp, was devoid of any ornamentation. Its base was sturdy, the middle section akin to a robust stem, perfectly fitting within his palm. The upper half resembled a lotus pedestal, adorned with petal-like segments, from which a single wick emerged, flickering with a faint flame. Naruto pondered. The 2 individuals just now referred to it as something left by my parents. What exactly is this item? Could it be the legendary ninja tool? With this thought, a grin spread across his face, revealing a few missing teeth, as drool trickled through the gaps. In a voice brimming with youthful exuberance, he declared, "Oh, I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall undoubtedly become the greatest Hokage. Little oil lamp, you shall bear witness to my journey." Yet, before Naruto could revel in his joy, a voice echoed from within the wish lamp, resonating in his mind. "Little Naruto, refrain from making noise. You are in grave danger." As the voice resonated in his head, Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to bounce with excitement, but the moment he heard those words, he froze mid-leap. What is that kid up to? Why the theatrics? Truly bothersome. Came the voice again. You, spirit, do you wish to invite doom upon yourself? You have already made one mistake. Now await the judgment of Lord Hokage. Upon hearing these words, the spirit human suddenly recalled the taboo surrounding the surveillance of the Nine-Tails fox. Observe without speaking and act without interference. Only the third Hokage possessed the capability to communicate with the Nine-Tails. At this thought, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the spirit human's forehead, leaving him in a state of dismay. Within the room, Naruto fell silent, listening intently to the narration echoing in his mind. I am the wishing lantern of the multiverse. You may also refer to me as the wishing lamp. It was the fervent desire of your parents from the underworld that summoned me to your side. Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart surged with emotion, and with a mixture of trepidation and excitement, he inquired, have you seen my parents? What do they look like? Who were they? Are they deceased? The underworld seems to be a realm for the dead. Are they aware they brought forth a monster? At these words, a pang of sorrow struck Li Wuxia's heart as he continued, your parents' wish was for you to grow up normally. My role is to ensure your healthy and joyful growth. Should you wish to uncover further details, you must first complete your growth tasks, young Naruto. What growth tasks? Naruto implored eagerly. Please, tell me. I can hardly wait. As Li Wuxia pondered this notion, he realized he himself was uncertain about what these growth tasks entailed. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Nothing could surpass one's own strength. Thus, it would be wise to empower this child to become the strongest ninja in the realm, surpassing all others. Perhaps he could even attract additional wish energy. For someone might wish for Naruto to become the mightiest and vanquish all foes. While there were alternative methods for Naruto to grow up healthily like any ordinary child, fulfilling wishes required the simplest and most effective means. With this in mind, Li Wuxia declared, the growth tasks consist of 3 phases. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a rush of excitement, his small frame radiating with enthusiasm as his eyes sparkled like stars. Supporting his chin with his hands, he eagerly exclaimed, oh really? His little hands began to shake the wishing lantern impatiently. Hurry up and tell me. I can hardly contain myself. The vigorous shaking caused Li Wuxia to feel immense pressure. Indeed, children could be quite demanding. With a resigned tone, he replied, all right, young Naruto. In the next instant, a message appeared in Naruto's mind. The words scrolling in his consciousness. Task Phase 1. 1. Study moral philosophy to establish a correct worldview. 2. Master your own strength with precision control. 3. Grow safely and steadily until the age of 12. At this, an awkward smile spread across Naruto's face as he bashfully asked, oh, wishing lantern, why are there no subsequent tasks? And what about my rewards? Did you not promise to share some insights? Upon hearing this, the wishing lantern trembled slightly, as if a mysterious scholar were lost in thought. In truth, he had merely forgotten the plot of this anime and was uncertain how to respond. Meanwhile, in the streaming room, the subtitles rolled. Quickly, comrades, what rewards would be appropriate? The lamp found itself at a loss, urgency weighing heavily upon it. Upon reading this message, the 6 viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly invigorated, being seasoned fans of the second dimension, who wouldn't wish to intervene. Luhan was the first to enthusiastically propose, how about rewarding him with the everlasting kaleidoscope Sharingan? Within the wish lamp, Li Wuxia listened to this suggestion. Feeling speechless as he thought, if I possessed such power, would I still seek your counsel? He promptly disregarded Luhan and continued to scroll the screen. Urging for more input, Wang Xiao, understanding the lamp's predicament, pondered for a moment before smiling and suggesting, why not impart some insight into the original plot? This way, little Naruto would be more motivated. Upon hearing this, the other 4 immediately voiced their objections. Chapter 7. A day on Earth equals 2.5 years in the Naruto world. How can this be? I, Wang Xiaolong, am the first to disagree. I wish to witness the divergent paths of different worlds. Upon hearing Wang Xiaolong's words, Wang Hai, attempting to mediate, responded, indeed, my son Xiaolong speaks wisely. I support you. The other 2 ladies were about to chime in, when Wang Xiaolong suddenly lunged at Wang Hai, exclaiming, old Wang next door, this isn't over between us. The moment those words were uttered, they appeared more like a father and son duo, instantly grappling with one another. In the midst of their playful scuffle, neither could inflict harm on the other. The wish lamp paid them no mind, having already achieved its objective. Of course, there was a reward for Naruto. a mysterious grand prize that he truly needed. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes sparkled like light bulbs as he joyfully exclaimed, "A mysterious grand prize? I am genuinely looking forward to it. All right, dear Naruto, today you shall rest. Tomorrow morning, rise and commence your training to fulfill your growth tasks." The little Naruto, akin to a rather gullible Superman, leapt exuberantly, soaring over 2 meters high, cheering, "Oh, I have friends now." Hearing this, the wish lamp felt a pang of sorrow, before transforming into a beam of light that merged with Naruto's forehead. Subsequently, a lotus mark appeared on his brow, gradually fading away. In Naruto's hand, he held a lamp identical to the wish lamp, a singular achievement made possible by expending over 1,500 units of wish power. This act rationalized his identity, allowing him to exist within the timeline of this world, marking a slight fluctuation in the temporal axis. Even if the Otsutsuki clan were to arrive, he would still have a historical presence among them. Although the talent of karmic repayment was formidable, it relied on an abundance of wish power, which did not pertain to him with his mere hundreds of units. Now, the wish lamp's wick had long been extinguished, and the multiverse had thoroughly drained Naruto's wish power. Only through the accumulation of time and synchronization could the wish lamp gradually regain strength. Yet, this lamp lacked the power to synchronize time. Alas, currently, the ratio stood at approximately 1,000 to 1, with the earthly realm at 1 and the Naruto realm at 1,000. Even without his presence, by the time the narrative concluded, Naruto would merely be 20 years of age, or so it should be. Wuxia roughly calculated the time ratio, pondering that when Naruto reached the age of 10, had not the multiverse only traversed 2 days? In such a scenario, should anything unforeseen occur, how could this lamp extricate itself from this world? Must it await the extinction of this realm? Unthinkable. This lamp must devise a contingency plan. Ah, the innate talent. Yes, the innate talent. Faith forges divinity, yet lacking faith renders one unable to thrive. What does this have to do with this lamp? This lamp is bound to the wish lamp, and even without faith, it can still exist as a mortal. Furthermore, this lamp cannot cultivate. With the innate talent. Isn't it a mere matter of cultivation at will? As evening descends, the outside world is enveloped in twilight, while young Naruto rolls about in bed, brimming with excitement and unable to slumber. His energy surges like a lively little creature. Suddenly, a flash of light emanates from his forehead, and the live stream abruptly transitions to a black screen. Within the streaming room, 6 individuals are struck by a wave of astonishment. At the instant the screen darkens, a line of subtitles scrolls across. The night has passed, and dawn is approaching. A night filled with dreams has left Naruto feeling invigorated. In the next moment, the screen illuminates, revealing the morning of a new day. Naruto lies in bed, snoring adorably. Lu Han, witnessing this astonishing scene, turns to Wang Xiao, asking, "Sister Xiao, what is happening?" The others, noticing Lu Han's eagerness, feign aloofness, their ears perked in curiosity. Wang Xiao, unaware of the situation, finds herself at a loss for words. Before she can explain, Wuxia, within the wishing lamp, has already perceived the unfolding events. Subtitles begin to scroll once more, indicating that the live stream's timing aligns with that of the Naruto world, albeit with discrepancies. Inconsequential events such as using the restroom, sleeping, bathing, and intimate moments are bypassed to conserve the viewer's experiences. Significant occurrences, however, will be broadcasted with discretion. In the next instant, the scene shifts as the wishing lamp radiates a wave of warmth, coursing through Naruto's being. He suddenly leaps from his bed, exclaiming dramatically, "There's a monster." He then tumbles to the floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. A voice resonates in his mind, announcing, "Step 1 of Naruto's growth task. Clean your room. Quickly tidy up your space." Poor Naruto, once a carefree child without a caretaker, now faces the daily nagging of a maternal wishing lamp in his mind. What fate awaits him in the future? In truth, Naruto possesses an inherent resilience, evidenced by his ability to develop alluring techniques. Who else could practice the 3-body technique, even if it results in unintended consequences, and cultivate skills that lead him to distant lands? The presence of the 9 tails within him only serves to complicate matters. Meanwhile, the 6 individuals in the streaming room observe Naruto diligently cleaning his room, while the subtitles of the wishing lamp incessantly scroll, creating a chatter that seems never-ending. Following the earlier subtitles, a discussion ensues. Lu Han is the first to speak, asserting, "I believe talent is unrelated to genetics. My parents' lineage is average, yet they produced a genius like me. That is true talent. A collective gasp escapes the group, and Lu Xiaoxiao, young and candid, bluntly interjects. Does that mean being neurodivergent is also a form of talent? Upon uttering this, she notices a pair of crimson eyes fixed upon her and screams, Lu Han, have you awakened the Sharingan? Ah, in an instant, two diminutive figures clashed, presenting a striking semblance of parody. A cloud of frothy mist materialized in the arena, obscuring their intricate maneuvers. Speaking of which, I, Wang Hai, must concede that Lu Han possesses a modicum of truth in his assertions. Has yet another succumbed to madness? How is it that we have inexplicably gained a generation? The atmosphere within the live stream space grew profoundly tranquil. Aside from the two engaged in a fervent struggle within the billowing cloud, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. In the world of Naruto, an enigmatic lantern unearthed a tome on moral education, which was solemnly handed to the 3-year-old Naruto. Chapter 8. The joy of 10 bowls of ramen. Faith. From this day forth, Naruto shall embrace his true self. The little Naruto nodded earnestly, a broad smile illuminating his face as he declared, Wish lamp, I shall remember this. I will live as my true self. The scene shifted, revealing a diminutive figure traversing the street, a small green lamp perched atop his head. He practiced maintaining his balance, honing the delicate control of his body, occasionally pausing to glance at a book filled with unfamiliar characters, indecipherable to all who beheld it. Sakai, hurry home with your mother. That is the Nine-Tails Fox. You must not play with him, or he will devour you. Such warnings echoed through the streets as many adults guided their children away from this path. Only 2 individuals remained unperturbed, one tall and one small, both sporting high ponytails. Yet they did not approach, they merely passed by like ordinary passers-by. Noticing that these two had no intention of avoiding him, Naruto, with his green lamp bobbing atop his head, wobbled toward them, his face beaming as he chirped in a childlike tone, Excuse me, sir, and you too, big brother. I am the wish lamp evangelist, Uzumaki Naruto. If you believe, your wishes shall come true, for the wish lamp will fulfill your desires. Nara Shikamaru, gazing at the figure before him, smaller than himself, found his high intellect momentarily stymied. This boy was defying expectations, and he quickly assessed, Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, merely 3 years old, with strength approximating 0. Exposure to external influences seems limited. The likelihood of being a fraud appears minimal. The young Shikamaru cast a glance at the indistinct shadows around, perplexed by the antics of the child before him. At this moment, Naruto mistakenly believed he had captivated the two, and excitedly continued, believing in the wish lamp brings great benefits, you know. For instance, He faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Flipping to the next page in his ethics book, he exclaimed, if you believe in the wish lamp, you can lift things high up. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru felt as though a previously uncharted area of knowledge had been touched. He cast a cold glance at his father, observing the amused expression on Nara Shikaku's face, which caused Nara Shikaku to break into a cold sweat. Quickly shifting the topic, he asked, Is it faith in this lamp? Little Naruto, undeterred, eagerly nodded, Yes, yes. As long as you believe in it, you can lift things high. At this, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but chuckle. Well then, I shall give it a try. Their meeting that day was not a mere coincidence. It had been orchestrated by the Hokage. Observing the scene through a crystal ball in his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious expression transformed into a smile as he remarked, It seems I should check on that little fellow. What should I bring him tomorrow? As the gaze returned to the scene, Naruto waved goodbye to Shikamaru Nara before finding a spot to sit and ponder over his moral education book. The villagers seemed to shun him, their glances filled with an unsettling fear. It was evident that such an atmosphere would hinder the dissemination of the faith in the Lantern of Wishes, and his moral standing fell short of the required standards. In the live stream, 6 individuals had grown silent, their eyes fixed on the small figure of Naruto, who sat lost in thought upon the steps. A few of them could not help but chuckle. Ha ha ha. What a pitiable little fellow. Indeed. How had I never noticed his humor before? However, Lu Han, unlike the others, raised a hand in protest, declaring, The Lantern of Wishes. I want to see the entire process. Why must you truncate it? This is morally questionable. Furthermore, why not allow Naruto to train? To spread what beliefs? Are you here to save Naruto or hinder his progress? Wang Xiaoro discerned the predicament surrounding the Lantern of Wishes. It seemed that its energy had been depleted, and it could only find ways to gather more. Meanwhile, Li Wuxia remained aloof, disregarding the discussions in the live stream. as his sole intention was to help Wang Xiaoro make a few friends. Gradually, Naruto arrived at a vegetable stall, and upon gazing at the array of neatly arranged produce, he couldn't help but drool. The Lantern of Wishes inquired, "Naruto-kun, how much silver do you possess?" With his eyes fixated on the delectable ingredients, little Naruto replied, "Grandpa Third gives me 2,000 taels every week." Upon hearing this, the lantern calculated and realized that 2,000 taels could indeed procure a great many items, suggesting that the third Hokage was rather generous. Subsequently, Li Wuxia activated his superdimensional perception to absorb the pricing information of the entire street. Upon completion, he nearly cursed. What? Cabbage at 10 taels per gene, eggs 35 taels per gene, tomatoes 25 taels per gene, instant noodles 35 taels per barrel. Nearing expiration instant noodles at 10 taels per barrel, milk at 65 taels per box, nearing expiration milk at 15 taels per box, and Ichiraku ramen priced at 60, 65, 70, and 75 taels. Naruto, let us indulge in Ichiraku ramen, for it is quite affordable. The little Naruto leapt 3 feet into the air in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, ramen? That sounds great." Observing Naruto's exuberance, the lantern felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as if something crucial had been overlooked. At that moment, little Naruto exhibited an astonishing sense of balance, propelling himself towards Ichiraku ramen like a small, unyielding weeble. Upon entering, he greeted with a beaming smile, "Uncle Ichiraku, 10 bowls of ramen. It's little Naruto. Again with such a large order today? Once your money runs out, you shall find yourself hungry." At this moment, the lantern belatedly realized the detail it had neglected. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to possess an insatiable appetite, which explained why 2,000 taels would still lead him to seek out expired food. Within the lantern, Li Wuxia felt a surge of anxiety, contemplating, nevertheless. Naruto still has 2,000 taels. 10 bowls of ramen would cost at most 800 taels, a trifling matter, merely a strain on the wallet. The Wish Lantern now confidently believes that Naruto possesses an additional 2,000 coins. He had never considered the possibility that Naruto might be completely out of funds. In the live stream, the 6 participants gazed upon the sumptuous array of dishes at Ichiraku ramen, their mouths watering in unison. Although they were mere souls, their consciousnesses felt as though they were truly present, as if the environment and aromas could be simulated. "Xiaoro, I'm hungry. Mom is calling me home for dinner. I no longer wish to watch the live stream. I long for a meal," exclaimed Wang Xiaoro, clutching her stomach. It was no wonder Lu Han was acting strangely. She too felt the weakness of her own body. At that moment, Lu Han pointed skyward and vowed, "Wish Lantern, if you can grant me a bowl of ramen, I, Lu Han, shall believe in you today." Chapter 9. Ordering Function. Forest bug catching. As the words fell, a surge of mental energy connected with the wishing lamp, and strands of faint faith entwined around Li Wuxia. The divine talent was activated, purifying the power of faith from its impurities, leaving only a pure golden energy that merged with Li Wuxia's soul. Instantly, he felt an unparalleled comfort, his body floating as if he were in the clouds. Regaining his senses, Li Wuxia promptly displayed the fundamental qualities of a deity, expending several points of wish power to activate the ordering function of the live broadcast room. Once the function was initiated, the screen displayed a rolling subtitle announcing the activation of the ordering feature. Function Explanation 1. During the live broadcast, all visible food from the external world is included in the ordering range, with 2 purchasing methods available. Those ranked in the top 10 of the wish list can enjoy a complimentary trial. Function Explanation 2. The first ordering method is termed wish ordering, allowing the use of wish power as ordering energy or faith power, with each order consuming 1 point of faith power. Function Explanation 3. Each food item created will have the same taste as depicted in the video, but will be made solely from energy, with a fixed portion size that can only be small, not large. The smaller energy represents a compressed form. Function Explanation 4. The dimension of the food is 20 centimeters. Function Explanation 5. The top 10 of the Faith Leaderboard and the Wish Leaderboard can order for free. This concludes the introduction to the functions. Please enjoy your meal. Upon finishing the introduction, Lu Han exclaimed with excitement, "It must have been my recent vow that triggered a certain mechanism of the wishing lamp. With this method, I too can connect with the wishing lamp from now on." With that, Lu Han stood proudly, laughing uproariously. Ha ha. Subsequently, everyone in the live broadcast room indulged in sumptuous Ichiraku ramen, served in oversized bowls, featuring 2 egg halves, 3 large prawns, 6 fish balls, and 2 slices of char siu. However, It was not merely the Ichiraka ramen that captivated everyone. Alongside the premium ramen, some had the famed milk once enjoyed by celebrities. Others had the branded instant noodles savored by the famous, and some were presented with tomatoes, cucumbers, and an array of fruits. It was as if all the delectable items Naruto had sampled earlier were summoned forth. No one opted to utilize the energy compression feature to condense the 2020 food into a single serving. Wang Xiaoro took a juicy tomato and bit into it, immediately allowing the juice to cascade down her chin. The moment she tasted the tomato, her eyes sparkled like two little stars as she exclaimed, "Oh, how sweet and delicious." Seeing this, the others eagerly picked up their assorted dishes to taste, appearing as if they had never encountered such delights before. Inside the Ichiraka ramen shop of the Naruto world, little Naruto slurped bowl after bowl of ramen, having set the wishing lamp aside. Ironically, it was positioned right next to Naruto's ramen bowl. Meanwhile, Li Wuxia was growing increasingly anxious within the wishing lamp, unable to escape or even catch a whiff of the delicious aroma. It looked so appetizing. I am so hungry. It was futile. What one does not see is bliss. Yet, after a brief moment, Li Wuxia found himself compelled to open his eyes. Before him stood Naruto, one hand shaking him while the other trembled with a shriveled little purse. His small face flushed. He exclaimed, "Wishing lamp, I now possess merely 550 coins, and I still need 135 more." Upon hearing this, Li Wuxia instantly engaged his superdimensional perception, comprehending all that had transpired moments ago, a total of 750 coins, with the proprietor offering a 10% discount, leaving a deficit of 135 coins. Understanding the entirety of the situation, the wishing lamp promptly replied, "Naruto, tomorrow is the day your great-grandfather distributes funds. Perhaps you could inquire with the owner about the possibility of credit?" Little Naruto, believing the wishing lamp would conjure money for him to settle the bill, had joyfully entered to dine. To his surprise, the wishing lamp suggested this alternative. Nonetheless, the small boy nodded, his face a delightful shade of red as he approached the proprietor with a shy inquiry. Subsequently, he lowered his head, his small hands entwined, exuding an air of helplessness. Uncle Ichiraku generously nodded in agreement, saying, "Naruto, remember to bring money next time." Naruto suddenly lifted his head in astonishment, unable to believe what he had just heard. Uncle Ichiraku cast a complicated glance at Naruto, one that the boy found incomprehensible. However, Li Wuxia, within the wishing lamp, perceived it as a mix of compassion and kindness. With a sigh, Ichiraku said nothing further, merely expressing a sense of resignation. Observing this scene, Naruto seemed to grasp something profound, recalling a phrase from his moral education book, "To borrow and repay is not difficult." With this realization, Naruto ceased his internal conflict. Turning to exit, just before stepping out, he turned back and sweetly declared, "Uncle Ichiraku, you are a good person." After leaving the ramen shop, Naruto, with the wishing lamp in tow, wandered about, seeking suspicious targets to promote his beliefs. However, after an entire afternoon, the results were disheartening. The so-called suspicious targets were merely groups of children. During his efforts, he was shoved to the ground by an older boy who was rather boastful. What was it called? Cockroach Ball? Who left him with a cutting remark, "Little monster, an orphan child." This encounter dampened Naruto's spirits for the rest of the day, visibly diminishing his enthusiasm for promotion. As twilight descended, Naruto, appearing noticeably thinner and weary, made his way homeward, the wishing lamp held aloft. Despite being influenced by the Nine Tails, Naruto had once been quite the prodigy, learning rapidly. Time slipped by, and soon the next day arrived. Naruto found himself devoid of funds, with his great-grandfather's support not due until the afternoon. The wishing lamp resolved to teach Naruto a method contrary to ancestral tradition, catching insects in the woods for sustenance, allowing him to experience the joy of a culinary adventure with delightful insects. As dawn broke, the famished little Naruto, with his stomach pressed against his back, marched steadily toward the forest, the emerald lamp perched atop his head. Surrounded by vigilant Umbu ninjas, the atmosphere was one of absolute security. Subsequently, Naruto ventured into the forest, unaware that the entire Hidden Leaf village had entered a state of alert the moment he crossed the threshold. The Umbu personnel tightened their formation, and among them was the prodigious ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi beheld a diminutive, stout figure adorned with a vibrant green lantern upon its head, frolicking through the woods and capturing insects, seemingly oblivious to his intentions. A peculiar expression flickered in his eyes. Could this be the child of his mentor? The resemblance was striking. Within the wish lantern, Li Wuxia had already surveyed the entirety of the forest, identifying a variety of insects, 5 of which were rich in protein and deemed delectable. Among these was a particular worm, the larval stage of a silkworm, its hue as pure as jade, substantial in size, with succulent flesh and exceptional nutritional value. Chapter 10. The grilled insects attracting the sage of Shima. Among the common locusts, there exists a variety that is not only sizable, but also exquisitely flavorful. Additionally, there is a shelled insect, resembling a screw, that moves languidly as it crawls upon the trees, offering a commendable nutritional value. The remaining 2 species are rare insects that dwell within the trees, making them exceptionally elusive. Within this forest, only these 5 types of insects thrive, boasting the highest nutritional value, the largest sizes, and the greatest ease of capture, rendering them the unequivocal choice for young Naruto in his insect-catching endeavors. Before long, Naruto had filled a pouch, primarily with plump silkworms, their size and adorableness captivating. If not for the urging of the wish lantern behind him, he could have easily spent an entire night playing with a single silkworm. Subsequently, Naruto was not idle. He moved energetically through the woods, searching for dry twigs and fallen leaves. During this time, the wish lantern balanced atop his head became increasingly steady, reflecting his refined control over his body. The wish lantern was not casually placed. It was constantly adjusting its center of gravity. Li Wuxia had long since utilized his transcendent perception to identify Naruto's physical shortcomings. Hence the lantern was in constant motion, engaging Naruto in a delicate contest of balance. This exercise honed his equilibrium, stability, and the nuanced control of his strength. Before long, a cheer erupted from Naruto. "Oh, we can eat grilled meat now." Kakashi, observing the scene, momentarily questioned his own sanity. Grilled meat? Was he referring to that pile of insects? Hadn't the 3rd Hokage taken good care of Naruto? Upon realizing Naruto's intent, Kakashi gritted his teeth and vanished from the scene in an instant, suddenly appearing at the entrance of the 3rd Hokage's office. Kakashi raised his hand twice before lowering it again, then turned and disappeared. Inside, the 3rd Hokage sensed Kakashi's departure and sighed, "Alas, Naruto is truly vital." He then lowered his gaze, quietly observing the crystal ball, which displayed Naruto igniting a campfire upon a stone slab, grilling some insects he had just caught. At the grilling site, the wish lantern guided Naruto in cleaning the ingredients, igniting the fire, and ensuring the stone slab was adequately heated. Only when thoroughly heated would the grilled meat be fragrant. Remember, Naruto, grilling is an art. At that moment, Naruto held 2 sticks of equal length, gazing at the small basket beside him, which contained 5 heaps of insect bodies. Though he remained unaware of the flavor yet to be discovered, his mouth watered uncontrollably. Just then, Naruto recalled the grilling techniques imparted by the wish lantern, clumsily wielding the 2 thick sticks to stir the insect remains in the small basket. Murmuring softly to himself, he noted the temperature of the stone slab, which was set at 180 degrees. He carefully placed the plump silkworms onto the surface, allowing them to sizzle gently as they released their rich fats. Brushing oil across the entire slab, he extracted the saltiness embedded within, arranging the delicacies neatly. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. As the enticing scent enveloped him, Naruto's stomach audibly growled, a testament to his burgeoning hunger. He then picked up some unfamiliar leaves he had foraged from the forest floor. With the aid of a stone, he ground the leaves into a fine powder, which he then mixed with the golden brown worms sizzling on the slab. Instantly, a spicy fragrance ascended, mingling with the savory essence of oil and salt. Overcome by the tantalizing aroma, young Naruto eagerly grasped a worm and popped it into his mouth, chewing with fervor as he exclaimed, "Oh, this is delicious." At that moment, a collective sound of swallowed saliva echoed from nearby. Unbeknownst to Naruto, the wish lantern above him had already taken note of the scene. Within the lantern, Li Wuxia reveled in his own cleverness, chuckling to himself, "Ha ha, who am I? I am the most formidable wish-granting machine across all realms. If you wish to savor this feast, simply place your faith in me, and I shall provide." Were it not for Li Wuxia's inability to leave the confines of the lantern, he would have lured a host of followers with the promise of culinary delights. He pondered the idea of having Naruto sample his offerings once he had his fill, for the allure of food transcends all boundaries. Just then, Li Wuxia felt a thread of faith bind to him. It was Wang Xiaoro. Moments later, a similar thread from Lu Xiaoxiao followed suit. Observing the essence of these connections, he discerned a profound yearning for exquisite flavors and a deep desire for culinary excellence. Indeed, the path of gastronomy should never be underestimated. The scene shifted back to the spectacle of Naruto's culinary adventure, where his small hands danced rapidly across the stone slab. Plump, juicy silkworms found their way into his mouth, each bursting with flavor. The sweet, protein-rich taste captivated him for over a minute, especially when paired with a sauce made from the oil and salt he had prepared. Although the vibrant green concoction appeared unappealing, its spicy and invigorating flavor was undeniably tempting. Unbeknownst to him, a lost old toad approached, its nostrils quivering as it caught the enticing scent. It croaked in delight, reminiscing, "It has been ages since I last indulged in such delicacies. I told those rascally young ones not to roam about carelessly, yet they refused to listen. Now I must call upon Grandma Sesame to retrieve you all." Such mischief. With his back turned to the mischievous spirit, Naruto continued to relish his stone-grilled feast, when suddenly, a shadow loomed over his small form. A voice rang out. "My dear grandson, Grandma has found you. Even in your guise as a human child, you cannot escape my grasp." In the next moment, a toad leapt from behind, enveloping Naruto in its embrace. Young Naruto, taken aback, exclaimed in sheer terror, "Hey, great toad monster." As he finished his cry, he lunged forward, then pivoted to retreat, unsteadily wobbling on one leg, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a response while gazing at Sage Jiraiya. Sage Jiraiya, observing Naruto's comical demeanor, couldn't help but wear an awkward yet courteous smile as he remarked, "My apologies, young one. I mistakenly thought my grandson was here, preparing a grand feast." Unbeknownst to Sage Jiraiya, he was unaware of his grandson's capabilities, which prompted such a statement. As his words faded, a plump, yellow-skinned toad sprang from the underbrush, landing on the stone slab with a resounding sizzle reminiscent of roasting meat. The previously composed Sage Jiraiya was suddenly thrown into disarray. Chapter 11. Subtle shifts in the Naruto narrative. In an instant, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, mingling with the savory scents emanating from the stone slab, creating a heady allure that could easily intoxicate the senses. Among those captivated was Naruto, who, with eyes fixated on the corpulent frog, Gamakichi, found himself unable to suppress a trickle of drool from the corner of his mouth. Sage Jiraiya, observing his rotund grandson, who was blissfully indulging in roasted insects atop the stone slab with an utterly daft expression, turned his gaze towards the drooling Naruto, frustration bubbling within him. With a firm stomp of his foot, Jiraiya leapt into the air, executing a powerful kick that sent Gamakichi soaring far from him. As the hefty frog cried out in despair, "Grandma, I haven't finished eating yet. I don't like you anymore." Jiraiya landed, panting heavily for a moment before regaining his gentle demeanor. "Oh, dear Gamakichi, I'm only being protective of you," he reassured, but before he could finish, he vanished, reappearing just in time to catch Gamakichi as he plummeted, raising him high above his head. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. A diminutive elderly frog cradled a large, plump yellow frog in one hand, gently rocking it as a gesture of comfort. Young Naruto, unable to contain his excitement, rushed over, resting his chin on his hands, and exclaimed, "Gamakichi, you are so lucky." The previously content Gamakichi, upon hearing Naruto's words, burst into tears, unable to be consoled. As he felt the painful burns across his body intensify, Jiraiya's smile faltered, replaced by a look of exasperation as he tossed the sobbing frog aside. "Gamakichi, how many times must I tell you? Stop being mischievous. You never listen," he droned on, resembling a cantankerous old woman. Naruto, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly bewildered, pointing at the weeping Gamakichi with one hand and at himself with the other, a picture of innocent confusion. Before long, Jiraiya, worn out from scolding, scooped up Naruto and prepared to leave, muttering, "Since you enjoy insects so much, perhaps you should swap places with this little rascal, so he can learn just how treacherous the world can be." In that fleeting moment, the narrative shifted dramatically as Naruto found himself cradled in Jiraiya's arms, rendered speechless. Nearby, the Umbu ninjas seemed to recognize Jiraiya, aware of his connection to Lord Jiraiya, encircling him, yet hesitant to approach. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clenched a crystal ball in one hand while tugging at his beard with the other, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, hidden in a corner of Konoha, trembled, uncertain of what had transpired. In the live broadcast, Luhan exclaimed excitedly, "Wait a minute. This little frog was never part of the story. Did it perish before the plot began? Or could it be due to the butterfly effect? Regardless, let us not worry about any extraneous characters. This world has little to do with us, as we are merely 6 wish grantaires." Wang Sharo glanced at Bai Xiaya and smiled, saying, Xiaoya is correct. This truly has nothing to do with us. The world of Naruto is no longer merely an anime realm, but a tangible reality. We must perceive it from the perspective of the real world. Otherwise, unforeseen events may occur more frequently in the future. Wang Hai then added, in the real world, one must consider human nature. This is the greatest variable in existence. It is crucial to remember that every individual's thoughts are mutable, and any one of them can transcend the mundane to become a formidable force. With the heart of a champion, the journey towards strength appears significantly less daunting. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaolong became instantly animated, exclaiming, indeed, human hearts are akin to parallel universes, where infinite variables arise in every fleeting moment, compelling a person to change, either to become a dragon or to remain a mere insect. The 6 youthful dreamers engaged in lively discourse, their conversation becoming increasingly spirited and engrossing, to the point where they no longer cared about their earlier discussions. Within the Naruto world, the diminutive sage of Jima held the small Naruto with an air of ease, taking one step after another. The sage wondered, why isn't Fat Maru reacting? Turning to look, he saw Fat Maru sprawled on the stone slab, his tongue lolling out, embodying the essence of a glutton. Subsequently, the sage cast his gaze toward the treetops, his lips twitching as he spoke. Yuan Fei, your dear treasure shall not be taken away. I merely intend to teach this ungrateful grandson a lesson. Sarutobi Hiruzen atop the tree smiled and nodded in response. It seems your educational efforts have not borne fruit. Indeed, that little frog is far too mischievous. He is truly difficult to discipline. After a brief exchange of words, the sage set Naruto down and leaped gracefully to his grandson's side. With a swift motion, he summoned Fat Maru, who vanished in an instant with a reverse summoning technique. Mystical Mount Myaboku, I appreciate your hard work. Have you seen Naruto? Rest assured, old man, I have effortlessly completed the task assigned by the great sage. It is poor Fat Maru who has suffered, having grown thin from acting alongside his grandmother. The sage cast a glance at his rotund grandson, letting out a sigh without uttering a word. In the external world, as the curtain fell and the crowd dispersed, only Naruto remained on the stage. Little Naruto gazed at his insect feast, scanning the surroundings for the 2 frogs that were now nowhere to be seen. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Time seemed to freeze for a moment until the sound of footsteps snapping twigs broke the silence. A shadow gradually approached through the forest. Little Naruto turned to face that direction, uncertain of what it was that drew near, and the atmosphere grew tense. After a brief moment, the shadow gradually revealed its form. It was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon seeing him, little Naruto exclaimed with delight, "Oh ho! Grandpa 3rd is here." Before his words had even fully escaped his lips, Naruto dashed toward the old man with remarkable speed. At that moment, a genuine smile graced the 3rd Hokage's face as he looked at the approaching Naruto, who he promptly scooped up in his arms, laughing heartily. "Naruto, see what Grandpa 3rd has brought for you." Upon hearing about a gift, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned his surroundings, eventually settling his gaze on the hand that Hiruzen had behind his back. The 3rd Hokage, noticing Naruto's curiosity, did not attempt to conceal his surprise and extended his hand, revealing a yellow plush tiger head and a letter. At the sight of the plush toy, Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment, but upon catching sight of the envelope, his spirits lifted considerably. He recalled that he owed Uncle Jiraiya 135 Ryo. Although the ethics textbook did not explicitly condemn borrowing money, Naruto felt that it was indeed a rather unsatisfactory situation. Moments later, the 3rd Hokage took his leave. Chapter 12. Cultivating Chakra in the Serene Absence of Interruptions. Naruto indulged in a sumptuous feast of grilled insects, this time enhanced by a medley of new seasonings. In the live stream, Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at a new dish appearing on the menu, uncertain whether to order it. As she hesitated, the other 5 were equally indecisive about their choices. Suddenly, a plump figure floated onto Lu Xiaoxiao's menu, capturing the attention of the group. The vivid yellow hue was impossible to overlook. It was none other than the famed fat toad ball. Lu Han, upon discovering this dish, excitedly scrolled to the bottom of the menu, revealing a vibrant, sizzling frog, glistening with oil from the stone grill. Captivated, Lu Han quickly ordered a portion, and before her lay a 20 by 20 by 20 cube of frog meat, its surface coated with a mysterious green, spicy sauce. The meat, expertly grilled to a perfect medium, promised an authentic flavor, devoid of any additives. Lu Han, mesmerized by the exquisite cut, employed a compressing technique to transform the meat into a slice as thin as a fingertip. Taking a small piece, she savored it, while the others discreetly observed her expression. In an instant, her face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed how delicious it was, promptly cutting a larger piece to savor further. Without a moment's hesitation, the remaining 5 ordered the same dish, and seeing her plan succeed, Lu Han was overwhelmed with joy. Soon, the live stream erupted into a delightful frenzy of playful combat among the youthful participants, each vying for culinary supremacy. As time swiftly passed in the world of Naruto, the trivial moments felt unnecessary to showcase. The scene shifted to the following morning, where Naruto had donned a training outfit, seemingly procured from an unknown source. With several wooden shurikens tucked into his waist, he dashed towards Ichiraka Ramen, quickly ordering 3 bowls to satisfy his hunger and settling his previous debt with the shopkeeper. Afterward, he sprinted toward the barbecue place visited the day before. Upon arrival, Naruto sat cross-legged, beginning to attune to his cellular and spiritual energies. Soon, he felt the emergence of 2 distinct forces coalescing into his first chakra. In Naruto's mind, Li Wuxia spoke, "Little Naruto, sensing chakra is the initial step towards your strength. What you must do is continuously cultivate chakra in your daily life. Will this not lead to complications?" Naruto questioned, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him after a brief period of concentration. For others, such an endeavor would be impossible, but you are different. Your body harbors limitless potential. You may create freely. You shall not perish. Naruto nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, and continued to gather his chakra. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the 6 viewers were filled with indignation at the scene unfolding before them. Previously engaged in their own playful antics, they now felt a surge of annoyance at the sight of the wish lantern guiding Naruto's training. Wang Xiaoya reached out to the wish lantern, expressing her concern. "Wish lantern, if Naruto practices this way, he might endanger himself. Are you not here to fulfill our wishes?" Li Wuxia listened to Wang Xiaoya's question and smiled as the subtitles on the large screen began to roll, revealing lines of text. In order for Naruto to grow normally, he must overcome 2 variables. First, the chakra energy of Ashura. Second, the chakra pollution of the 9 tails. Chakra, this energy, is a fusion of spirit and body. Once Naruto is overtaken by Ashura's chakra, he becomes akin to a reincarnation of another, leading his spirit to gradually align with Ashura's. Thus the world would revert to the state it was in before your wishes were made. After reading this lengthy scroll of text, the 6 individuals instantly comprehended the implications. The wish lamp's mechanism revealed that Ashura's chakra is imbued with an indomitable will, ensuring that Naruto would not perish. As long as Naruto cultivates his chakra through this force, he will eventually extinguish it. In this world, nothing is truly indelible. If something seems indelible, it merely indicates a lack of strength. As for the 9 tails chakra, its tempestuous nature and the resulting chakra from the union of spirit and body offer little solace. Moreover, if these 2 types of chakra continue to roam within Naruto, they will disrupt his magnetic field, rendering his essence perpetually feeble. The original anime never depicted Naruto breaking free from any constraints, demonstrating that he has always remained under control. Is he truly himself now? The Li Wuxia within the wish lamp gazed upon the diminutive Naruto before him. He then chuckled and remarked, "Why worry about so much? My wish lamp exists solely for the purpose of wishes, unbound by anything else. As long as this lad grows up with a sound worldview and becomes the strongest, I will be even happier." The 6 in the live broadcast fell into contemplation. Is the wish lamp correct or mistaken? Is Naruto truly bound? An hour later, as Naruto practiced chakra, his body began to grow frail and his spirit waned. At that moment, an unknown chakra emerged to restore Naruto's body, seemingly emanating from the depths of his spirit or perhaps from the innermost recesses of his being. Li Wuxia within the wish lamp chuckled. "So it has emerged, huh? Ha ha. This lamp has indeed not misjudged." After this statement, he glanced at his own weakened body, the meager amount of wish power, and the current state of having not yet gained a single follower. He sighed, alas. Little Naruto continued to refine his chakra, while the wish lamp activated its transcendent perception ability to further explore all jutsu information within the Naruto world. As he perused, he marveled. This ability is truly exquisite. It reveals whatever one wishes to know with minimal consumption. After an hour, Li Wuxia hastily halted Naruto's training and began to instruct him on chakra control techniques. "Naruto, let us begin with water stepping. The key to water stepping is..." "All right, go ahead." Little Naruto approached the riverbank, gazing at the surface of the water, and boldly stepped forward. To everyone's surprise, the chakra within his body remained dormant. In an instant, Naruto was swept away by the rushing water. A young lad with golden hair sputtered and shouted, "Wish lantern, the technique you taught is incorrect." Nearby, the wish lantern swayed gently on its base, moving with deliberate grace like a scholar. Its wick tilted toward Naruto, as if a smile were emerging from its glow. Observing Naruto's struggle in the water, the wish lantern remained indifferent. Meanwhile, in the live stream, 6 viewers nearly burst into laughter. What is this crucial aspect of treading water? It turns out to be belief. How amusing. I can hardly contain my laughter. It's absurd to think Naruto could learn to tread water this way. What kind of belief could enable someone to master a skill in an instant? Chapter 13. Chakra Swimming Technique. After a moment of laughter, the crowd gradually turned their gaze toward the screen, lost in contemplation. Within the world of Naruto, Naruto was still struggling in the water, while the wish lantern observed coldly from the side, its voice incessantly echoing in Naruto's mind. Belief, belief, belief. Gradually, as the little Naruto wrestled in the water, he became familiar with his surroundings and realized that the river's depth only reached his neck. He was merely at the river's edge, yet to venture into the depths. The wish lantern watched as the little Naruto stood up, and in an instant, it found itself in an awkward predicament. Inside the wish lantern, the soul of Li Wuxia squirmed, utterly unsure of where to hide his face, for the situation was exceedingly embarrassing. Subsequently, the wish lantern's nonchalant voice resonated in Naruto's heart. Ahem, little Naruto, you have done remarkably well to discover, through belief, that you are still at the riverbank, overcoming the fear within you. Well done, well done. The audience in the live broadcast room, witnessing this scene, nearly laughed to the point of tears. Ha ha. Still at the water's edge, ha ha. It's all right, young Naruto, we can try again. This time, charge across the river with a sprint. You have already conquered your fear of water, so now press forward bravely, young lad. Upon hearing these words, Uzumaki Naruto was instantly filled with fervor, excitement lighting up his face as he shouted, "All right, let's go." In the next moment, a small figure once again plunged into the river, becoming a drenched little chicken. And the scene repeated itself. Gradually, the little Naruto had not yet mastered treading water, but had learned to swim and hold his breath. A small frog could be seen joyfully swimming around, clearly mastering the frog stroke. Though he appeared quite adorable at this tender age, the pose would undoubtedly seem comical as he grew older. Then, in order to facilitate Naruto's learning of swimming, to help him learn to tread water, the wish lantern had Naruto remove his yellow battle attire and hang it on a nearby tree to dry. The subsequent scene transformed into one where a little fellow, clad in what appeared to be a diaper, floundered about in the water. Little Naruto repeatedly charged toward the river's surface, then swam back, time swiftly passing by. Naruto's swimming skills began to improve. He learned the dog paddle as time flew. The wish lantern, resembling a little old man, swayed back and forth on the shore, observing Naruto skillfully employing chakra techniques. However, the little rascal seemed to stray from the righteous path, causing the wish lantern considerable vexation. At this point, the little Naruto had already mastered backstroke and diving techniques, along with a series of advanced swimming skills. Why was this mischievous child learning so quickly? It was, of course, due to the influence of chakra. In the river, a little figure clad in a peculiar diaper sparkled with chakra energy between his fingers, forming a frog-like hand posture, while his feet were ignited with chakra. Protective membranes of chakra appeared around his mouth, nostrils, and ears, even covering his eyes with chakra lenses. It cannot be said that the willpower depicted by the wishing lamp is entirely futile. Rather, it can be asserted that this willpower, when harnessed for righteous purposes, yields positive outcomes, whereas if misused, it leads to malevolence. It is evident that at present, Naruto is not treading a righteous path. Yet he seems to be faring well enough. At this moment, Li Wuxia, residing within the wishing lamp, is quite content. Observing the young Naruto frolicking in the water and experimenting with various chakra techniques, which brings him great satisfaction. Indeed, it is belief that serves as the paramount driving force in this world. Without it, how could one possess such a reservoir of willpower? Haraha. This lamp is truly astute. In moments of exhilaration, time eludes one's notice, swiftly passing by. The sun has reached its zenith, and the weary young Naruto has finally ceased his aquatic antics. The wishing lamp, with a disregard for kinship, has endured numerous trials to gather an ample supply of firewood. Li Wuxia, feeling somewhat helpless, reflects that this endeavor consumed several hours of his effort. His strength merely suffices to sway his form. The firewood was painstakingly retrieved using a slender thread of faith transformed into delicate ropes. This predicament is unavoidable. Li Wuxia's soul remains that of an ordinary person, lacking the enhanced vigor of a fortified spirit. Although he possesses a modicum of faith, its utility is presently limited. For instance, today it has materialized into ropes. Yet it could assume other forms, at least serving as limbs, were his soul to be absorbed and transformed into divine energy. It is uncertain how much enhancement would be gained, but his immediate need is for the ability to traverse with swiftness. Moreover, that scant amount of faith holds little value. Strengthening the soul bears negligible effects, especially since escape remains unattainable. As for willpower, that concept is of little use to him, as it is subject to the principles of cause and effect. The wishing lamp cannot bestow wisdom. If it were to do so, it could merely become an immortal mortal. Gazing at the gathered firewood, Li Wuxia lamented, although this lamp can perform certain tasks now, its power is still woefully inadequate. How frustrating. This lamentation was overheard by the exuberant young Naruto, who, lounging by the riverbank, sprang to his feet, donning his small shorts, and excitedly bounded over, circling the wishing lamp with a beaming smile. Hey, wishing lamp, you can talk now. I heard you. I heard you. Li Wuxia swayed the base and glanced at the boy, who resembled a little monkey, explaining, this lamp cannot truly converse. It can merely communicate with you from a distance through the power of faith. Naruto circled the wishing lamp repeatedly, puzzled. Oh, is that so? The wishing lamp swayed vigorously, indicating affirmation. Subsequently, Naruto muttered, just now, I clearly heard you complaining, you stingy thing, yet you refuse to admit it. Although the wishing lamp can now speak, doing so consumes faith, rendering it an unworthy exchange. However, communication with Naruto, as previously mentioned, is indeed possible. Only he can hear the words spoken, as a causal relationship exists between them, akin to that with Wang Xiao. Observing Naruto's little grievance, the wishing lamp promptly instructed, Naruto, it's time for lunch. Hurry and catch some bugs. Upon the subject of capturing insects, little Naruto's attention was drawn to a pile of firewood at his feet. Curiously, he inquired, is this firewood that you have transported, Wish Lantern? The Wish Lantern nodded in affirmation. Observing its swaying motion, Naruto gasped in astonishment. Ah, Wish Lantern. You can actually move objects. I thought you were only capable of speech. How marvelous. As soon as he finished speaking, young Naruto seized the Wish Lantern and began to shake it excitedly, resembling a spirited monkey. Inside the lantern, Li Wuxia had already exhausted himself from the effort of moving the items, lying on the ground and reluctant to stir. However, with Naruto's vigorous shaking, he was instantly filled with ire and bellowed, little Naruto, hurry and fetch some ingredients. No sooner had he spoken than Li Wuxia concentrated his faith, transforming it into a tiny hand the size of a fingernail. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Naruto's cheek. The impact was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly humiliating. Chapter 14. Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Wish Lanterns. In the next instant, Naruto was momentarily stunned, feeling the trivial power coursing through him, which only fueled his excitement further. Originally, Li Wuxia intended for Naruto to experience the psychological shadow cast by a formidable opponent, but unexpectedly, this young lad had landed a significant blow on himself. Astonishingly, he remained exuberant. Indeed, he was quite the eccentric. Subsequently, the Wish Lantern's petite hands unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes without the slightest hesitation, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Naruto's chakra defenses were impenetrable, yet the Wish Lantern, witnessing Naruto's unyielding spirit, transformed his palm strikes into powerful fists, engaging in a visceral exchange. Naruto, undeterred, displayed the essence of his unique fighting style, overpowering the Wish Lantern with relentless precision. Though the Wish Lantern's small fists lacked strength, his innate celestial body was an unparalleled treasure, indestructible and robust. Despite Naruto's blows reverberating against him, they could not inflict any harm. Instead, they merely sent the Wish Lantern flying in all directions. In a moment of resignation, the two reached an amicable truce, with Naruto scurrying off to catch bugs while the Wish Lantern gathered firewood. In the livestream room, 6 onlookers observed the scene unfold, a sudden urge to laugh overtaking them. Wang Xiao was the first to succumb, letting out a chuckle. Ha ha ha. The Wish Lantern is truly adorable. Such tiny hands. And yet he dares to showcase them. He must be fearless of making others laugh to death. If it were me, I would never reveal my true abilities, concealing them until I grew powerful enough for a decisive strike. That is the essence of my ninja way. You are quite right, Luhan chimed in. My ninja philosophy mirrors yours. I will endure 100 provocations. When I can no longer contain myself, I shall unleash a cataclysmic retribution. Ha ha ha. With that declaration, Luhan suddenly rose, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. The crowd gasped in astonishment, staring at Luhan's foolish demeanor, casting glances at one another. An unspoken understanding formed, and a massive bubble enveloped the scene, muffling Luhan's defiant cries. Don't strike here. Don't hit my face. Damn it, who kicked my backside? Shamelessly. Who tugged at my little bird? You five, I Luhan despise you all. In the live stream, no one could truly harm one another, resulting in chaotic antics without restraint. Li Wuxia, observing the absurd spectacle, resolved to upgrade the space, for this motley crew would surely tarnish his reputation. After a brief moment, Naruto returned, triumphantly clutching a pouch of bugs. Li Wuxia had only briefly diverted his attention, unaware of how swiftly Naruto had captured the insects. Just then, one bug attempted to flee, but with a swift motion, Naruto's hand snatched it mid-flight, rendering it motionless, as if ensnared by an unseen force. At this moment, the wish lamp comprehended the principle behind its ability to utilize the adhesive force of chakra to attract insects to itself. If chakra could walk upon the surface of water and cling to trees, why could it not grasp other objects? The reasoning was rather straightforward. Subsequently, the wish lamp demonstrated a remarkable fire manipulation technique. In truth, the wick atop its head had yet to extinguish, still harboring a flicker of embers. Under ordinary circumstances, these embers held little significance. It was only when one's willpower was sufficiently robust that they would ignite into a roaring blaze. However, this flame was not devoid of lethality. It required Li Wuxia to exert control in order to transform its fiery essence into a force of destruction. In the next instant, the small hand of the wish lamp reached out, and, with a gentle caress of the ember, a flame imbued with infinite dreams emerged. This flame was remarkably peculiar. No larger than a sesame seed, yet radiating an astonishing heat. At the moment it manifested, it rendered the surrounding ground parched and desiccated. The minuscule flame, with a mere flicker, approached the firewood, which ignited spontaneously before even making contact. Just as Li Wuxia intended to retract the flame, he was astonished to discover that he could not. His power was somewhat lacking. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Alas, he had overexerted himself this time. Observing the unfolding scene, Naruto's eyes sparkled with intelligence as he exclaimed with excitement, "Wish lamp, you are incredible. You possess such a mastery of fire techniques? Just a small feat. Naruto, could you assist me with a minor task?" "What task?" As their dialogue unfolded, the divine fire of wishes began to unleash its fury. Waves of heat radiating outward, causing the surrounding trees to wither. "Quick, Naruto, pick me up and place me beneath the divine fire. Hurry." At that moment, Naruto felt the searing sensation beside him. Turning to inspect his diaper, he noticed sparks beginning to emerge. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Hokage's office, the voyeuristic Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene, already forming hand seals, his body vanishing from sight as he murmured something under his breath. "Was it you, Wish Lamp, that caused the divine fire incident 60 years ago? An SSS-level dangerous entity in the ninja world. I wonder if Minato was correct in acquiring it." The surrounding Umbu operatives had also begun to form water release seals, their expressions tense and apprehensive. Hearing the wish lamp's anxious pleas and feeling the scorching sensation on his rear, Naruto, without a moment's thought, seized the wish lamp and shouted, "Ah!" With a swift motion akin to a lotus descending from the heavens, a verdant lamp shaped like a lotus head plummeted from above, landing directly atop the tiny flame. In the next moment, the lotus lamp generated an immense suction, drawing all the surrounding flames back into the wick of the wish lamp. At that instant, everyone rushing towards the scene halted in their tracks, feigning nonchalance as they dispersed the water release seals. The most comical sight was that of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose figure materialized within Naruto's line of sight, yet he pretended to be utterly unconcerned as he let the water release seals dissipate. With a pipe gently trembling between his lips, the third Hokage ambled leisurely past the nearby woods, hands clasped behind his back. He greeted Naruto with a nod and admonished the young ninja, saying, "Naruto, have you forgotten to eat? I often enjoy a stroll. Be cautious and refrain from playing with fire, or you may harm yourself." Having uttered these words, the third Hokage vanished in an instant, leaving no time for Naruto to respond. Alone, the young ninja, covered in dust and with a swollen backside, gazed blankly, and soon let out a wail that echoed throughout the forest. Do not cry, Naruto. A true man does not shed tears in the face of adversity. Still crying? Just endure the pain. It will pass. Is it truly that unbearable? If you continue to weep, others will surely notice, and that would be quite embarrassing. The words of the wish lantern only served to stoke the flames of Naruto's sorrow. Initially, he had resolved to stop crying, but the taunt only intensified his sobs, spiraling into an uncontrollable outburst. Chapter 15. 3 years of individual development. In a cathartic outpouring of tears, Naruto reached a pinnacle, and yet another, until the seas ran dry and the Yellow River breached its banks. No more tears remained in Naruto, the world fell silent, and the wish lantern joyfully swayed nearby. At last, this young lad had a thorough venting of his emotions. But one must ponder, does the burning of one's wishes truly inflict such pain? Is it real? Thus began Naruto's daily regimen of intensive training, and before long, 3 years had slipped by. During this period, Naruto Uzumaki matured into a 6-year-old, devoting himself to 3 primary pursuits. The first was the fundamental acts of eating and sleeping, ensuring he dined well and drank heartily. The second involved the relentless refinement of chakra, extracting it to the utmost without a hint of regard for his physical well-being. The third focused on honing his chakra control, mastering it to the finest degree possible. Forming a chakra blade was merely a trivial task. Even more impressive was his ability to condense chakra into a delicate embroidery needle, weaving chakra threads from afar to carve inscriptions, thus training his remote chakra manipulation. A year and a half prior, Naruto commenced the practice of altering chakra properties, mastering the manipulation of the winds around him, striving to ride the currents of air, akin to a form of flight or gliding technique. This method, contingent upon the strength of the winds, could be considered a self-created minor ninjutsu. As for the wish lantern, it underwent significant transformation over these 3 years. Firstly, the number of its believers grew to 7, which included the 6 devoted power banks in the live stream and Naruto, the embodiment of their aspirations. Throughout these years, the lantern discovered it could not absorb the faith of outsiders. Only those within the live stream, like Xiao Rou, could provide it with belief. While true devotees were rare, a few did exist, such as the somewhat eccentric Might Guy, a sincere follower of the wish lantern. Over the past 3 years, he had embraced many of the lantern's progressive ideas, gaining a deeper understanding of the 8 gates and making several enhancements. However, one fateful day, the moment Guy fully became a believer, a powerful disconnect severed their bond. Although his faith was rekindled a few times thereafter, it ultimately was cut off completely. Consequently, Li Wuxie concluded that this was due to the effects of the third principle of karmic repayment. Fortunately, the lantern's soul possessed an innate talent, not entirely insignificant. It appeared to possess a grand-level aptitude. Yet, the lantern was currently too feeble to break free from the constraints of its own rules. Otherwise, it would have been quite formidable. Secondly, after 3 years of accumulation, the power of belief within the lantern had significantly increased, granting it the ability to manifest 2 legs and 2 arms, their size quite considerable. Throughout these 3 years, it refrained from absorbing this power, instead choosing to store it for future needs. When venturing out, it was always accompanied by Naruto, never manifesting additional limbs to walk, so as not to squander the hard-earned power of belief. The lamp truly regrets not having gathered 10,000 people into the live broadcast room back then. Who could have foreseen the current predicament? The wishing lamp yearned solely for benevolence, deliberately eschewing malevolence. Had it managed to amass such a multitude in its prime, its wish power would have long been depleted. Furthermore, with the presence of a certain Yulong Yuan, had there been even more individuals, who could say there wouldn't have been a second Yulong Yuan? Such a scenario might have altered the present circumstances entirely. While the current situation is less than ideal, it is certainly not the worst. Reflecting on these thoughts, the wishing lamp, nestled atop Naruto's abode, curled its body tighter. At this point, its form had significantly diminished from its original size. As is well understood with magical artifacts, the ability to expand and contract is fundamental. During the primordial era, its size was indeed colossal, yet all creatures of that time were similarly vast. Upon arriving in the world of Naruto, its form shrank to that of a standard oil lamp, and due to a lack of energy, it remained in that state for an extended period. Now, it had dwindled to the length of a thumb. As the afternoon slipped away, Iruka-sensei called for the end of class, and Naruto vanished in an instant, racing towards the forest while muttering, "That obnoxious brat is truly infuriating, yet I must admit his strength is passable, perhaps enough to rival a mere toe of yours truly." Naruto. Within the live broadcast room, A peculiar atmosphere prevailed. What is happening? I just logged off to have a meal, brush my teeth, wash my face, use the restroom, take a shower, sleep, and attend school. Has Naruto already begun his studies? Exclaimed by Xiaoya upon her return. Upon hearing her, Wang Xiaolong, who was brimming with excitement, responded, Sister Xiaoya, how much time has passed outside? Has the apocalypse arrived? I, Wang Xiaolong, have resolved to take flight the moment I exit this broadcast room. I shall make a wish to the wishing lamp. At that moment, Wang Xiaoro logged in and smiled. Xiaolong, we wanted to ask you, how long have you been inside? Did you not realize you could log off to check? Lu Han, emerging from an obscure corner, shouted. Xiaolong, he was merely ill. After treatment from this divine physician, he has now regained his condition. Just 3 more courses of medication, and he shall be as normal as anyone else. Ha 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 ha. Sister Xiaoro, Sister Xiaoya, would you care to give it a try? Wang Xiaoro cast a glance at the duo, recognizing them as rare specimens of eccentricity, having spent 3 full years in the broadcast room. In the next instant, she shook off her wicked thoughts and cheerfully remarked, in fact, only a day has passed outside. If you can't hold on any longer, feel free to take a break. Upon hearing this, Lu Han and Wang Xiaolong instantly protested, puffing out their chests and displaying an air of foolish bravado, declaring in unison, a man must be strong. A man cannot say he can't. A man must be resolute. After their synchronized proclamation, Wang Xiaolong discreetly cast a glance at Lu Han's expression, promptly logging off. Lu Han, maintaining his posture, spoke in a voice meant to soothe the child, Brother Xiaolong, if you merely convince me, I will log off. I am easily persuaded. 1 word is all it takes. Brother Xiaolong at worst. I shall refrain from giving you an injection. After calling for a while without any response, Lu Han finally realized he had been tricked by that rascal Wang Xiaolong, and he promptly logged off in a hurry. Standing beside and witnessing all of this, the 2 individuals felt an overwhelming sense of separation, as if a single day apart equated to 3 autumns. Suddenly, the phrase took on a tangible and vivid quality. Oh, Sister Xiaoro, have those 2 fellows forgotten something? It matters not. They can always revisit the highlights in their minds when they log off. If they leave, let them leave. Let those 2 regain their composure. Indeed, in just 3 years, those 2 have transformed so drastically. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe, Lu Xiaoxiao, lost in slumber, continued to watch videos in her dreams, embodying a dream within a dream. Upon witnessing this scene, a smile unconsciously crept across her lips. Her mother, tucking in the covers, couldn't help but chuckle softly, remarking, I wonder what beautiful dream Xiaoxiao is having. She has truly grown up. Chapter 16, The Deification Project and the Shopping Mall Scheme. Naruto, you have actually enrolled. Enrolled. Little Mama smiled at this scene, then turned and left. Inside the Wang Hai University dormitory, he was savoring a bowl of ramen, relishing the ample beef within, exhibiting an expression of pure enjoyment. Wang Hai, are you not attending class? Today is the lesson of the beautiful teacher. If you don't go, you may miss your chance. Off I go. I am destined to become the supreme being across time and dimensions. What does a beautiful teacher matter? When I, Wang Hai, reign over all realms. What beautiful lady or gentleman could I not attain? Let us go. Off to see the beautiful teacher. Master Wang, you might as well cultivate alone. When you depart, don't forget to convey a few kind words to the King of Hell. I, Li Haichuan, am a law-abiding citizen. No sooner had he spoken than Li Haichuan vanished, leaving Wang Hai no time to retort, resulting in a few self-directed curses. Have you gone mad from reading Journey to the West? What nonsense about the King of Hell? Li Haichuan, just wait. I, Wang Hai, shall seek you out in the underworld. After uttering these words, Wang Hai continued to chew on his noodles. His mind focused on the images within. Thus, he finally validated that the passage of time varies across all worlds. In the Naruto world, it was noon. And within the secret forest base, Naruto commenced his chakra training. Although Naruto engaged in chakra training daily, there is a distinct difference between focused training and merely dedicating a fraction of one's attention to it. At this moment, Naruto's chakra was indeed profound. And in a decade's time, who could fathom the spectacle? Just then, with a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept in from all directions, and the sounds of insects ceased for an instant. Insects shot out from the forest, planks were arranged, firewood ignited, and grilled insects sizzled with fervor. Subsequently, Naruto retrieved a scroll from his pocket, unfurling it to extract various oils, salts, spices, and side dishes. A sumptuous lunch was prepared in a mere moment. In the live stream. Wow, how handsome. Could this be the legendary cultivation of immortals? It shouldn't be possible. How can chakra achieve such feats? What is there to be surprised about? Power is merely a question of how one employs it. It is simply the direction of skill development, remarked Xiaoro. You speak lightly. But do you truly understand what chakra energy is? How could it possibly be controlled like spiritual energy? Moreover, controlling external elements like the wind, which is a force of nature, is not within his domain. Xiaoya, while your reasoning holds merit, facts speak louder than words. There is but one truth. Ha ha ha. Fine, fine, you've read too much of Shinigami Elementaria. Xiaoya, don't forget. Naruto has practiced a remarkable technique over the past 3 years. Isn't it just stepping on the wind? What is so peculiar about that? Isn't it curious? This is the art of walking on air, treading upon the wind. Could it be possible that if Naruto encounters space, he could walk upon it? Moreover, since he can step on the wind, controlling the wind with the absorption technique should be within reach, right? Indeed, the nature of this chakra is rather impressive. I too yearn to cultivate it, yet it seems that without their bloodline, such an endeavor is unattainable. Sister Xiaoro, could you perhaps devise a solution? At this point in their conversation, Wang Xiaoro felt a strong desire, pondering whether the wish lantern could grant them the power of chakra. Wish lantern, wish lantern. This is Wang Xiaoro. Please respond upon receipt. Xiaoro, what is it? I am not a walkie-talkie. Are you aware of the matter we just discussed? If you wish to possess chakra, I'm afraid that is quite a challenge for me. Please allow me 20 minutes to provide an answer. Li Wuxie, at this moment, was engulfed in contemplation, activating his transcendent perception talent to analyze the dialogue's content, discerning what would ultimately benefit him. Damn it, after 3 years. The number of this lantern's followers remains a mere 7. If I do not enhance my strength, survival in this world will become exceedingly difficult. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the subtitles within the wish lantern began to scroll. Universal Wish Lantern, a machine of pure wishes. The wish lantern could not produce a spirit. It was an entirely altruistic object, classified as an innate supreme spiritual treasure. In terms of wish fulfillment, the wish lantern's grade could be elevated to that of an innate treasure. Due to unknown reasons, a spirit emerged within the wish lantern. This spirit, Li Wuxie, possessed formidable innate talents. His destined abilities were irrevocable, unalterable, and uniquely his own. However, there existed a fundamental conflict between the talents of the wish lantern and the innate abilities, rendering the wish lantern unable to utilize its innate talents properly. In light of this, the wish lantern activated its transcendent perception talent to uncover the truth. The findings revealed that Li Wuxie's willpower was inalienable and could only be employed for wish fulfillment. In the realm of wish fulfillment, only the wish master could enter, and the wish master must possess at least 1 point of willpower. The wish master could become a follower of the wish lantern, a stipulation that did not contravene any compulsory rules. Should the wish target be singular, that individual could also become a follower. The transcendent perception talent remained active, and the spirit's ideas were fundamentally feasible. The divine creation plan was executable with a success rate of 100. The marketplace plan was also feasible, boasting a 100 success rate. The divine creation plan would anchor itself to followers, spreading faith and signing wish contracts to procure the contract's contents through the act of wishing. In this manner, willpower could be acquired without cost. This method was one of utilizing without exerting effort. Followers would find their path to divinity. While the wish lantern's spirit acquired willpower without expenditure, was it permissible to exploit oneself? Hey, is this lantern truly so sinister? Is it not all for the greater good? Why portray me in such a negative light? The subtitles disregarded Li Wuxie's grievances and continued their relentless scroll. Thus, faith was established, and the residual willpower became useful, truly a double benefit. I say, the noble image of this lantern is entirely tarnished by your transcendent perception talent. Fortunately, I am alone here. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. This is all the wisdom of this lantern. Thus, the marketplace plan can be executed. The aspirants, having become divine beings with the power of faith, must possess ranks and a complete ascending pathway. This will not only enhance the enthusiasm of the aspirants but also facilitate better management. An influx of believers will no longer be a concern. The wish lamps can be elevated through 7 distinct levels. In the universal hierarchy of the celestial realms, the most prevalent level is within the immortal path system, while other power systems are rare and thus not considered for reference. Within the immortal path system, there are 9 realms beneath the immortal: the Qi refinement stage, the foundation establishment stage, the golden core stage, the nascent soul stage, the spirit transformation stage, the void return stage, the integration stage, the great achievement stage, and the tribulation crossing stage. Above the immortal, there are also 9 realms: the true immortal realm, the earth immortal realm, the celestial immortal realm, the mysterious immortal realm, the golden immortal realm, the supreme golden immortal realm, the great Luo golden immortal realm, the primordial realm, and the primordial great Luo golden immortal realm. The classification of the divine system has been completed successfully. Chapter 17. The initial formation of the universal marketplace. The Zhongshan system comprises 7 distinct levels, each signifying 3 realms of the immortal path. Levels 1 to 3 represent the realms beneath the immortal realm, while levels 4 to 6 denote those above it. The 7th level stands as the pinnacle, accessible only to the esteemed entities of the lamp, a privilege exclusive to it. Each level is further divided into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower deities, corresponding to each stage of the immortal path. The titles of these levels are as follows: mortal deity, also referred to as the divine of mortal heaven; spiritual deity, also known as the divine of spiritual heaven; virtuous deity, also called the divine of virtuous heaven; law deity, known as the divine of the law; source deity, also recognized as the divine of the primordial source; Tao deity, commonly referred to as the divine of the great Tao; lamp deity, alternatively known as the wishing lamp deity. The extraction rules are defined as, for mortal deities, the wishing lamp can extract up to 50 of belief power. For spiritual deities, the maximum extraction is 30. For virtuous deities, it is capped at 10. Law deities can claim 100 of belief power, with a maximum extraction of 5 of law power. Source deities also receive 100 of belief power, allowing for a maximum extraction of 3 of primordial power. Tao deities attain 100 belief power, with a maximum extraction of 1 of the great Tao power. With the extraction rules elucidated, we turn to the marketplace regulations. For tangible treasures, remnants of wishing power are utilized to condense these treasures, setting their prices based on belief power as currency for transactions. For intangible treasures, the transcendent perception talent is employed to gather intelligence, acquiring manuals and techniques, with prices also established in belief power. Currency conversion is as follows: 100 units of belief power equate to 1 unit of wishing power. Each individual, through sincere belief, without sustenance, can acquire 1 unit of belief power daily from their believers. In the next moment, the transcendent perception talent is deactivated. Yet countless methods of harvest remain undisclosed. Li Wuxia, feeling that his objectives have been accomplished, refrains from further expenditure of his currently precious wishing power. In a short span, Wang Xiaoro received a call from the wishing lamp. "Xiaoro, your wish has been granted," it proclaimed. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge flooded her mind, followed by the appearance of this information on the large screen, mirrored in the minds of the other 5 individuals. At that very moment, Wang Haiping, within the realm of earth, found himself with a noodle stuck in his nostril, blood trickling forth, yet he paid it no heed. "Haraha, what I, Wang Dage, just boasted about may truly come to fruition." Athahaha. Elsewhere, Lu Xiaoxiao, in the midst of a deep slumber, sprang to her feet, dancing with an exuberance akin to madness, prompting her mother to rush in, concerned. The other 2 were equally elated, particularly in Lu Han's household, where Lu Han was pursued relentlessly by his mother. "Xiao Han, stop running. Mother would never harm you. Be good now." "Mother, I assure you, I am not ill. I have merely encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Please do not pursue me, for fear of falling." Upon witnessing Lu Han's obstinacy, Lu's mother, in a fit of anger, summoned medical personnel to attend to him. The chaos within the Lu household was beyond description. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, Naruto received a similar message in his mind. Upon reading it, he excitedly removed the wishing lamp from his head, shaking it enthusiastically. "Oh, wishing lamp, is this your doing?" However, after shaking it to no avail, he retracted his exhilaration and began to train earnestly, occasionally casting furtive glances at the lamp above. Inside the lamp, Li Wuxia was preoccupied with a significant task: establishing a marketplace, crafting contracts, and assimilating talents. The concept of creating a marketplace was straightforward. Li Wuxia expended a considerable amount of wish power to construct a rudimentary room, which was entirely empty. The process of crafting contracts was also simple. Li Wuxia transformed 1 point of wish power into a wish document, detailing various clauses, provided that the believers of the wishing lamp summoned it with the most fervent desires. It would manifest in their hands. The wish master and the wish target would not be able to obtain it. It was not that Li Wuxie wished to deny others. It was simply that the lamp's prohibitions constrained him from overstepping bounds. The assimilation of talent proved to be the most arduous task. Drawing from Li Wuxie's divine forging origin talent, he aimed to infect others like a virus, enabling them to acquire this talent. However, his original talent lacked this capability. Thus, he relied on the power of contracts to grant others a diluted version of the divine forging talent. Once Li Wuxie accomplished all of this, 7 followers received a piece of information in their minds, and subsequently, each held a contract scroll in their hands. Li Wuxie mused. They have been loyal followers for 3 to 4 years. I shall extend them a modicum of benefit. This was not merely an act of kindness, but a strategic move. The sooner they spread the belief, the sooner he could reap the rewards of faith, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Li Wuxie feared encountering individuals with insufficient desire values, who might take years to successfully obtain contracts. Thus, he added a stipulation. Those who had believed for 3 years would automatically receive a contract. This ensured a win-win situation. In a parallel world, Luhan suddenly found a contract in his hands. In the next instant, he swiftly bit his finger and pressed it against the contract. A flash of white light enveloped him, merging into his forehead. Lu's mother, who had been chasing after him, watched in horror as the light entered her son's body. In the next moment, she collapsed in tears, exclaiming, "Xiaohan, dear, I am having visions. Are you nearing death? I cannot bear to lose you. Your father passed away early, leaving only a few million in savings in this grand house. If I were to lose you, how could I possibly live?" Luhan squatted to the side, a question mark appearing above his head, pondering, am I truly not insane? The one who is truly unhinged is my mother. Should a rational person associate the sight of bright light with the impending end of their existence? How could she possibly conclude that my days are numbered? It is indeed perplexing, utterly perplexing. In other matters, I have entered into contracts without encountering any difficulties, fully aware of those who lurk in the shadows, engaged in such affairs. However, the situation with Naruto is somewhat distinct. The moment he pricked his finger to seal the pact, a dozen or so devotees surged forth. These individuals are fervent believers in the Wish Lanterns, having endured years of severed connections to their faith, and now, as if finding an outlet for their pent-up emotions, they instantly link themselves to Naruto. Chapter 18. Naruto's demigod form in the blink of an eye. A radiant glow enveloped Naruto, as vibrant streams of multicolored energy swirled around him, embodying the hues of human emotions and desires. Among these colors were the fervent aspirations for growth, enduring longings, and a myriad of other thoughts. This vivid spectrum was invisible to Naruto, yet it was perceptible to the wishing lamp, which swiftly assimilated the energy into Naruto's being. Within the confines of his consciousness, an ancient, weathered scroll materialized, beginning to draw upon this kaleidoscopic essence of faith. In an ephemeral moment, the energy was absorbed into the scroll, which, as time fleetingly passed, emerged considerably diminished, transformed to a resplendent golden hue, a sight most alluring. At that moment, the faith energy was of the purest and finest quality, having been cleansed of all distractions in the venom of God-slaying. The golden energy commenced its integration into Naruto's corporeal form, melding with his soul, as it began to reshape his body toward the demigod state. At this juncture, Naruto had become a worthy mortal demigod. His power may have been somewhat lacking, yet the advantages of divine strength were boundless, endowed with numerous wondrous capabilities. For instance, the act of creation by divinities. If one possesses boundless energy, the act of creation becomes a mere trifle, akin to the old deity who, with little sophistication, spoke but 7 words to forge a world. Such is the nature of belief-based power, its extraordinary ability to emulate any essence. However, it merely mimics. It is but an imitation, akin to the world crafted by the wishing lamp, which exists in a liminal space, accessible only through consciousness, with minimal consumption. Everything within can be conjured through the power of wishes, and once created, it is rendered real. Who can declare it false? As Naruto continued his transformation, within the wishing lamp's realm, Li Wuxie gazed with exhilaration at the golden faith energy before him, equal in size to that within Naruto's consciousness. Ah, at last. This lamp has found its source of power. Haha, have we finally taken a step in the right direction? Only the pyramid offers the best means of reaping rewards. Before long, Naruto awoke, and suddenly, a surge of golden energy manifested in his hands, malleable and gentle in its essence. Subsequently, a voice of supplication echoed in his mind. Wishing lamp, grant me an extension of 1 inch. Bestow upon me half an hour more. Almost all wishes bore a striking resemblance to this, save for one distinct aspiration from my guy, a devoted believer of the wishing lamp. Wishing lamp, grant me greater endurance. The sweat I shed is the brilliance of youth. Let my fervor ignite once more. Upon contemplating these wishes, Naruto felt a swell of confusion, uncertain of how to proceed. Wishing lamp, what shall I do with these desires? It seems impossible to fulfill them. The wishing lamp, anticipating his inquiry, replied, Fear not, Naruto, for we are not in haste. A deity must uphold a certain grandeur. Casting a glance at Naruto's attire, the lamp noted how unsightly, in these 3 years, no worthy garments have adorned you. Naruto-kun, you should exercise first. Wait a moment, and I shall present you with a surprise. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Wuxia found himself in the live streaming space, busily engaged. Meanwhile, in Lu Han's earthly realm, a group of doctors clad in white coats had just departed from his grand villa. Xiao Henin, has your illness truly been cured? Mother does not suffer from mental illness. I distinctly saw a white light appear and then vanish. This cannot possibly be an illusion. Xiao Henin, please tell me. That was not an illusion, was it? On the sofa, Lu Han slouched casually, observing his mother, who was sobbing uncontrollably before him. Once so dignified and graceful, she now wept like a child. It seemed that there was no trustworthy soul in this world. Witnessing this scene, Lu Han suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Was this not the path to his ascension? Mother, he called, and instantaneously, the emotional turmoil of his mother was redirected toward him. In truth, what you witnessed was real. Xiao Henin, you did not deceive your mother? She laughed heartily. Mother truly does not have a mental illness. Those incompetent doctors only spout nonsense. You must not speak of this incident outside. If your father's relatives were to find out, it would spell doom for us. They are like wolves and leopards, ready to seize any opportunity. They would strip us of our assets under the guise of mental illness. And no one would care about our sanity. Do you understand? Lu Han initially dismissed the matter lightly, but upon hearing his mother's words, a cold sweat broke out on his back, leaving him drenched. Mother, do you believe me? He inquired, his gaze unwavering and earnest. Lu's mother, looking into her son's determined eyes, suddenly perceived the shadow of her late husband reflected therein. A surge of trust welled up within her. It was a trust not only in Lu Han but also in her deceased husband and in the very essence of her lineage. Speak, mother is listening, Lu Han explained. What you saw earlier was a contract, a powerful existence from another dimension, bestowing upon me the opportunity to attain divinity. At this moment, Lu's mother unconditionally trusted her son. Although she felt a flicker of doubt upon hearing this, it swiftly dissipated, replaced by renewed faith. Xiao Henin, mother believes in you. At that moment, Lu Han pondered why his mother had not manifested a thread of faith. Could it be that her trust was insufficient? No, he must exert more effort. Mother, this chance for divinity requires a believer to activate it. Perhaps. As he ventured further, the words hung unspoken in his throat. Suggesting his mother become a believer would indeed be a pioneering step. Seeing her son's hesitance, Lu's mother, her mind swirling with thoughts of relatives vying for their inheritance, felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Yet, upon hearing her son's assertion, her belief in him surged dramatically. Moreover, Lu's mother had just experienced a significant emotional upheaval, leaving her vulnerable. Upon Lu Han's suggestion, she found herself swayed. Little Han, how can I become your devotee? Must I kneel before you? At that moment, Lu's mother was in a state of bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed. She felt an urge to prostrate herself as one would at a temple. Yet her pride held her back. Observing her mother's turmoil, Lu Han hurried to clarify. Mother, there is no need for that. In fact, you. Before he could finish his thoughts, an image suddenly flashed in his mind. A striking portrait of a handsome youth, illuminated by a radiant light from behind, momentarily captivating Lu Han's senses with an irresistible allure. Chapter 19. Establishing a primary faith system. What a captivating image it is, one that exudes an endless allure. Yet the youth depicted holds little significance. Instead, it is the radiant lamp positioned behind the boy that captivates, its brilliance seemingly imbued with an irresistible charm. Upon sighting it, onlookers are overcome with a profound urge to revere, a testament to the faith-inducing method freshly devised by Li Wuxia. Once perfected, he promptly shared his discovery with the masses, exclaiming with mirth, with this lamp, the power of faith shall flow abundantly. Lu Han gazed upon the image, sensing an uncanny ability to manipulate it, transforming it into any object he desired. In an instant, the portrait morphed into a seal, and soon after, A phrase materialized in his mind. Do not alter the appearance of the image recklessly. While transformation is possible, it is limited to a single opportunity. Should you wish to assume another form, it will cost you 1,000 units of faith power, available for purchase in the marketplace. Upon hearing this, Luhan erupted in expletives. You deceitful merchant. The once satisfactory form of the seal now appeared utterly displeasing. Yet, regardless of its unappealing nature, it possessed intrinsic value. The true worth of the small seal residing within the wish-granting lamp depicted in the image. Before long, Luhan procured a sheet of white paper and pressed the seal upon it. Without adhering to anything, the seal instantly imprinted a vivid red illustration, exuding an extraordinary magnetism. Observing her son's actions, Lu's mother scrutinized the image intently for a moment. A thread of rainbow light extended towards Luhan, intertwining with his soul, and soon, a flicker of golden energy manifested within his consciousness. Thank you, great deity, for restoring my son's mental well-being. Meanwhile, within the wish-granting lamp's domain, Li Wuxia was engrossed in his endeavors, sensing a surge of faith. Remarkable. This lad has become the second to possess followers, curing his son's mental affliction? Indeed, it is the work of this lamp. Currently, the lamp retained 80 units of wish power, which must not be squandered. How might I best utilize this wish power? He pondered. I have it. Luhan's mother seeks a divine art for mental restoration. The inhabitants of Konoha require a vigor-enhancing technique, and my guy needs a method to regain his potential. Roughly estimating, at least 3 divine arts are necessary, with each not exceeding a consumption of 1 unit of wish power. Only then can the lamp yield profit. I must find a few test subjects for experimentation. The vigor-enhancing technique shall be dubbed the invigorating art. In truth, I believe the mental restoration technique could also bear the same title. Alas, this technique for enhancing potential could likewise be termed invigorating art. Such absurdity. Upon contemplating this, Li Wuxia was filled with excitement and expended a substantial sum of 1 point of willpower to craft 3 invigorating talismans, totaling 10 in number. These talismans manifested in the form of blessings, presented on yellow parchment, inscribed with the characters for invigorate. Each talisman bore a unique illustration on its reverse side. One depicted a muscular man, drenched in sweat, with the character for potential inscribed in the lower left corner. Another illustrated a starlit sky, with white stars scattered against a black expanse, accompanied by the character for wisdom. And the final one showcased a colossal pillar that appeared exceedingly sturdy, marked with the character for greatness in the lower left corner. Thus, the 3 blessings were completed, with the first representing potential at a conversion rate of 110 willpower, the second embodying wisdom at the same rate, and the third, greatness, for which Li Wuxia produced 8 copies, each with varying ratios of willpower converted to yang energy. Li Wuxia was uncertain of the efficacy of the willpower. Even employing transcendent perception offered little insight, as this form of willpower had never before existed, leaving no means for information gathering. He only understood that a devotee, in unwavering faith towards the deity, could accumulate 1 point of faith power through 24 hours of fasting. Furthermore, 100 points of faith power equated to 1 point of willpower. The disparity in quality remained unknown to the wishing lamp, which could only await the conclusion of tonight's experiment for clarity. The ratios of the invigorating blessings were established at 1, 3, 6, 9, 12, 14, 16, and 19. Having completed these tasks, the wishing lamp activated once more. Observing Naruto's arduous training, he realized the boy was indeed working too hard and deserved a respite. Moments later, on the streets of Konoha village, a figure clad in a flowing yellow robe with a billowing cape, emblazoned with the words Heavenly Deity, traversed the crowd. Adorning his forehead was a gleaming metal headpiece, at its center inscribed with the character for divinity, complemented by a tousled head of short, golden hair. This individual, diligently promoting the teachings of the lamp deity and spreading his faith, was none other than Naruto himself. He had donned a divine ensemble crafted at the expense of 1 point of willpower, a garment whose sole function was to alter his shape, accompanied by a faint defensive capability. Notably, this outfit also conferred an identity that remained steadfast, regardless of any transformations undertaken. In that moment, Naruto seized a young commoner, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, and, with a stammer, proclaimed, "Young man, if you believe in me and sincerely worship, tonight, a miracle shall occur." The youth, recognizing the irritating figure before him, was instantly filled with indignation and attempted to shove Naruto to the ground. However, Despite his vigorous efforts, Naruto remained unyielding. Sensing the situation turning against him, the young man feigned a respectful apology, saying, "Ninja Master, may I inquire what you require? The deity merely desires your faith. Should you display sincerity, the night will undoubtedly bring forth blessings. You must place your trust in me." The young man, feeling ensnared, bowed in deep reverence and remained thus, his heart raging with invectives against the cursed nine-tailed fox. How dare this accursed creature compel me, Kojiro, to perform such demeaning actions? Why do you not meet your end? You bane of existence. Naruto, your manner of promotion is misguided. Our mission today is to garner greater recognition, not to squander time with this mere character. Furthermore, your self-referential declarations need refinement. I am the deity, and when you have traversed the long passage of time, you too shall recognize the need to elevate your own status. Understood, Lord Wish Lantern, I shall endeavor to do well. Kojiro, hunched over, noticed that the nine-tailed fox had yet to depart, and beads of cold sweat began to form upon his brow. He dared not utter further curses, only wishing for the creature's swift exit. Presently, Naruto seems to have ascended to the ranks of a ninja, a realm far beyond his own. Should he take offense at Kojiro and choose to end his life with a mere gesture, there would be no recourse for him to seek justice. Chapter 20. The Howl of the Azure Beast. As time gradually passed, Naruto meandered through the streets of Konoha, fervently proclaiming his beliefs and recounting the miraculous events of the evening. Unbeknownst to him, this tale had already spread throughout the village, in a place so devoid of entertainment. It had become a significant sensation, captivating the entire community. Naruto's very identity carried an innate charm, and with the involvement of a divine entity, even if it were a false god, people were inclined to believe, if only partially. Moreover, the Nine Tails, referring to itself as a deity, lent a certain credibility to the narrative. What if it were indeed a servant of the Grim Reaper? That evening, Konoha was abuzz with excitement. Though skepticism lingered regarding the occurrence of any miracles, a palpable anticipation filled the air. As the clock ticked past 7:30, the sky began to darken, and the vibrant nightlife of Konoha was just commencing. In a few hours, the moment of the miraculous was expected to unfold. Meanwhile, in the earthly realm, Luhan donned a celestial ensemble, pacing restlessly within his abode. The words celestial being emblazoned prominently on his cloak were accentuated by a striking red seal in the corner, drawing the eye. "Little Han, stop flaunting that in front of your mother. Hurry and bring out the treasure you mentioned." "I truly feel as though my sanity is slipping away," his mother implored. With unabated pride, Luhan suddenly produced a talisman inscribed with the word inspiration on one side, and a depiction of the starry sky on the other, accompanied by the character for wisdom. As he danced and chanted incantations, his mutterings became a jumbled mix of nonsensical phrases, eating grape skins, not the grapes, then spitting out the skins. Lu's mother, hearing the incoherent ramblings of her son and catching fragments about grapes, struggled to maintain her composure. She thought to herself, this boy has ascended to divinity as his mother. I ought to show him some respect. I can no longer chase after him as I did before. If I were to harm our little deity, our ancestors' graves would surely smolder, and I could never forgive myself. After enduring 3 long minutes, her temper erupted. "Little Han, it's time for your medicine," she declared, charging towards him. Caught up in his own revelry, Luhan's instincts kicked in upon seeing his mother's furious approach, and he bolted. In the blink of an eye, our diminutive deity found himself cornered, with nowhere to escape. Fortunately, the villa was spacious enough. In his panic, Luhan had forgotten the talisman in his hand, focused solely on fleeing. Moments later, trapped in a corner, the frail deity recalled his inspiring technique. In an instant, a slender golden energy merged with the talisman. A brilliant white light erupted, extending towards his mother. The moment she came into contact with that radiant energy, her mental acuity surged, causing her to momentarily lose her bearings and collapse to the ground. Now, our diminutive deity had unwittingly stirred up a great calamity, for from the floor, Lu's mother bellowed. "Little Han, mother is angry." With the replenishment of mental energy, Lu's mother felt exceptional, her spirit remarkably invigorated, radiating an aura of vitality and allure. Her stamina soared, combat prowess escalated, and her mental clarity ascended. In stark contrast, Luhan found himself in dire straits. In the realm of Naruto, the wish lamp ceased its hyperdimensional perception and began analyzing the effects of the invigorating talisman. The average person possesses a mental capacity of 10 upon utilizing the invigorating talisman. This capacity is permanently augmented by 10, categorized as a loose mental state, with a maximum of 10 talismans permissible for use, leading to a mental capacity ceiling of 100. Further applications would still yield results, albeit only for the refinement of mental energy. Quite impressive indeed. Therefore, the price for this talisman shall be set at a modest 30 faith points. How delightful! A mere 30 faith points. I am truly benevolent, unlike those unscrupulous merchants who charge exorbitant prices. How amusing it is that my own kindness has moved me. This time, I shall bestow a bargain upon Lu Han. He has unwittingly gained 30 faith points. Yet, I ponder how I might reclaim that 30 faith from him. He must not benefit too greatly from this. Within the villa, a diminutive deity felt an inexplicable chill, adding to the turmoil of his already troubled home. In the Naruto world, at 9:30 p.m., Naruto was in his room, adopting a furtive demeanor. Clutching 9 talismans, he was uncertain how to proceed. Naruto-kun, simply sense the threads of faith and bestow blessings upon the faithful, the wish lamp advised. Comforted by the lamp's words, Naruto, with trembling hands, grasped an invigorating talisman, neglecting to read the fine print on the reverse side. This particular talisman bore a significant 19 mark. In the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted around Might Guy, who was training in the woods. A surge of immense warmth rushed towards his kidneys, and instantly, he felt an inexhaustible power surging through his limbs. Is that you, wish lamp deity? Ignite my youth. Just as he was about to unleash his fiery spirit, Might Guy suddenly experienced a swelling in his abdomen, his complexion flushing, even straining the fabric of his tight-fitting pants. In an instant, he clamped his legs together and bent down, glancing around to find that Lee was nowhere in sight, nor was there anyone else nearby. With his tension easing, he straightened up and roared, I am the azure beast of Konoha. Youth, burning youth. I, Might Guy, shall not be defeated. Today, I challenge my limits. 100, 000 push-ups, 100, 000 sit-ups. Should I fail, then 200, 000, until I burn out, until this day of youth is extinguished. In Naruto's modest chamber, the wish lamp pondered how another potential talisman had manifested. Hadn't it just been used for Uncle Might Guy? How could another appear? Within the confines of the wish lamp's space, Li Wuxia twitched his lips, stammering, Does Uncle Might Guy have a wife? How would I know? Was the response. Quickly, Naruto, tossed this potential talisman to him. Upon uttering this, Li Wuxia thought, I hope this talisman can neutralize Might Guy's formidable force. I certainly do not wish to hear tomorrow about an unknown opening appearing in the trees of the Konoha forest. For such news would tarnish the prestige of this lantern festival. Just moments ago, a brilliant beam of white light enveloped Might Guy once more, and in an instant, a restorative power surged forth. This force mended all of Might Guy's hidden injuries, returning his physique to its prime condition. Moreover, his comrades appeared even more invigorated. Azure Beast. Ignite my youth. The commotion in Konoha Forest captured the attention of all the ninjas in Konoha. After some reconnaissance by the Umbu ninjas, they all departed with sighs. While the female ninjas blushed deeply at the sight, a few Konoha ninjas discreetly observed the scene, yet none dared to admit their presence there. The roar of the Azure Beast echoed throughout an entire night and half a day. This need not be elaborated upon, for it is understood within Naruto's small chamber. Chapter 21. The terrifying might of the Wish Lantern. Sir Wish Lantern, what was that sound just now? It resembled a roar from someone. Naruto, do not concern yourself with trivial matters. Today is our grand day. The manifestation of miracles will be revealed today. Very well, Sir Wish Lantern. The room fell into silence, with only Naruto, clutching the Wish Lantern, appearing rather furtive. Before long, the remaining 7 talismans had vanished. In the Nara family, Shikaka's face flushed as he sensed a stirring below. Glancing at his wife, he murmured, Troublesome woman. I wish to. Nara Shikaku, what did you call me? Dear, my esteemed wife, I wish to. The subsequent scene requires no elaborate description. Only alluring sounds echoed within a 20-meter radius, leaving Shikamaru sleepless throughout the night. Elsewhere, disturbances were rampant. What was happening at Sakura's home? Their child was still there. What antics were the couple up to? It was evident that they lacked any restraint. A disgruntled woman incessantly complained, clearly unsatisfied, while her husband hastily covered her mouth, admonishing her, They are a family of ninjas. Do not speak recklessly. How am I speaking recklessly? You are the one who cannot handle it, and yet silences me. Upon hearing this, the man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He raised his hand, intending to strike the indiscreet woman, but his hand hesitated mid-air. He then recalled Naruto, who had been widely advertised. Perhaps that lad might have a solution? Perhaps he should seek him out tomorrow. As time flew by, morning dawned. Today, Konoha was distinctly different. From the forest, the heavy breathing of wild beasts resonated, a sound so immense it echoed throughout a significant portion of the village. The occasional crash of falling trees added to the terror. In various locales, many had spent a sleepless night, sporting dark circles under their eyes. When questioned, they merely cited excessive labor as the cause, offering no further explanation. In Naruto's room, having dreamt of nothing, he was meticulously organizing his divine attire, ready to receive the adulation of his followers. After inspecting the details of his outfit, he donned a sacred forehead protector, placing it at the center of his brow, and somehow acquired a wooden staff to lean upon, presenting a visage of solemnity and reverence. Soon, he ventured into the streets, commencing the promotion of divine belief. In the live stream, 6 individuals had gathered, dismissing all notions of sleep or meals. This singular opportunity was of utmost importance. Shall we speak or not? What are your wishes, after all? My desire is for Naruto to grow up as a normal person. What is the wish lantern up to? Wang Xiao complained, her eyes reflecting confusion. I share that wish. It is quite similar, merely wishing for him to grow up joyfully. Indeed, my wish is also for Naruto to experience happiness in his growth. All right. It seems that the wish lantern is not an error. Yet why do I feel a peculiar unease about it? An indescribable sensation. Others listened to Wang Xiao's complaints, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Once, they were the wishful dreamers, basking in freedom, yet now they found themselves as deities under the dominion of the wish lamp, stripped of their autonomy in decision-making. What an alluring force it was. Who could bear to relinquish such power? Subsequently, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became heavy. Naruto, who had fervently propagated his faith throughout the morning, saw a noticeable increase in his followers. Apart from the allure of the character inscribed on their foreheads, the sounds of the previous night resonated with undeniable authenticity. Although the number of believers had risen from 15 to 20, they were predominantly male, with only one female, Hinata, among them. Naruto, your method of propagation is unreasonable. If you continue in this manner, your path will become increasingly narrow, one voice concerned. But I think this is quite good. We've gained 5 new followers at a swift pace, replied Naruto, eliciting a bemused response from Li Wuxia, who clarified, while spreading faith may initially thrive on obscenity, it becomes increasingly challenging as time passes, for some individuals harbor genuine dreams. Dreams? I, Uzumaki Naruto, too, have a dream, to become Hokage. Li Wuxia chuckled at Naruto's declaration and continued, moreover, this approach restricts the follower base solely to young men. Beyond men, there are also women, children, and the elderly. Given that men are fewer due to years of war, the number of women is greater, and children far more numerous, while the elderly may be few. They are not to be overlooked. Consequently, the method of spreading faith should be reformed. Although the previous methods were entrusted to Naruto by the wish lamp, the lamp itself disavowed them, claiming that only someone capable of researching seductive techniques could conceive such a propagation strategy. This lamp is noble. It would never conceive of such sordid matters. These words plunged Naruto into contemplation. Gradually, he ventured into the depths of the forest, awakening from his musings to the roars echoing around him, piqued by curiosity as he gazed into the woods. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's prowess was unparalleled, emboldened. He strode purposefully towards the forest. Soon, he encountered a scene of fallen trees, littering the ground in chaotic disarray. Some were cleaved in half, others shattered into fragments, and some uprooted entirely. The roars surged closer, growing louder, the raspy tones betraying the presence of a human voice. 293, 659. 293, 660. 30,000 push-ups. If you cannot achieve that, then aim for 40,000. Burn my youth. As Naruto drew nearer, the weight of trepidation grew heavier in his heart. He had already discerned the voice's identity. In a swift motion, he leapt over a colossal fallen tree, arriving at an open expanse marred by craters and devoid of vegetation, absolutely barren ground, not even a blade of grass in sight. At the center of this desolate region stood a man of explosive musculature, vigorously moving his arms in a rapid, almost unfathomable rhythm, leaving only a blur of afterimages in his wake. Fragments of green vests lay scattered around, their presence a mystery. Upon witnessing this scene, Naruto felt his legs tremble. an overwhelming urge to flee coursing through him. In the next instant, a peculiar wind swept by, causing his garments to flutter wildly. Amidst the swirling dust, a muscular man knelt before Naruto, adopting a posture of deep reverence. With fervor, he exclaimed, "Naruto, are you the god of light? I can feel the power of youth. This is the essence of youth." This unexpected gesture startled Naruto, his eyes widening in disbelief as he found himself at a loss for words. Instinctively, he reached out to assist Might Guy, but as he bent down, he caught sight of the red veins in Guy's eyes, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Sir, you have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Are you searching for Naruto? Coincidentally, I am also looking for him. I can bring him to you shortly." Before his words could fully dissipate into the air, Uzumaki Naruto had already vanished at an astonishing speed, his voice lingering in the emptiness, while his figure had completely disappeared from sight. Chapter 22. The Path to Divinity. Through singing and dancing emerging from the forest, Naruto arrived breathlessly at the entrance of the Ichiraku ramen shop, his face etched with fear. "Uncle Might Guy is truly terrifying," he remarked, recalling the intensity of Guy's gaze, which had sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, Li Wuxia, inside the wishing lantern, exhaled in relief, reflecting, "Fortunately, Naruto knows to run swiftly. If it were another 6-year-old, Guy's madness could easily turn them into a mere plaything, which would be quite disastrous." With this thought, Li Wuxia quickly admonished Naruto, "Remember this lesson, Naruto-kun. In the future, be sure to thoroughly assess the situation before employing the invigorating talisman." As time accelerated, the world of Naruto remained largely unchanged. The participants in the live stream all logged off, busily attending to their ascension to divinity. In the earthly realm of 165-34019, at Wang Xiaorou's home, she had changed into a pink outfit adorned with the words Fanny Shun, exuding an air of understated elegance. A pink hairpin secured her hair, featuring a charming miniature version of herself, while she held a lamp styled after a small lantern. This hairpin radiated an irresistible charm. As if it were a manifestation of a deity, Wang Xiaorou entered a quaint pink room, furnished with a large pink bed and an array of pink-themed decor. Subsequently, she approached her computer and opened the most popular Peculiar Items livestream, embarking on her journey to divinity. She swiftly registered her account and crafted an eye-catching title, The Path to Divinity Through Peculiar Items. This world resembled Earth, yet it was distinctly different, imbued with extraordinary powers. Much like the formidable sword wielded by Wang Xiaorou's mother and the extraordinary physical prowess of Wang Xiaorou herself. As the live stream commenced, the initial response was disheartening, with not a single viewer in sight after a minute. Just as Wang Xiaorou was about to click the infamous money-spending boost, a circular icon suddenly illuminated in the upper right corner, and the chat began to scroll. "Wow, the pink loli is so beautiful." In a 4-person villa at Peculiar Item University, a figure clad in armor suddenly shouted, "Chicken brother, dragon brother, sea brother, come quickly. You won't believe what I've found." "What are you yelling about?" "Don't disturb my dreams of grandeur," grumbled Kai, who was evidently still half asleep. "What time is it? You should be awake. Come quickly. I've discovered a wild pink loli." At this proclamation, the previously silent duo sprang to attention, swiftly making their way to Kai's room, their eyes scanning the computer on the desk like searchlights. In the next moment, Kai positioned himself in front of their line of sight, bellowing, "Chicken brother, dragon brother. I paid good money for this computer. Control your laser-like gazes, or I shall retaliate. What is going on? What are you 3 grown men chattering about?" Sea brother, arriving late, glanced at the pink girl on the computer. Instantly captivated, he exclaimed, "My goodness, what a remarkable peculiar item. Could this possibly enhance one's charm?" Upon hearing this, the other 3 leaned in, their curiosity piqued, and in an instant, Chicken brother and dragon brother were equally entranced. Hei's words resonate with truth. There is indeed merit in his statement. In Wang Xiaorou's room, she had already commenced her dance to the euphoric tune of Jiaojing 2. The enchanting pink ensemble complemented her movements flawlessly, and the allure of her hairpin captivated the attention of 4 individuals, resulting in an immediate surge of 3 viewers in the live stream. Subsequently, these 4 began to bombard the chat with messages, igniting a fervor within the broadcast. Unbeknownst to all, the number of viewers began to escalate at an astonishing rate, with each new entrant seemingly struck senseless by the spectacle, never to return. This cycle continued, leading to an ever-increasing audience, while Wang Xiaorou tirelessly performed her dance, her melodious voice resonating through countless homes. The viewer count swelled to 80, then 90. Surpassing the 100 mark, and ultimately peaking at an impressive 12,000. This phenomenon was not due to the lack of traffic from the peculiar live stream, but rather because Wang Xiaoro had begun to exert a profound influence on societal progress. Just moments ago, a traffic incident transpired, though there were no injuries or vehicle damages. It resulted in a notably adverse situation. The reason for the surge in Wang Xiaoro's viewer count to 12,000 stemmed from a 16-year-old youth, Fan Hai, who, engrossed in the live stream, carelessly ran a red light. At that very moment, an elderly man, riding a dilapidated electric scooter, sped forward, leading to an unfortunate encounter between the two. The pivotal factor was that a traffic officer happened to be nearby. "Old man, you're interrupting my viewing. Witness my mighty sword," exclaimed the furious youth, Fan Hai, brandishing a bizarre sword, ready to confront the elderly man. However, the old man was not one to back down. Defiantly, he charged towards Fan Hai on his peculiar scooter, boasting, "You little brat, do you think you can intimidate me? I'm your elder, and possessing a bizarre artifact makes me formidable." At that moment, a once ordinary traffic officer, Lu Tao, felt overwhelmed, internally lamenting, "Father, I despise you. I've told you countless times that I no longer wish to be a traffic cop. The outside world is fraught with danger. How can you be so heartless?" Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a facade of authority, bellowing, "Assistance, if you do not cease this madness, I shall call for reinforcements." According to Article 13695 of the Traffic Law, individuals possessing bizarre artifacts may not wield force on thoroughfares. Violators risk a fine of 50,000 yuan or imprisonment of no less than 1 year for serious offenses. As Officer Lu Tao began to recite the traffic law, his voice grew louder, and his confidence swelled. Suddenly, a microphone appeared in his hand. Gradually, the surroundings fell silent, and numerous gazes fixed upon the scene. The elderly man, Long Dahai, and the youth, Fan Hai, upon hearing the authoritative voice, felt their strength wane, their bravado dissipating, rendering them both submissive. "My heavens! Has that officer awakened to a bizarre artifact?" One bystander gasped. "Goodness, if that is possible, I too wish to become a traffic cop." Another exclaimed, "You foolish boy. Do you not comprehend the dangers of being a traffic officer? Do you see that old man and that youth? They are both wielders of bizarre artifacts." As discussions erupted among the crowd, a traffic jam ensued, forming an impenetrable blockade. Thus, a considerable throng gathered, prompting the question, "Pray tell, why did you run the red light?" The utterance reverberated through the surroundings, its volume resounding within a 200-meter radius. "My apologies, esteemed guests. I have just awakened an extraordinary phenomenon and find myself unable to rein it in. Please, cover your ears, it shall pass shortly." At that moment, the crowd was filled with expletives, lamenting the presence of this remarkable entity, the traffic officer, and the overwhelming noise. Alas, this individual truly is impressive. In a moment of fright, Fan Hai shuddered and hastily explained, "I was merely engrossed in a live broadcast." Chapter 23, Wang Xiaoro Ascends to Divinity. What is this live broadcast? It is a channel titled The Path to Divinity of the Divine Oddities. "And you, old man?" "I am 86 years old, and I am speaking to you, old man. Why do you mention your age?" "You insolent brat, I am indeed 86. How do you intend to deal with me? Your voice is so loud it deafens my ears. Can you afford to compensate for that?" As the old man's presence intensified, Lu Tao's demeanor weakened. "Oh, so you are indeed 86 years old," he exclaimed, a hint of disbelief in his tone. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. The laws of this terrestrial realm offer protection to both the youth and the elderly, yet these two are both possessors of extraordinary artifacts. Just as Lu Tao was at a loss for words, Fan Hai arrived with a mobile phone. Lu Tao casually read the title displayed on the screen. And in that moment, an elderly man, a young man, and a traffic officer fell into a profound silence. The surroundings became eerily quiet, as onlookers began to pull out their phones to investigate, leading to a rapid spread of silence. The traffic police's monitoring department soon detected the anomaly, quickly identified the cause, and reported it without delay. Consequently, the World Oddities Alliance halted the flow of traffic directed at Wang Xiaoro, thereby regaining control of the situation. No one dared to disturb Wang Xiaoro thereafter, for the power of extraordinary artifacts is unpredictable, and none would risk provoking a possessor of a seemingly phenomenal artifact. Indeed, this was a phenomenon-level oddity, a force capable of commanding the crowd, akin to a weapon of mass influence. Without a clear understanding of Wang Xiaoro's temperament, No one dared to approach her. They could only observe closely. In truth, they were mistaken. Although the hairpin possessed an alluring charm, it only captivated for a fleeting moment. However, the young maiden's dance, akin to a blissful paradise, combined with her enchanting ensemble, the hairpin, her sweet voice, and the pulsating music, created an overwhelming allure that culminated in the spectacle. While the hairpin's charm was a significant factor, it was the synergy of these elements that forged the illusion of a phenomenon-level oddity. In the realm of Naruto, within the Wish Lantern space, Li Wuxie grumbled, "Damn it. I am going insane. This class is utterly tedious. This place feels like a prison." Sighing, he resigned himself to counting his faith power. 1, 2, 10, 90. Wait, that's not right. With a flicker of thought, an astonishing number materialized in his mind. 300 points. A full 200 points more than before. As he unlocked his perception, a stream of information flooded his consciousness. Wang Xiao? She truly is remarkable. This method is splendid and must be promoted. A gleam of belief sparkled in Li Wuxie's eyes, illuminating his visage with a golden glow, revealing his avaricious nature. Subsequently, Li Wuxie invested a substantial sum, utilizing 2 points of wish power to initiate a synchronized live broadcast, relaying the visuals from Wang Xiao's side into the Wish broadcast room. A striking title was inscribed above. "The light of ascendancy envelopes us." Oh yeah. Subsequently, all members were tagged, akin to a sudden jolt. In an instant, 7 individuals experienced a momentary lapse, only to regain their senses shortly thereafter. Alas, our comrade Wang Xiao, who was gracefully dancing, suddenly twisted her foot and collapsed to the ground, marking the abrupt end of her first live broadcast. An irate Wang Xiao seethed, addressing the Wish Lamp. "Dear Wish Lamp, having grown accustomed to the Japanese, do you consider me one of them as well? My temper is rather poor." "Hello? Hello? Xiao, what are you saying? The signal here is rather weak. For complaints, please dial 10086. This is the Wish Live Room, and no complaint hotline is currently available. If you wish to lodge a complaint, kindly hang up and redial. Although it was indeed my fault earlier, I extend my apologies. Yet, must you question me with such an attitude? Do I not have my pride? Very well, I shall grant you a boosting talisman worth 30 faith points. 3 talismans. If I must concede to you, but 2 shall suffice. Any more, and I can only provide you with a boosting talisman worth 3 faith points. All right. 2 it is, but I desire 1 of potential and 1 of intelligence." In the world of 165344019, Xiao joyfully clutched the 2 talismans, murmuring to herself, "What a profit! I earn but 200 faith points per live session, enough to acquire merely 6 talismans. Ha ha ha. Just wait, little lamp." Having finished her soliloquy, Wang Xiao seated herself cross-legged on her bed and commenced the refinement of golden faith. In the next moment, waves of faith energy surged from her mental space, transforming her body as cellular particles. As time swiftly elapsed, her body expelled streams of dark impurities, which dissolved into nothingness. Gradually, her flesh and blood birthed an essence of divinity. Her physique and spirit began to amplify in tandem, and a pink flower appeared beside her, exuding a captivating allure. Resting in her hair. Within the wish lamp of the Naruto world, a voice resonated in Naruto's mind. "Little Naruto, I shall be in seclusion for a while. Do not neglect your training. I will check on your progress." Since acquiring divine power, Naruto seemed to have changed. He was no longer the sunny, cheerful boy from the anime, yet he was not gloomy either, evolving into a more typical child. Although the level of faith power was slightly elevated, it remained scarce, merely managing to suppress Ashura's chakra, thus establishing a fragile balance. Inside the wish lamp, Li Wuxie prepared to attempt divinity, aiming to unleash the full potential of his second talent. In the next moment, 300 points of faith power transformed into a magnificent golden energy that surged into his soul. The faith ignited furiously, beginning to forge his divine body, as strands of faith intertwined with his essence, guiding him toward the divine. Haraha. This is the forging of a true deity. This is power. Haraha. I too possess strength now. Damn the universal wish lamp. Do you not enjoy ensnaring yourself? Yet you cannot cultivate? Ha ha ha. Look at how this lamp is now. I wish to cultivate at my own will. Who can possibly restrain me? Just as Li Wuxie was venting his pent-up frustrations, his laughter abruptly ceased, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. What the hell? Where's my faith's power? The divine aspect of this lamp is still in the process of forging its divine body. What is happening? After consuming so much faith power, I have yet to achieve even a semi-divine status. What a farce. With the activation of transcendent perception, in the next moment, the subtitles began to roll. The spirit of the wishing lamp transcended its innate limitations to commence cultivation. The cultivation was successful, flawlessly surpassing the restrictions of the wishing lamp, without violating any rules. The requirements for the spirit's cultivation are as follows. The quality of the cultivating power must not fall below that of the wish power. If it does, it may be compensated for in quantity. The cultivation power requires faith power, with a quality of 1. Thus, 100-fold strength is necessary for compensation. Chapter 24. Retreat on the path of belief. Alas. So be it, so be it. Although this lamp is not even a demigod, its power is indistinguishable from that of the mundane deities. Within the wish lamp, Li Wuxia, after perusing the subtitles, could only console himself. Yet, the more he pondered, the more incensed he became. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Damn it! What difference does it make? Without a source of power, how can one manipulate the forces of the external world? This pitiful combat strength is hardly negligible. Moreover, being unable to escape from this lamp and unable to harness the forces of heaven and earth only rendered him weaker. Was he to hurl his very essence against the world?" In the midst of his outburst, Li Wuxia suddenly paused, the last 4 words echoing relentlessly in his mind. Hurl oneself against it, hurl oneself against it indeed. This lamp could hurl itself. Haraha. As long as one's thoughts do not wane, difficulties are always outnumbered by solutions. If there are no obstacles, one must create them. Since the spirit of the wish lamp entered retreat, merely 10 minutes had elapsed in the world of Naruto. Little Naruto remained oblivious to the lamp's conclusion of its retreat. Meanwhile, Li Wuxia feigned his own retreat within the lamp, resolutely determined to endure for 5 or 6 years, aspiring to become a mundane deity before all else. Furthermore, these 6 years were among Naruto's rare moments of joy. How could they be dismissed? What of the happiness in forging friendships? During this period, the world of Naruto accelerated through time. In the first year, Naruto preached fervently, the number of followers visibly increasing from 20 to 800. Thus, the number of believers reached saturation, and the great character encouragement talisman became a burden for Naruto. Over the course of this year, he accrued 3,000 belief points. Submitting half and retaining 1,500. He transformed into a lower mundane deity, consuming 150 belief points for his divine transformation, purchasing 400 great character encouragement talismans, which cost 1,200 belief points, leaving him with a mere 150 belief points. Within the wish lamp, Li Wuxia finally ascended to a demigod status. His combat prowess rivaling that of a mid-tier mundane deity, equivalent to the foundational stage of the immortal path. With a mighty strike, he could render a 100-meter radius barren. This illustrates the advantage of divine pathways, wherein collective strength flourishes. As long as there are enough people, the speed of cultivation is unimaginable. Coupled with Li Wuxia's innate talent, he could purge the toxins of belief, enhancing the effects of collective strength. Li Wuxia did not yet intend to reveal himself, preparing to fully transform into a lower mundane deity before emerging from retreat. The consumption of faith power was minimal, merely 15,000. In the world of Naruto, time flowed like water, swiftly passing by. Meanwhile, in the earthly realm, the 6 wish masters commenced their journey into live streaming. Notably, on the day Wang Xiaoro ascended to the status of a mundane deity, the pink flower atop her head was an awakened extraordinary artifact known as enchanting all beings. Its effects lived up to its name, captivating all, akin to the beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, enhancing her allure by 100. In the world of Naruto, a year had transpired, while in various earthly realms, only about 9.5 hours had passed. It was precisely the morning in Wang Xiaoro's world. Upon awakening, Wang Xiaoro initiated a live broadcast, once again capturing the attention of the authorities. They hastily attempted to curtail her command over the audience and prepared to sever her stream, yet this time their efforts culminated in failure. Within a mere 2 minutes, a staggering 100,000 viewers tuned in, as Wang Xiaoro's broadcast spread virally, captivating even those intent on cutting her stream, who, as if under a spell, became utterly oblivious to their mission. In this brief interval, the world of Earth 16534019 witnessed 85 vehicular accidents linked to the livestream. With electric bicycles colliding with pedestrians 35 times, and 16 incidents involving bicycles. The remaining cases were rear-end collisions. The situation was dire, igniting widespread public discourse. Subsequently, the higher-ups, left with no options, resorted to underhanded tactics, cutting off the electricity supply to the Fuhai community, thus bringing this online tempest to a close. In the aftermath, the authorities had no choice but to engage in negotiations with Wang Xiaoro. Within the wish lantern, Li Wuxia expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Remarkable! The average quality of individuals in the 165344019 world is truly high. Who would have thought that a 2-minute live stream could yield 75 points of faith value? While yesterday's half-hour broadcast only garnered 200 points. The disparity in viewership is nearly tenfold. Indeed, it is extraordinary, the allure of collective effort." However, today the faith rate among the strong was somewhat diminished, and he felt compelled to remind Xiaoro to be mindful of her streaming schedule. After all, when would the strong arise to watch a live broadcast? Li Wuxia, unperturbed by the passage of time, dismissed the notion that 9.5 hours could possibly extend into the evening. Other parallel Earths also commenced their live streams, yet the results were rather dismal. In the world of Wang Xiaolong, this individual embarked on a journey as a gaming streamer, adorned with a mysterious mask embellished with a lantern, exuding an irresistible allure. However, after a lengthy 6-hour broadcast, he managed to attract only 200 viewers and accrued a mere 5 points of faith, leaving him in utter despair. In the realm of Bai Xiaya, she lacked the skills for gaming, dancing, or singing. Her only asset was an abundance of clothing, which led her to pursue a path as a costume streamer. The divine artifact transformed into an everlasting visage, gracing her countenance, marked by a small green lantern imprint on her forehead, radiating sanctity. After 5 hours of streaming, she earned 12 points of faith. Lu Xiaoxiao's parallel world was even more impoverished, leading her to embark on a noodle-eating broadcast, transforming the divine artifact into a lantern-shaped bowl. Tearfully, she consumed the noodles strand by strand, assuring her brothers and sisters, "Xiao Xiao will not forget you. When I ascend to divinity, I promise to watch over you from the heavens." The entire live broadcast was immersed in noodles and this phrase for over 3 hours, reaching a peak audience of 2,000. Achieving remarkable results with 31 points of faith value acquired. Such bewildering behavior was instantly captured by Li Wuxia, who contributed a modicum of willpower, causing this scene to loop in the Wish Live room, thus laying a solid foundation for everyone's path of lamentation. In the parallel world of Wang Haiping, this individual transformed a divine artifact into a lotus-shaped microphone and, accompanied by his unmanned drone, embarked on a flirtatious live stream. The footage displayed Wang wandering through a university town, searching for suspicious targets. A beautiful teacher caught his eye, and indeed, it was her. Subsequently, the sound of singing filled the air, a rendition of 1,000 Years Waiting, which was commendable, yet the beautiful teacher clearly held him in disdain, speaking rather curtly. The program's effect was maximized. After an hour, the audience swelled to 5,000, garnering 25 points of faith value. In another parallel world, Lu Han donned a divine outfit alongside his mother to initiate an educational live stream. The content aimed at teaching how to transition from insanity to normalcy. Firstly, you must ascertain whether you are indeed mentally ill. How do you determine that? Secondly, the mentally ill do not acknowledge their condition, he expounded, presenting a plethora of curious theories. The live room attracted over 20,000 viewers, and after 3 hours, the faith power accumulated to 156 points. Within the wishing lantern, Li Wuxia offered his commentary. The grand estate inherently attracts traffic, yet the conversion rate of faith is low, at an efficiency of 1/8. Not bad, not bad. It is quite satisfactory. Chapter 25. Graduation season. Thus, time began to swiftly advance. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. This year, Naruto turned 12. And today marked the graduation season, the day for team assignments. Over these years, Naruto had stealthily ventured beyond the village, spreading a faith that grew from 800 to 8,000 followers, amassing 150,000 points of belief. He utilized 75,000 points for a wish lamp, spending 31,500 points to elevate his status from a minor celestial deity to a mid-level celestial deity. His combat prowess surged beyond that of a ninja, reaching the equivalent of the initial phase of the Golden Core realm. He also expended 30,000 belief points to purchase a revitalizing talisman to fulfill his wishes. Consequently, Naruto retained a mere 13,500 points of belief as a source of energy for body restoration. Without this restorative energy, the consumption of divine power would lead to an exceedingly slow recovery, significantly increasing the risk of demise. As for the other 5 worlds, let us not dwell on them. Merely 2 days and nights had passed, with the most active live streams totaling only 3. Altogether, the belief power from the 6 worlds contributed a mere 1,500 points to Li Wuxia, with the majority coming from Wang Xiaoro. Following her were the affluent Lu Han, then Wang Hai, Lu Xiaoxiao, Bai Xiaoya, and Wang Xiaolong. At this juncture, the Wish live stream was bustling with activity. 6 individuals gathered, with Wang Xiaoro and Lu Han at the center, eliciting envious gazes from the crowd. Xiaoro, can you truly become a lower deity? What about Lu Han? Upon uttering this, silence enveloped the scene. Lu Han, filled with aggression, approached Wang Xiaolong and struck him, sending him crashing into the wall of the live stream room. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, realizing the stark disparity between the two. After all, Wang Xiaolong was a demigod, yet was utterly defenseless. Although the live stream rendered them incapable of inflicting harm upon one another, humiliation was permissible. Lu Han hastily moved forward. Concern etched on his face. Xiaolong, are you all right? Now you know the consequences of your reckless words. With this statement, the atmosphere regained its former vibrancy. Lu Han, becoming a lower deity makes you remarkable? We have endured hardships together for 3 years, and this is how you treat me? I even played the fool alongside you. Lu Han, initially anxious, nearly delivered a hefty blow to Wang Xiaolong, intending to teach him the sensation of soaring through the air. Observing that the situation was spiraling, Wang Xiaoro unleashed a wave of pressure and declared loudly, "The plot is about to unfold. Everyone, take your seats, or I shall break a leg for each of you." With that proclamation, she forcefully struck her chair, producing a thunderous sound that compelled the two to obediently return to their seats. Within the world of Naruto, amidst the wish lamp, Li Wuxia's cultivation had ascended to the initial phase of a lower celestial deity over these 6 years. His combat strength rivaling that of an initial phase upper celestial deity. His inherent power was 100-fold stronger, thus his combat efficacy was also magnified by the same measure. At this moment, the wish lamp harbored over 60,000 belief points, as Li Wuxia devised a plan to utilize these points as startup capital. Outside, Kakashi held a small bell and chuckled, "As long as the 3 of you can snatch the bell, there will be food for everyone. Otherwise, you'll be left hungry." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow darted by, and the bell in Kakashi's hand vanished in an instant. At that moment, the second Naruto appeared, grinning, and said, "Kakashi-sensei, I've already got it. Are you going to treat me to a meal? I adore Ichiraku ramen." After declaring this, Naruto turned and headed towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. Meanwhile, Sakura, with her pink hair, glanced at the handsome figure of Naruto and then at the ice-cold face of Sasuke. Promptly made a wise decision. Stinky ice block, I still prefer Ichiraku ramen. With her mind made up, Sakura chased after Naruto. Sasuke shot a look at Sakura, momentarily dazed, as an inexplicable sense of loss washed over him, before he quickly followed suit. This left Kakashi standing alone, bewildered. Oh my, today's youth are truly remarkable. Such a bunch of mischievous little rascals, he laughed, his voice echoing into the air as he vanished from sight. Inside Ichiraku, Naruto indulged in his meal, while his thoughts wandered to the matter of the wish lantern. 6 years had passed, an entire 6 years, since that fellow had shown up. He wondered what the gift for completing his first growth task would be. The anticipation was palpable. Not long after, the bowls of ramen piled up like a small mountain, over 50 bowls in total. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, whose mouth twitched, and shouted, "One more bowl, Uncle Ichiraku." This exclamation jolted Kakashi back to reality, and he, with a wry smile, gently replied, "Naruto, we've had enough. We need to rise early for tomorrow's mission." Naruto sighed, his face lighting up with a broad smile. "Is that so? Kakashi-sensei, some people seem rather tardy." He certainly meant it. How could he deceive them? "Let us hurry home." Afterward, Kakashi reluctantly handed over 5,000 ryo to Ichiraku, and the group exited the ramen shop. Naruto waved goodbye, saying, "See you tomorrow, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Sasuke." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance in the direction Naruto had disappeared, scoffing, "What is all the fuss about? It's South just first place." Sakura looked at Sasuke with concern and comforted him. "It's all right, Sasuke-kun. Naruto has always been like this, you know that." Upon hearing this, Sasuke grew even angrier, letting out a cold snort before disappearing with a parting remark, "Umph." Women. Sakura stood there, fuming, her fist clenched in anger. Suddenly, a large hand landed on her shoulder, and a voice said, "Sakura, those two are monsters. You must work hard." With that, Kakashi vanished, leaving Sakura stamping her feet in frustration. In his small room, Naruto reflected on the 6 years that had passed without changing his residence, not for lack of funds, but due to an absence of money. Little Naruto-kun, the first phase of your growth task has been successfully completed. It's time to embark on the second phase. Are you ready? As Naruto lay upon his bed, the moment he heard those words, he sprang up in delight, exclaiming, "Oh, Wish Lamp Spirit, you have finally emerged. I was beginning to think someone had vanquished you. Haraha, little rascal, I have been right above you all along. Who else could possibly defeat me? Would you prefer to receive the second task first, or shall we discuss the rewards from the initial phase?" Naturally, I wish to claim the rewards, Wish Lamp Spirit. You have prepared them, haven't you? I have been eagerly anticipating this reward for quite some time. Chapter 26, Growth Task 2 Choices. Naruto. Are you certain about choosing a reward? I can offer you a chance to reconsider. The Wish Lamp's ambiguous words piqued Naruto's curiosity, compelling him to desire knowledge of the reward's nature. He nodded earnestly. All right then, let us proceed. As the words left his lips, a cascade of memories flooded Naruto's mind. The Night of the Nine Tails, a newborn life bereft of parents. The graduation of lower-level ninjas, expired rations. The Chunin exams, chaos with the Nine Tails, 2 years of training, mastering Sage Mode. At 16, he partook in the Great Ninja War, battling against pain. Clashing with Uchiha Obito, confronting Kagaya Otsutsuki, ultimately saving the world and ascending as the strongest Hokage. As he absorbed these vivid recollections, 12-year-old Naruto's eyes seemed to shimmer with newfound emotions, unfulfilled desires, indignation, confusion towards the world, and a profound sense of helplessness. Speak, Wish Lamp. What is the second stage of the growth task? Li Wuxia, within the lamp, observed Naruto's expression and smiled, saying, Naruto, you have matured. The second stage task is about choice. Upon hearing the task's name, Naruto looked up in bewilderment, asking, what choice? The moment seemed to stretch infinitely, and Naruto grew increasingly anxious, uncertain of the surprises the enigmatic Wish Lamp might bestow upon him. It is the choice of the heart. Initially anticipating a monumental decision, Naruto's spirit deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the ground. Naruto, you are a superior deity. Why are you seated on the floor? Is this inner choice not significant? The lamp continued. You have 2 options. First, follow your heart's true desire. Second, restore the world to its original state. This lamp merely fulfills the wishes of its masters, allowing you to grow as a normal person. What do you say, Naruto? Will you heed your authentic thoughts, or tread the well-worn path of your memories? The choice is yours. The lamp holds no authority to interfere. In the Wish livestream, Lu Xiaoxiao inquired curiously, how can the Wish lamp compel Naruto to make a choice? Shouldn't it only protect him? Wouldn't straying from the plot render it less engaging? Wang Xiaolong and Wang Hai echoed, indeed. These are some of the finest narratives across worlds. If the Wish lamp meddles, won't the world's development descend into chaos? Conversely, the remaining 3 held dissenting views. Wang Xiaoro scoffed, what do you understand? Everyone possesses the right to choose. The world will not change due to one person's decision. She continued, he can only influence others. Even if Naruto makes a different choice, embracing his heart's desire, what difference does it make? I relish this world. Is it not splendid to allow its inhabitants to express their freedom? Upon hearing Wang Xiaoro's words, the group suddenly gained clarity. They realized that they were observing not merely Naruto's solitary journey, but rather the broader tapestry of this world. Although Naruto is the protagonist, that was in the past. Now, they inhabit a tangible reality where everyone has the potential to be a hero. Why then, should they confine themselves to the narrative of Naruto alone? Subsequently, they anxiously focused on Naruto's decision, eager to see whether he would act according to his own will and transform the world. At that moment, Naruto's heart was engulfed in introspection. What truly lies within the depths of Uzumaki Naruto's soul? Do I aspire to become Hokage? No. I merely relish the exalted stature and the omnipotent authority it bestows. But what of the peace they seek? What is peace? Peace is boundless understanding, yes? It is an infinite comprehension, a formidable power capable of mastering all. Is it power? Indeed, it is correct. Peace equates to strength. With unparalleled power in one's grasp, peace becomes effortlessly attainable. Yet, Where does this power originate? Whose is it? Is it Chakra, the Nine Tails, the 10 Tails, or perhaps Ashura and Indra, or even Kagaya Otsutsuki? None of these. It is the collective effort of many, the gathering of faith, a novel and wondrous force. In the midst of this inquiry, Naruto's mind raced, arriving at one conclusion after another. How, then, can one attain such power? Only through absolute strength can one unify the world and gain this collective essence, nourished by countless lives. Yet, unification inevitably brings death. Is this truly acceptable? What does it matter? The ninja world sees daily casualties. Some perish at birth, while others suffer untimely fates at the hands of ninjas. Moreover, there exists a faction intent on causing chaos, treating ninjas as mere mortals, indifferent to the lives of civilians. At this juncture, Naruto found himself torn between two conflicting selves, black and white, their hands clasped together. Have you made your decision, Naruto-kun? I have, said the Wish Lantern. I choose to follow my heart. Haraha. Little Naruto-kun, I was right about you. In this vast world, one must discover their true self to realize their authentic being. This is how one justifies their journey through existence. The true self? The authentic self? Haha. Yes. Wish Lantern, I have found my true self. Now, I must fulfill my desires and aspirations. Li Wuxia, noticing the depth of little Naruto's understanding, smiled and inquired. Haha. Naruto-kun, what is your wish? Upon hearing the Wish Lantern's query, Naruto inhaled deeply, then exhaled, preparing to speak. At that moment, everyone in the live stream held their breath, awaiting Naruto's next revelation. To rule the world. The Wish Lantern swayed, nearly tumbling from Naruto's head, and exclaimed in astonishment. What? To dominate the world and restore peace. I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall become the first divine man. Initially, the atmosphere in the live stream was solemn, but after the latter part, it transformed into a jubilant celebration. 6 individuals engaged in animated discussion, bursting into laughter. Haraha, I am now a goddess among mortals. Does he aspire to be the man of Wangsharo? She mused. How dare he? The excitement was palpable as they exclaimed, indeed. Here we have 3 goddesses, our Sharo goddess, our Xiao goddess, and I, the stunningly elegant goddess. I wonder which of us he wishes to claim as his own. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoya's words, Lu Xiaoxiao's face flushed with indignation as she pounced toward Bai Xiaoya, exclaiming furiously, What do you mean, little goddess? I am not small at all. Where am I small? I stand at a height of 1.45 meters. I am merely 12 years old. How can I be considered small? Haraha. Why can't he become my Luhan's man? I am also a goddess, you know. Your thoughts are so impure, only fixated on that direction. Chapter 27, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Konohagakure. The live broadcast was bustling with excitement, filled with the usual playful antics. In the world of Hokage, the determined Naruto boldly proclaimed his desires, eagerly gazing at the wishing lamp. Although the lamp was oblivious to Naruto's inner thoughts, it had long been prepared for this day, having amassed 60,000 faith points specifically for this moment. Clearing its throat, the wishing lamp spoke, Ahem. Since your wish is to rule the world and establish peace, you should pursue it wholeheartedly. With your strength, you can certainly achieve that. Go forth, young man. I shall support you from behind. I will be your guiding light. Oh yeah, go for it, young man. After uttering these words, the wishing lamp conjured an image of a head and a hand through the power of faith. Its teeth gleaming brightly, arms reaching skyward, fist clenched in a thumbs-up gesture, displaying an encouraging demeanor towards Naruto. Naruto had anticipated that the wishing lamp would present something extraordinary, yet was taken aback by this simple display. After all, it was a mysterious and powerful wishing lamp. Witnessing this scene, Naruto's spirits plummeted, and he lamented, Wishing lamp. We have known each other for so many years, and this is what you show me? Noticing Naruto's despondence, the wishing lamp ceased its jesting and quickly reassured him. Originally, I had prepared a special gift, but since you wish to rule the world, I shall add another gift to the mix. Upon hearing this, Naruto's excitement surged, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he exclaimed, Oh, what treasure! Hurry, show me. I can hardly wait. As Naruto displayed his eagerness, the wishing lamp expanded, transforming into a half-meter-tall figure. Naruto felt a weight lift from his head as the lamp floated down delicately, landing on the table before him. Its face materializing with a smile as it announced, My first gift is the activation of the exchange feature 3 times during your quest for world domination. You may exchange rare items from the Hokage world for faith points. allowing you to fight continuously without worrying that the consumption of faith points will harm your divine body. The first exchange limit is 60,000, the second is 360,000, and the third is 1 million. The second gift is a comprehensive history of the world, which you can study to devise strategies for ruling the Hokage realm. Upon hearing about these two gifts, Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement, particularly at the prospect of the first gift, the second exchange with a limit of 360,000 faith points, and the third with 1 million. The thought thrilled him, while the historical account seemed trivial, eliciting a silent scoff within him. Meanwhile, the wishing lamp had its own agenda. Upon Naruto ascending to the status of a celestial being, its mission would be deemed accomplished. Numerous wishes had already begun to flood in, and it merely needed to choose one wish and await the accumulation of 1.5 billion willpower to transport itself away. The wishing lamp had long since selected the next world, its wish firmly established, now waiting for the requisite willpower to meet the minimum threshold of immeasurable intent. The existence of that redemption task stemmed from Li Wuxia's desire to acquire all the precious items from the world of Naruto, establishing a foundational sample to facilitate the acquisition of wish power for his aspirations. This approach minimized the expenditure of original power. Creating items out of thin air would require an astronomical consumption, commencing at 100-fold without any ceiling. At that moment, the wish lamp had accumulated approximately 3,000 wish points, which were increasing at an alarming rate daily. Regarding Naruto's last wish, the intensity of it bewildered him. It initiated with an overwhelming offer in the hundreds of millions. It could only be surmised that fate and fortune favored Li Wuxia, as he encountered an unprecedented confluence of wishes. Wish power, as it were, dissipates over time if not absorbed, making its permanence unattainable. Consequently, Naruto's path to supremacy commenced. The following morning, the wish lamp bestowed upon Naruto the chronicles of Earth's history. Clad in divine attire and adorned with a sacred forehead protector, Naruto visited his foremost disciple, the Azure Beast Might Guy. Their conversation was brief yet impactful, leaving Might Guy in a state of astonishment, intermittently expressing his shock with loud exclamations. Shortly thereafter, they emerged from the residence and continued to several ninja clans, engaging in further discussions, gathering more ninjas, alongside a contingent of civilians trailing behind at a distance. Their destination was the Hokage's office, where Konoha remained blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. 20 minutes later, the crowd had swelled significantly, prompting the Umbu ninjas to sense something amiss and promptly report to the Hokage. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at a crystal in his hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. What was Naruto up to? Was he plotting a rebellion? Should Naruto undertake actions detrimental to the village? It would be time for Danzo to intervene. Ah, Sarutobi, how predictable of you to find me at such times. I am truly impressed, Danzo remarked. This concerns the safety of the village. Spare me your sordid speculations. Your nefarious experiments have not gone unnoticed, and I have kept this matter under wraps all along. Today, if you relinquish the position of Hokage to me, I shall resolve this issue for you. What say you? The quarrel within the Hokage's office went unnoticed by the external world, as Naruto, accompanied by a large contingent, steadily approached the location. Kakashi stood at a distance, observing the unfolding scene, lost in thought. If only Naruto could succeed. Sensei, you saved the entire village. No, I am the son of White Fang, the blade that guards Konoha. The village is my everything. Nonsense. Your father was driven to his demise by them. What justification do you have to protect Konoha? Is it merely a laughable conviction? No, it cannot be so. In Kakashi's mind, a tumultuous dialogue intertwined endlessly as the Sharingan of Obito began to bleed. Kakashi pressed his hand against the eye that was shrouded, his body trembling incessantly, overwhelmed by an emotion that surged from the depths of his heart. An impulse that could no longer be contained. At this moment, an additional figure silently joined Naruto's team, the astute Narashikaku of the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, discontented ninjas from the village emerged to observe the unfolding situation, their collective unease foreshadowing impending turmoil. The Umbu gathered, and the lethal machines of the Root faction began to surface, each making their way towards the Hokage building for defense. At this juncture, no one issued orders to impede Naruto and his companions, who mysteriously advanced to the very core of Konoha without encountering any hindrance. The entire attention of the village converged on the diminutive figure of Naruto, who was enveloped in an aura of cosmic significance. This was the divine pressure exerted upon the world, a manifestation of a formidable being's command over energy. Gradually, Naruto's body began to levitate, employing the technique known as F Jutsu. Chapter 28. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Konoha Village 2. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki had no intention of revealing his divine realm prowess. He merely engaged his adversaries using chakra. Those present were taken aback, astonished by the sight before them. Has Naruto flown into the air? What type of ninjutsu is this? What extraordinary technique allows him to soar through the skies? Truly, he is the formidable Ninetales, bold enough to threaten the Hokage's office. Little Naruto, retreat now, and let it be as if nothing has occurred. Should you refuse to withdraw, even if you are Konoha's cherished one, I shall not spare you. At this juncture, Naruto ascended to the same height as the Hokage building and called out, Grandfather Yuenfei, I still address you as such. I have a question for you. Who am I? The question reverberated across a mile, leaving the crowd in a state of stunned silence, their ears ringing from the impact. As the people processed this inquiry, discussions erupted around them. At the corner of a building, the young Hinata gazed up at Naruto, murmuring, Naruto-kun, could there be another identity beyond this? The Ninetales. Is he not the Ninetales? What more could he be? He is merely a scourge to our village. Indeed, he is the village's bane. It is he who has brought death to our children and our parents. Such words, when uttered by one, might be brushed aside, yet when echoed by the masses, they resound with undeniable truth. Gradually, a swell of voices arose from all corners, initially faint, but growing louder with each passing second. Cursed Ninetales, return my father. Cursed Ninetales, why do you not perish? Cursed Ninetales, you have doomed our village. As this chorus of condemnation unified, it reached the Hokage's office. Hearing the barrage of accusations, Naruto erupted into laughter, posing once more, ha ha ha. Grandfather Yuenfei, is this your sentiment as well? Who am I truly? Dare you declare it? At that moment, Yuenfei Rihane felt an internal conflict but resolved to speak. You are, however, before he could finish, a figure wrapped in bandages emerged behind him, interrupting. With a deep voice proclaiming, Naruto Uzumaki, you are the Ninetales, nurtured by the village. Do you intend to repay kindness with malice? This declaration resonated throughout the crowd, further igniting their fervor. The roar escalated as they cried out, we implore you, Hokage-sama, to execute the Ninetales. Execute him! Execute him! Naruto, fixated on Danzo who had stepped forward, felt a surge of anger ready to erupt. He glared intensely at Danzo, seething, Shimura Danzo. Do you dare repeat what you just said? Who am I? Who am I? Ha ha ha. What is there to say about the Ninetales? The village raised you, and yet you show no gratitude, seeking to usurp power instead, truly heartless and ungrateful, deserving of condemnation by all. As soon as Shimura Danzo's words fell, Naruto Uzumaki had already vanished from his original position. His chakra surged like mountains and seas, his physical strength formidable as towering peaks. His body transformed into a golden beam of light, instantly piercing through Danzo's form, repeating the act 6 times. The bandages enveloping Danzo burst apart, revealing a dimming Sharingan. He had invoked the technique known as Izanagi. In that moment, Naruto's overwhelming power astonished everyone present. Even Danzo, who was coughing up blood while clutching his abdomen, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Naruto, enough. The village belongs to all of us. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will burn. The shadows of that fire illuminate the village and nurture new leaves, Sarutobi, Hiruzen implored. Naruto, relinquish your defiance. The village will always protect you. This is your home. Upon hearing Sarutobi's impassioned plea, the crowd erupted in fervor. After decades of promoting the will of fire, it was not something that could be easily forgotten. At that moment, Naruto, filled with indignation, chuckled mockingly and reiterated his question, Hiruzen, who am I? A profound silence enveloped those in the know, while curiosity sparked among those unaware. Whispers began to circulate. The Ninetales fox, could there truly be another identity? Surely he has a significant lineage. Stop speculating. Let us see what the Hokage will reveal. I heard he originally belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Is that true? Isn't he the Ninetales? Who knows? Perhaps the blood of the Ninetales flows through the veins of the Uzumaki. Indeed, what if his ancestors were not even human? As the crowd's chatter grew increasingly absurd, the discussions surrounding Naruto's origins became more convoluted. The keen-eared ninjas, akin to radar, felt an urge to give a thumbs up in response to such dialogues. Truly remarkable, murmured Danzo, trembling as he leaned on his cane, approaching Sarutobi. Hiruzen, are you not the master of ninjutsu? Capture this boy and hand him to me. I shall resolve everything, rest assured. Danzo, what difference does it make to reveal his identity? I will publicly debate this matter. Do not entertain any ulterior motives. Sarutobi retorted. After their exchange, Sarutobi cleared his throat and declared with renewed vigor, Little Naruto, surrender. It is my fault for not taking better care of you. But the village is innocent. If you relent, I will disclose your identity, and the villagers will no longer refer to you as the Nine-Tails Fox. Naruto, relinquish your obstinacy. The village is blameless. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, the crowd rallied in agreement, urging Naruto to relent. Naruto, with your strength, you are the pillar of the village. Should you persist in your refusal, you could become a rogue ninja. Indeed, Naruto, with your power, once the Hokage steps down, you shall be the 5th Hokage. Yes, yes. You are destined to be the 5th Hokage. The village is your home. Surrounded by an unknown voice, the discourse grew increasingly ludicrous and exaggerated, resembling not a council, but rather an incitement. Naruto, indifferent to the commotion, raised 3 fingers towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, declaring, on the count of 3. One by one. The digits fell from the Vortex Ninja's fingertips, resonating like the rhythmic beating of a drum upon the hearts of those present. Meanwhile, countless spies had already disseminated the scene, the news scattering like snowflakes in every direction. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen seethed with frustration, unsure of how to proceed. Naruto's prowess evidently surpassed his expectations, far exceeding that of the legendary Minato Namikaze. The impending conflict threatened the village with dire consequences, compounded by the formidable strength of the ninjas rallying behind Naruto, leaving Hiruzen ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 29. The battle commences at this moment. A surge of formidable energy erupted, with Might Guy's presence radiating the strongest. The vibrant green chakra emanated from his being, dispersing in waves as circles of wind pressure danced about him. His hair stood erect, reminiscent of a scion, crackling with subtle sparks of electricity, and his gaze burned brightly, akin to a beacon illuminating the night. Narashikako pressed a hand to his forehead, calculating the odds of victory for both sides, orchestrating the confrontation between the ninjas behind him and those of Konoha. Figures darted back and forth across the battlefield, shadows flickering as combatants prepared to face their adversaries from all directions. The atmosphere in Konoha was charged with palpable tension, a shroud of death looming over every heart. In the live broadcast, onlookers held their breath, captivated by the unfolding scene. Time seemed to stretch, the ambience fraught with suspense. Naruto's final finger trembled slightly, instinctively curling into a fist. At this moment, Yuan Fei, realizing his own indecisiveness, bellowed, Naruto. My grandfather said, you are the son of the 4th Hokage. The declaration, though not loud, resonated profoundly. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, whispers of disbelief echoing from every corner. What? He is the Hokage's son? The son of the Yellow Flash? He is not merely the Nine-Tails, but the offspring of the 4th Hokage? My goodness, I pushed him around as a child. The 4th Hokage? But we mere commoners thought him a genius. Indeed, he is the Hokage's son. We have wronged him. Yet, he is the Nine-Tails. How can this be? How could the Hokage father a being like the Nine-Tails? Surely, the Nine-Tails must have done something to him. Alas, what a pitiful child. In that moment, the murmurs began to tilt in Naruto's favor, and amidst this, some began to foster a newfound faith in him. Initially intent on engaging in battle, Naruto suddenly felt compelled to confront the 3rd Hokage once more, pondering questions like how his father met his demise or how the village had become so feeble under his watch. Indeed, Naruto had much to discuss with the 3rd Hokage, potentially garnering a wave of faith from the populace. Yet, his heart burned with fury, and he had no desire to indulge the old man with trivialities. His singular focus was to seize control of the village and ultimately the world. At this juncture, Naruto was no longer the perpetually cheerful boy from the anime. Stripped of Ashura's influence and the Nine-Tails' interference, his true character emerged, imbued with a strong sense of morality and personal convictions. In the next moment, he retracted his last finger and declared, 3rd Hokage, since you are aware that I am the son of the 4th Hokage and the village's most vital Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, how can you allow the village to mistreat me? I, Uzumaki Naruto, aspire to become the true god of this world. From this day forth, those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Do you agree, 3rd Hokage? As these commanding words resounded, The fervent followers of Naruto waved their hands and chanted in unison, "Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish." The atmosphere surged with an overwhelming force, a thunderous roar echoing, "I am invincible! I am invincible!" At that moment, Naruto's chakra radiated like a tempest, coalescing into a swirling vortex that drew in the surrounding objects. "Naruto, do you truly intend to proceed in this manner? The village is your home." With such thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to intervene. At this instant, the benevolence in Hiruzen's eyes vanished, replaced by a surge of fury that ignited his very spirit. His hair bristled as his aura began to ascend. In the next moment, the ape demon was summoned forth by Hiruzen. "Ah, Hiruzen, it seems trouble has found you again. Such an audacious little fellow, and this chakra. It is immense. Is he truly your opponent?" Hiruzen nodded slightly and declared, "Ape demon, leave him alive." "Understood, Hiruzen." The duo, a man and his summoned beast, appeared utterly unfazed, almost provoking a laugh from Naruto. Just then, the ape demon swung a mighty blow towards Naruto, marking the onset of battle. The surroundings erupted into chaos, with cries of combat filling the air. Might Guy emerged like a true martial deity, unleashing his full potential with all 8 gates open, effortlessly dispatching foes with powerful punches. Only a few elite jonin from Konoha engaged in the fray to contain the situation, while the clash between Naruto and the ape demon remained the most intense. At this juncture, Naruto had yet to master any ninjutsu, having only learned the body flicker technique and some fundamental ninjutsu, alongside Might Guy's physical techniques. The ape demon, a formidable combat beast, proved to be a worthy adversary. Naruto's form transformed into a golden radiance as he collided fiercely with the ape demon, his chakra surging as if it were boundless. Each punch carried the essence of the strong fist technique, showcasing the benefits of Naruto's meticulous control. The principle of this technique lies in concentrating an abundance of chakra within the fist for explosive power, a skill Naruto possessed in abundance, vast chakra combined with precise control. Meanwhile, the third Hokage stood nearby, forming hand seals as though preparing for an incantation. The lantern spirit observed this scene, realizing the old man's intentions. He was preparing to seal something with the Death God technique. Was he intending to seal the Nine Tails within Naruto? Did he believe this power belonged to the Nine Tails? Regardless, as long as Naruto remained alive, everything else was secondary. On the battlefield, Naruto's speed escalated and his mastery of power became increasingly refined. Chakra manifested as a blade of wind, clashing with the colossal staff wielded by the enraged Ape King, whose blood-red eyes exuded an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The staff loomed like a towering pillar, causing nearby structures to crumble and sending numerous ninjas hurtling away. The ground began to fracture under the strain of their fierce confrontation. Observing from a distance, Shimura Danzo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze dark and fixated on Naruto, while the Sharingan on his arm stirred restlessly. A faint, ethereal light sought to draw towards Naruto. It emanated from the eye of Uchiha Shursui, invoking the Kodoame Tsukumi. At that moment, a kunai emerged from Danzo's back, piercing through his heart. Reluctantly, he turned to face his assailant, slowly collapsing to the ground, a flicker of relief and liberation gleaming in his eyes. Words hung unspoken on his lips. He had previously been vanquished by Naruto multiple times, only to be restored through Izanagi. In this moment of vulnerability, he was struck down fatally by Sasuke's stealthy assault from behind. Sasuke's eyes burned crimson, his Manjiki Sharingan activated, fixating intently on Danzo's fallen form as his kaleidoscopic eyes spun incessantly. Chapter 30. The Level of Wishes, the Colossal Jade Spiral. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes diverged significantly from those depicted in the original narrative. The Sharingan, regarded as the eye that reflects the soul, revealed to him the sins plaguing the village. He perceived the multitude of eyes residing within Shimura Danzo, and his fury reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Only alongside Naruto could he uncover the truths of the past. In this instant, it felt as though the wheel of fate had turned, entwining Indra and Ashura. Sasuke Uchiha's kaleidoscopic eyes began to whirl. An alluring force emanated from his left eye, devouring all the eyes embedded in Danzo's form, including his ordinary ones. At this moment, Sasuke appeared as a monstrous entity that consumed eyes. The ability awakened in his left eye was that of absorption, enabling him to devour the eyes of others to enhance the essence of his own, thereby acquiring their powers. The awakened ability of his right eye was destruction, imbued with the force of spatial annihilation. With each life extinguished, the essence of that individual would be mercilessly torn apart, transforming into the fundamental particles of power, now belonging to the wielder of the eye. These two abilities were exceedingly formidable. At that juncture, Danzo's corporeal form began to disintegrate, transforming into minute invisible particles that merged into Sasuke's right eye, subsequently becoming a part of his power. In this moment, Sasuke had undeniably acquired immense strength. Observing the scene was the Wish Lantern, who remarked with a smile, "Not bad. I never anticipated this little fellow to possess such potential. The power of wishes is quite formidable. Since you have 3 points of wish power, I shall utilize 1 point to fulfill your desire, which hardly constitutes an unfair advantage, as I merely profit by 2 points." At this point, the Wish Lantern was in a state of limitless wish fulfillment, capable of receiving other minor wishes. However, during the process of granting limitless wishes, it could not accommodate additional smaller wishes. Li Wuxia categorized the wishes he could realize into 2 tiers. The first tier was the limitless wish level, which further divided into 2 categories. The first category was akin to the wishes, such as the growth tasks of Naruto Uzumaki. Countless Earths, countless individuals, all having watched the same film or anime, each harboring their own desires. Li Wuxia would select the most prevalent wishes among them to fulfill, which constituted the wishes. Due to the multitude of wishers, great caution was necessary to ensure that everyone enjoyed the experience. The second category consisted of those with unmatched power who carried regrets, possessing such formidable spirit that they could manifest limitless wish power. Such tasks, upon merely a glance, Li Wuxia would refrain from accepting, for these individuals posed an overwhelming threat to the Wish Lantern. Pursuing them would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, an endeavor fraught with peril. The second tier of wishes, akin to Sasuke's modest desires, would typically be granted by the Wish Lantern in the simplest manner. As a machine designed for wish granting, it could hardly exert itself to the fullest, nor could it afford to draw from its own resources. Yet, within Li Wuxia's heart resided a third level, transcending the limitless wish power, perhaps an entire multiverse united in a singular wish. The magnitude of such a desire was unfathomable, truly beyond imagination. Returning to the main point. After gaining this newfound power, the second pillar not only acquired the full strength of Danzo, but also witnessed a remarkable surge in combat prowess. Upon opening his eyes, he manifested the Susanoo, a colossal figure draped in darkness, with crimson and white eyes. In his left hand, he wielded a white blade, and in his right, a black one, exuding an aura of malevolence and terror, yet undeniably formidable. This battle had already persisted for over 10 minutes. With the emergence of the second pillar, the situation, which had initially favored Naruto's side due to their fewer numbers, was swiftly reversed, turning the tide in their favor. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki was enveloped in the resounding energy of his divine attire, his chakra coalescing powerfully within his fists. He unleashed a peak punch, sending the ape king hurtling backwards, crashing through numerous buildings and landing 100 meters away. Naruto, trembling with energy, approached the third Hokage with a smile, stating, "Grandpa Third, it seems you've lost. Do you intend to seal me with the Death God technique? That was the very method my parents employed to seal the Nine Tails. You think you can use that against me? My father was the strongest fourth Hokage, yet he was slain by mere rogue ninjas from Konoha. With so many formidable rogue ninjas in the village, don't you feel you're failing in your duty? Why is it always the strong ones who leave? Don't you believe that Konoha's ideology is flawed? What good is establishing the 5 great villages to maintain peace? Only through true unification can peace be attained." The third Hokage, upon hearing Naruto's words, felt a profound shock within. The wisdom emanating from a mere 12-year-old child was astonishing, even as he found himself at the mercy of this child. Yet, he could not deny the truth in Naruto's assertions. "Naruto, I am the Hokage, and I must consider the greater good. For over 30 years, I have served as Hokage. Though Konoha may not have grown stronger, it still exists in this world. I am not in the wrong. The fault lies with this world. Turn back, Naruto. Konoha is your home. Your father sacrificed himself for this land, and your mother died to pass down her strength to you. Are you truly willing to destroy all of this? Child, the mistakes of youth can be rectified. Do not repeat them." At this moment, Naruto's heart brimmed with determination, his eyes alight with purpose. He was prepared to obliterate Konoha if necessary. The illusion of peace held no significance to him. Only the realization of true unification within the ninja world could lead to genuine tranquility. Only through enduring the pangs of transformation could the persistent afflictions of the world be eradicated. "Third Hokage, you are old. This world no longer requires individuals like you, clinging to outdated beliefs. I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall unify the ninja world and become the sole true deity of this realm. In that future, peace will reign, devoid of strife and slaughter. The world will no longer mirror the chaos of your era. Ultimately, only one of the 5 great nations shall endure. Upon concluding his statement, Naruto ceased any further dialogue and charged toward the 3rd Hokage. At that moment, the Death God seal was not yet fully prepared. One hand continued to unravel the Death God seal, while the other swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers a blur of motion. Various ninjutsu were unleashed, transforming the surrounding environment. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Water style, Water Chaos technique. Earth style, Iron Wall technique. Wind style, Great Tornado. Lightning style, Thousand Thunder Annihilation technique. This series of elemental techniques surged toward Naruto, reshaping the terrain around him as if it were a tempestuous sea. Within a radius of 100 meters, earthen walls erupted from the ground, torrents of water gushed forth, and a colossal tornado swirled above, entwining with the Great Fireball technique to form a fiery vortex. The Thousand Thunder Annihilation technique resembled a web of lightning, spreading in all directions to dominate the battlefield. At this juncture, Naruto harnessed the wind, ascending toward the apex of the fiery vortex, deftly evading all attacks from the 3rd Hokage. Gradually, he soared higher and higher, unknowingly reaching an altitude of 300 meters. The fierce battle within Konohagakure had stirred the atmosphere into chaos, and Naruto felt the relentless winds. As he connected with the elemental forces around him, he began to manipulate the external winds with his wind attribute chakra, culminating in the manifestation of an enormous Rasengan in his hand. Chapter 31. The uncontrollable Rasen Shuriken. As the Rasen Shuriken was unleashed, the surrounding winds intensified dramatically. Naruto Uzumaki, descending from the heavens, propelled this orb towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that moment, the oppressive force of nature reached its zenith. The instant the sphere touched the ground, half of Konohagakure would be obliterated. The 3rd Hokage's Death God seal froze in place, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence as all gazes turned in astonishment towards Naruto's colossal Rasen Shuriken. Both allies and adversaries ceased their assaults, bracing themselves for the imminent catastrophe. The 3rd Hokage comprehended Naruto's resolve, as though he were on the brink of a monumental decision. Meanwhile, Naruto's speed surged, the Rasen Shuriken plummeting towards the earth. In less than half a second, half of Konohagakure would vanish into nothingness. Tension enveloped everyone as the brilliance of the Rasen Shuriken illuminated the village, growing increasingly radiant and blinding. Naruto, cease your actions. You will destroy the village. What are you attempting to accomplish? I have already acquiesced to your wishes, the 3rd Hokage implored. At that moment, Naruto heard the elder's plea. Yet he found himself unable to halt the spiraling orb. It had slipped beyond his control. It was far too immense. Having drawn not only from his chakra but also from the divine ability to manipulate nature itself. The combination of these forces rendered even Naruto incapable of reigning in the colossal Rasen Shuriken, which continued to swell in size. In this dire moment, Naruto shouted, "Flee." The Rasen Shuriken hovered just 20 meters from the ground, now measuring 15 meters in diameter and expanding rapidly. Natural energy surged violently towards this place. The protective seal the 3rd Hokage had conjured was obliterated by the gale force, pinning him to the ground, immobile. Just 16 meters away from the rooftop of the Hokage building, the Rasen Shuriken swelled to 25 meters, its size accelerating uncontrollably. The fusion of divine power and chakra proved to be overwhelmingly fierce, a duality of strength and skill capable of unleashing geometric bursts of power. The Hokage building was reduced to ashes as the Rasen Shuriken expanded to 30 meters in diameter. In that moment, despair engulfed the onlookers, prompting them to reflect upon their lives and memories. Especially for the 3rd Hokage, he pondered, have I truly erred? Naruto, that child, is the hope of Konohagakure. How could it have come to this? So sudden. I am indeed growing old. Why would he suddenly desire to rebel against the village? Surely, there must be a reason. Could it be that lamp? It is said to be an artifact from over 2 millennia ago, capable of granting wishes. Did Naruto make a wish upon it? Alas, it is too late to voice any concerns. I truly wish that all of this had never transpired. Within the wish lantern, in this moment, the despair of Konoha intertwined with the hope of life surged forth, a torrent of wishful energy. It is no wonder that deities revel in the destruction of worlds. At the moment of obliteration, the fervent faith imploring divine salvation must be the most resolute and immense. Likewise, at this instant, The villagers of Konoha transformed their yearning for life into a singular wish: to live, to survive, to not perish. Who can rescue me? Child, time is but a fleeting moment. Li Wuxia received the 3,000 points of wish power. It was not that more could not be generated, but rather that time was too brief. Some were unable to react at all. Those who could respond were all ninjas, and this wave of wish power was entirely contributed by them. In the next moment, the wish lantern appeared beneath the great jade spiral sphere. He had no desire to expend wish power on such trivial matters. That power had greater applications. But what was he doing there? Had the old man's wish taken effect? Before he could ponder further, the flame of the wish lantern's wick ignited instantaneously. Unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the spiral sphere, an awkward spectacle ensued. The divine fire of the wish did not alter the situation. Rather, it amplified the potency of the great jade spiral sphere, now spanning a diameter of 35 meters. Li Wuxia felt a pang of embarrassment. Grateful that others could not see his expression. Damn, this divine fire is of no use. This lantern hoped to extinguish that energy directly? In light of this, the wish lantern declared its intent to make a wish for an extraordinary skill of divine caliber. 6 beams of light emerged, and in the next moment, the subtitles of the wish lantern began to roll. The wisher, the wish lantern itself, possessed 350,000 points of wish power, granting a divine-level defensive skill. A lower-tier defensive skill known as Divine Guardian, with the skill trait Light of Protection. Wherever the light resides, that is the realm of safeguarding. As time pressed on, Li Wuxia felt urgency. His thoughts raced like lightning. He casually selected a skill and commenced its application. In a critical moment, an enormous hand appeared beneath the great jade spiral sphere, an immense golden palm that obstructed its path. As the palm continued to expand, it pushed skyward, ultimately obscuring the sun, vanishing into the horizon, leaving a palm print in the clouds, spanning hundreds of miles. In the hidden cloud village, the Raikage observed the turmoil in Konoha and interrupted a ninja's query, stating decisively, "No need to proceed to Konoha." The cloud ninja, taken aback by this proclamation, gazed skyward in astonishment, their eyes filled with awe, before bowing their head and affirming, "Yes, my lord." At this juncture, the 4 great ninja villages of the shinobi world abandoned their plans to assault Konoha, dispatching ninjas to investigate the situation. All prior spies had been essentially exposed, leaving Konoha devoid of their watchful eyes. In the heart of the battlefield, onlookers were mesmerized by the unfolding scene, as if trapped in a dream. The 3rd Hokage murmured to himself, "What is this? Has the deity behind Naruto intervened? Such overwhelming power. What shall we wield in resistance?" At this moment, Yuan Fei Rijan remained skeptical of Naruto's independent resistance, believing instead that there must be a hidden mastermind behind his actions. His conjecture was both accurate and flawed. The battlefield of Konoha had come to a complete standstill. No one dared to move, only whispers filled the air. What was that just now? Remarkable. Was that truly a divine being? Might Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Is this what my god refers to as youth?" Indeed. The power of youth knows no bounds. After uttering these words, he grinned widely, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, and raised his thumb towards Naruto, proclaiming loudly, "Naruto-kun, youth never betrays. Pursue your aspirations with fervor." The outside world was in an uproar, profoundly shaken. Within the wishing lantern, Li Wuxia had completely exhausted his strength. At this moment, he found himself utterly powerless, wearing a helpless expression as he lamented, "The pinnacle divine skill of the celestial realm, the celestial grand seal. How could the power of this lamp, which is 100-fold stronger, be depleted so swiftly? This is inconceivable. It still possesses 1,200 wish power points." As he activated his transcendent perception, he demanded an explanation from the lamp, or else, well, at that moment, Li Wuxia found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 32. The Creation of Divine Techniques. The 5th Hokage, upon the activation of transcendent perception, found the following results. Through meticulous manipulation of power, divine techniques achieved effects magnified by 10-fold or even 100-fold. The consumption of natural energy was considerable. The wish lamp's spirit, at the initial stage of worldly divinity, possessed pure but sparse power, representing a natural expenditure devoid of waste. Furthermore, the spirit of the wish lamp, when performing divine techniques beyond its level, would exhaust its energy, a state deemed entirely normal. Enough already. This lamp merely wishes to voice a few grievances, so it seems we have 2 here. How utterly dull. Let us place this divine technique in the marketplace. I shall set the price at 120,000 faith points, merely to recoup my costs. Without profiting from my followers, even a fraction. The wishes I spend shall be sold for precisely that amount. Ha. Once again, I am moved by my own conscience, having refrained from inflating the price tenfold, not earning a single faith point. Ha. With transcendent perception activated. An introduction to the divine tree levels was presented. Divine techniques were categorized numerically from level 1 to 18, corresponding to lower worldly divinities to higher cosmic deities. With each divine rank encompassing 3 tiers, techniques were divided into lesser divine techniques and greater divine techniques. The latter, as the name implies, incurs minimal consumption, yet wields power equivalent to that of a comparable celestial adept. Greater divine techniques, part of the wish lamp's divine system, are intended for explosive use. Akin to celestial secret arts, deities could utilize greater divine techniques of equivalent rank up to a maximum of 10 times, unless their faith power was boundless. Otherwise, should the adversary remain unvanquished, the deity would find themselves in a vulnerable state. Moreover, each greater divine technique bore the character for great in its name, and both could be obtained through wishes, with equivalent consumption of willpower. After perusing these details, Li Wuxia muttered to himself, "This time, I shall not expend. Next time, I shall certainly desire more." He recalled a recent incident where, in haste, he had made a random selection. This served as a lesson. Having grasped the crux, Li Wuxia commenced his fervent actions, repeatedly wishing to purchase divine techniques, 300 level 1 techniques, 10 greater techniques, and 290 lesser techniques, encompassing early, mid, late, and peak stages, totaling a cost of 690 willpower points. The wish lamp calculated the expenditure, prompting Li Wuxia to exclaim in delight over the affordability. And he continued to wish without further consideration of the price. He sought 300 level 2 techniques and 300 level 3 divine trees. In the next moment, the subtitles began to scroll. Insufficient willpower. Insufficient willpower. The current willpower of the wish lamp stood at 280,000, affording the acquisition of 18 early-stage level 4 techniques, 9 mid-stage, for late-stage, and 1 peak-stage technique, alongside 1 early-stage level 5 technique. Spirit, please choose wisely. Damn it. This lamp cannot continue in this manner. Restraint is imperative. At the outset, 2 wishes, 1 in the middle phase, 1 at the peak. This cannot go on. Congratulations to the spirit lamp for successfully granting wishes, consuming a total of 240,000 wish power, leaving 40,000 behind. Li Wuxia gazed at his remaining wish power, bidding a tearful farewell to this sorrowful place, and dashed into the live shopping mall. Come forth, wish masters and believers. This lamp truly anticipates your astonished expressions. This is a grand clearance sale. Not a single ounce of faith will be earned. Time within the wish lamp was brief. Only 5 minutes had passed outside. Jiraiya silently observed Naruto Uzumaki. Just 2 minutes prior, he had arrived in time to assist the 3rd Hokage, looking at Naruto with a grave expression. Naruto Uzumaki, I do not know what you intend to achieve, but your father was my disciple, an exceptional man. I trust that you will not bring harm to the village. As he spoke, Jiraiya performed a slow-motion gesture, giving Naruto a thumbs up. I have faith in you, young one. He recognized his own inability to change the course of events and sought merely to lighten the atmosphere, preventing it from growing too awkward. The 3rd Hokage glanced at his eccentric disciple with mild irritation, yet a smile crept upon his lips, thinking, if it must be, then so be it. Naruto, observing Jiraiya's playful antics, recalled the image of his teacher from his memories. Since Jiraiya adopted such a demeanor, it signified that today's matter was settled. At this moment, Naruto felt an immense weight of pressure. In truth, he had yet to devise a plan for his next steps. Acting on impulse, he boldly stormed into the Hokage building, subsequently retrieving a summoning scroll, conjuring 2 tomes, one on Chinese history, the other on legendary performances. As Naruto opened the volume on Chinese history and read meticulously, he gradually grasped numerous concepts. The 300-year dynasty law? Is peace achievable solely through nuclear power? Only through relentless progress and surpassing one's predecessors can one avoid being overthrown. Having comprehended these truths, Naruto resolved fiercely, declaring, I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall become a supreme deity, and I will be the eternal nuclear force of the Hokage world. Next, the focus must shift towards developing the village, implementing the strategy of accumulating resources and biding time to reign. It is crucial to effectuate a qualitative transformation in the strength of the ninjas. With this thought, Naruto straightened his posture, flared his cloak, and proclaimed, "I am Naruto Uzumaki. And you may all recognize me as the child you once called the Nine-Tails Fox. Now, I stand as the strongest in this village, the fifth Hokage, and the man destined to unify the ninja world, the sole true deity of this realm. If you place your faith in me, I shall bestow upon you the power to control your destinies. Together, let us transform the world and restore peace. Ninjas should not serve as mere instruments of the state, nor should civilians be subject to indiscriminate slaughter. This world is grotesque, and I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall rectify it. I shall grant divine sovereignty, ensuring this world returns to harmony. Place your faith in me. Villagers, I stand before you to fulfill your every desire." In this moment, the Hidden Leaf Village is ablaze with fervor. Ordinarily, the common folk would not echo Naruto Uzumaki's words, yet upon hearing that the innocents should not be slaughtered at will, they were instantly reminded of their own pasts, or of the plight of those beyond the village. A profound sense of shared sorrow enveloped them, and they rallied behind Naruto, echoing his sentiments. Long live the fifth Hokage. Long live the divine right of kings. Gradually, their voices melded into a singular chorus, echoing the call for peace. Peace restored. Peace restored. Peace restored. Witnessing this scene, Naruto's heart soared with joy as a weight was lifted from his chest. He turned to the spirits of the third Hokage and, with a smile, inquired, "Grandfather Third, may I ask where the village's treasury lies? This is of utmost importance to me." "The treasury? Naruto, is that truly your aim? If you desire it, you need not go to such lengths," the third Hokage began, but Naruto raised a hand, interrupting him. "These treasures are not of paramount importance, rather. They possess the potential to exchange for an abundance of resources beyond your imagination, that could swiftly empower our village." Chapter 33. The Sale of Columnar Cells. Half a day later, Naruto Uzumaki appeared in the newly restored Hokage office, bearing 3 sealing scrolls. "Wish Lantern, I wish to initiate my first exchange." The Wish Lantern, drowsing within, suddenly jolted awake. Who was calling upon me?" Before the sound faded, the Wish Lantern manifested before Naruto. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of fatigue had seeped into the spirit of Li Wuxia, causing him to drift into slumber. Naruto's call nearly startled Li Wuxia's spirit away. "Ah, it is you. Naruto, speak, what is it? I am rather occupied at the moment." Upon hearing the voice of the Wish Lantern, Naruto felt an immediate sense of estrangement, inwardly mocking himself. Is he preparing to depart? Indeed. He is a mysterious and powerful artifact, the Wish Lantern spanning the myriad worlds. How could he remain so intimately connected to someone from my humble realm? As Naruto's thoughts swirled, he quickly declared, "Wish Lantern, I wish to commence the exchange." In that moment, Naruto distinctly severed his ties with the world of anime. He was no longer the cheerful and vivacious boy with the spirit of Ashura, but rather an ordinary lad embodying the most commonplace of characteristics. Yet, such ordinariness does not signify mediocrity and strength. Extreme personalities do not necessarily equate to formidable power. They might merely suggest a hint of insanity. The Wish Lantern, merely roused from slumber, lamented, yet it ignited a torrent of thoughts within Naruto, as if his demeanor were shifting towards that of a nefarious politician. "I see," the Wish Lantern interjected. "Naruto, speak forth. Present your treasures, and I shall accept anything within the value of 60,000 faith points." Upon hearing the Wish Lantern's tone revive, Naruto's spirits soared, and he returned to the exuberance befitting his youth. "Wish Lantern, the treasures of the Hidden Leaf Village are simply abundant. They must fetch a splendid price." Witnessing Naruto's elation, the Wish Lantern found it difficult to dampen his enthusiasm, despite knowing the scarcity of treasures in the Hokage world. In the next moment, Naruto produced a sealing book, exclaiming, "Wish Lantern, this is a treasure, the ultimate ninjutsu created by the second Hokage. Each technique within is immensely powerful, though they impose a significant burden on the ninja. The jutsus contained herein are formidable. Quickly assess its worth. Naruto, this sealing book has long been catalogued by me. Since you have inquired, I can only offer a nominal price of 600 faith points. Just 600 faith points. 600 faith points. 600. At that moment, Naruto's mind went blank, the words echoing incessantly in his head. Naruto. Enough. I have scanned your treasures and discovered valuable items within. Do not forsake the 60,000 faith points. You are sure to profit." Upon hearing this, Naruto regained his confidence and smiled, saying, I wonder what here might catch the eye of the wishing lamp lord. There's nothing much. In the next instant, a spatial scroll unfurled, and a test tube soared forth. The wishing lamp observed the test tube and remarked, this contains Hashirama's cells, valued at 25,000 faith points. Additionally, the 9 tails within you is worth 15,000 faith points. As for the remaining scraps, I shall accept them at the rate of 1 faith point each, along with the explosive tags. The ordinary ones are priced at 20 tags for 1 faith point, while the city defense explosive tags are 4 for 1 faith point. Altogether, that amounts to 45,000 faith points. Naruto-kun, what do you think? Seeing the wishing lamp indiscriminately collect his belongings as if they were mere refuse, Naruto's lips twitched in indignation as he retorted, I have no objections to the rest, but don't you think the price for Hashirama's cells and the 9 tails is a bit low? Upon hearing Naruto's words, the wishing lamp involuntarily summoned the natural forces from the surroundings, manifesting limbs and a head. Before them stood a diminutive figure, just 3 inches tall, with short legs extending from its base. Its lower half was adorned with a skirt made of leaves, each leaf of vibrant green, encircling the base. Above it loomed the lamp post, now transformed. Energy coalesced into a tiny garment. Looking closer, just half a centimeter below the lamp's wick, 2 arms emerged from the sleeves. One resting behind its back while the other reached toward the lotus platform, gently touching a smooth, rounded chin. At the very center of the lotus platform was a large round head, bowed in contemplation. The wishing lamp faced away from Naruto, who could only see its black nape, adorned with 2 delightful little tufts. Instinctively, Naruto reached out to tug at one, only for a plump head to swivel around, its eyes shifting from round to a line. A glimmer of gold flickered in the corner of its eye as it asked, Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Naruto instinctively withdrew his hand, squinting his eyes slightly. A stiff and awkward smile gracing his face as he stammered, and no, I didn't expect the wishing lamp lord to have such an adorable appearance. It truly brings back memories. I, Naruto Uzumaki, was once so cute. I must be getting old. Naruto Uzumaki, you little rascal, I am far older than you, so cease your pretense before me. Now, what are your thoughts on my offer? This price, there's no room for negotiation. That 9 tails of yours is merely a half-formed entity. If you can find the other half, I would be willing to offer you an additional 15,000 faith points. As for Hashirama's cells, the price is not so easily determined. If they were the complete cells of Hashirama, I would gladly offer 120,000 faith points. But for mere cells, 25,000 faith points is already quite generous. Although Senju Hashirama is indeed powerful, he remains at the pinnacle of Tier 3. He is still far from Tier 4. Even if you were to capture Kagaya Otsutsuki, I would only offer you a maximum of 800,000 faith points. She is the most valuable entity in the world of shinobi. Hearing this, Naruto chuckled. I never expected that the Wish Lantern would take such a liking to her. After all, she is an ancient woman of 1,000 years. Your ages seem quite compatible. Ha! You little rascal. Today this lantern shall teach you a lesson. The Wish Lantern retorted. I merely desire her genes and the fruit of the divine tree. That old woman holds no true value in terms of faith. As soon as the Wish Lantern finished speaking, its entire form transformed into a shooting star. With its head as a hammer, it forcefully struck Naruto's chin. The impact left Naruto dazed and disoriented. The Wish Lantern laughed triumphantly. Ha! Naruto, what do you think of my celestial technique of the lower pinnacle? This is a meteor technique worth 1,200 faith points. It consumes very little after usage and can enhance the speed within the realm of celestial beings by 3-fold, though it is merely a technique of the lower pinnacle. Its augmentation spans across all realms. Chapter 34, What Have I Done Wrong? Haha, what do you think? Does Naruto-kun need to make a purchase? It's only 1,200 faith points, truly a bargain. Amidst the ramblings of the Wish Lantern boasting about itself, the somewhat bewildered Naruto retorted, Wish Lantern, we seem to be even now. I have no intention of buying your so-called Meteor God technique. I am well aware of what you've updated in the store. Although the Meteor technique requires 30,000 faith points, it can enhance my speed tenfold. I, Uzumaki Naruto, can certainly afford that. Moreover, the Meteor God technique of the same tier only costs 30,000 faith points and can amplify my speed 100-fold for over a minute, usable 6 to 7 times. The cost-effectiveness is undeniably high. As Naruto spoke passionately, the Wish Lantern's first attempt at marketing ended in failure. It sighed and waved its hand, saying, "Alas, since you are so knowledgeable, I shall take my leave." No sooner had it spoken than the Wish Lantern vanished, reappearing in the live stream. "Haha, my friends, this lamp has come to see you. Your wishes have been splendidly fulfilled. How do you feel? Are you satisfied? Just tell me if you are." In the live stream, the Wish Lantern danced joyfully, its large head atop a tiny body, adorned with two little buns on its head, exuding an irresistible cuteness. The trio of girls, Wang Xiao, Bai Xiaoya, and Lu Xiaoxiao, gazed at it with sparkling eyes. In the next moment, Wang Xiao leaped forward, cradling the Wish Lantern, and excitedly asked, "Wish Lantern, how did you end up here? Naruto hasn't he even become the strongest in the world yet? He.S. only 12, not yet 18. How can that be considered completing the task?" With a smug expression in Wang Xiao's palm, the Wish Lantern replied with a smile, "Of course, it counts as completed. Your wish was for him to grow up like a normal child. And look at how normal Naruto is now." Bai Xiaoya, pouting, leaned closer to the Wish Lantern, her eyes fixed intently on it. "How can this be considered complete? He hasn't reached 18 yet. No way, it only counts when he turns 18. In response, the Wish Lantern bounced onto Bai Xiaoya's head and playfully stood on it, declaring, "Nonsense. Uzumaki Naruto participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War at 16 and the World War at 17. According to Earth's laws, 16 is considered adulthood. And by Ninja World standards, Naruto is already an adult. His mind has matured. He is no longer a child." After making this point, the Wish Lantern leaped back into Wang Xiao's hands and inquired, "Would you like to purchase some divine techniques? If you wish to buy, you can use your willpower points." Upon hearing this, the six individuals felt a surge of excitement. Wang Xiao quickly asked, "How many willpower points do I currently possess? What can I purchase?" "Actually, it's not much. Just 105 willpower points, accumulated over 9 years. Wang Xiao was taken aback, realizing she had so many willpower points. "I thought I only had a few points. How did I accumulate this much?" Don't worry. Your aspirations are inherently pure. And you ascended to divinity 6 years ago. Naturally, there exists a certain disparity between the divine and the mortal, does it not?" Subsequently, the 5 individuals inquired about their own wish lamp's power levels. The wish lamp lingered in the live stream for a moment before suddenly recalling an important matter, hastily returning to the world of Naruto. "Alas, my Ninetales." In the Hokage's office, Naruto plunged into the realm of the wish marketplace, meticulously selecting the jutsu he desired. He perused from left to right, feeling a persistent sense of dissatisfaction. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. "Naruto Uzumaki, where is my Ninetales? Return it to me at once." Naruto, initially bewildered, soon realized the source of the commotion. He had thought the wish lamp had forgotten about him. Inside Naruto, the Ninetales quivered with rage, incessantly cursing. What is this child thinking? Is Naruto attempting to sell me off? How infuriating. That wretched Minato, sealing me here. May he perish. How blissful I was in my past. I was the foremost subordinate of Sage of Six Paths, and it is all due to that accursed Hashirama Senju. What good is his so-called kindness? The nine-tailed fox roared, relentlessly battering against the four-symbol seal, causing the ceiling pillar to emit crackling sounds. The fiery orange fox began to exert itself, disregarding the pain coursing through its body as energy began to seep outward. This amplified the crackling noise, resembling the sound of fur singeing. The Ninetales emitted pained howls, its eyes gradually turning crimson. At that moment, tendrils of energy began to emerge from Naruto's abdomen, resembling claws and tails, as a fox's visage began to materialize. You intend to sell me, do you, you wretched child? I shall fight you. In the next instant, the orange chakra entwined with Naruto's cerulean chakra, their energies clashing like two opposing forces, one representing fire, the other wind. Though wind may fuel fire, these two energies were irreconcilable, engaged in a fierce struggle. Unperturbed, Naruto approached a mirror, observing the colors of the two energies enveloping him. He smiled and addressed the Ninetales. Little fox, are you known as Kurama? I, Naruto Uzumaki, carry the name of the Ninetales, reviled by the villagers and despised by children. What fault is mine? Between humans and tailed beasts, between ninja and tailed beasts, there exists only the distinction of strength and weakness, not right or wrong. My mother's sealing of you was not erroneous, nor was my father's. Thus, what wrong is there in my selling you? You are, after all, an unstable element in this world. Perhaps selling you would grant you a better existence. Upon concluding his statement, Naruto turned to the wish lamp, grinning as he said, "Am I not correct, esteemed wish lamp? Haha. Indeed, little fox, I shall henceforth be your master. Cheer up. Do not hinder Naruto's chakra any longer. His strength far surpasses yours. Do not underestimate Naruto." At this moment, the Nine-Tails was consumed by fury, its eyes resembling pools of blood. As chakra energy surged violently from its being, it roared, "You have committed no error. So how can I, the Nine-Tails, be at fault? I have merely grown larger, become stronger, and my destructive capability has increased. What sin is there in that? Moreover, this world is inherently ours. It is a domain bestowed upon us by the old man of the six paths. We are the guardians of this realm, while you humans are the true destroyers of the ninja world. I have existed in this realm for over 9 centuries. What transgression have I committed?" Chapter 35, Blood Trade Enough. Little fox, your complaints are of no consequence. I have invested money into this lamp, so rest assured, I shall not resort to devouring you. For I have heard that fox meat is rather unpalatable. What do you think, Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the wishing lamp, nodded, and replied with a smile. The lamp is indeed correct. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's fingers danced, performing a series of hand seals. Within the confines of the sealing space, a radiant portal emerged. The Nine-Tails, who had previously yearned for freedom, now cowered, reluctant to venture forth as if a veritable beast awaited it outside. "Why don't you come out, little fox? I assure you, I want to eat you. If you remain hidden, I might just have to come in after you." No sooner had he spoken than a small hand reached out from the portal. The Nine-Tails, witnessing this, attempted to resist, assuming a fierce stance. However, the small hand, though seemingly slow, moved with astonishing swiftness, seizing the back of the Nine-Tails' neck and lifting it out as one might a small dog. In that instant, as the nine-tailed fox emerged, the wishing lamp employed its divine technique to shrink it to the size of a ping-pong ball, transforming it into a diminutive orange fox. The little fox, still displaying its ferocious demeanor, growled, "You little brat, if you possess the ability to restore me to my original form, let us duel. With such a small stature, you are hardly enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I have a particular fondness for devouring children." The Nine-Tails' roaring fell on deaf ears. As the wishing lamp interjected, "I have no fondness for chatty mouths." With that, it invoked a silence spell. A golden light flashed from the lamp, and a circular device clamped down over the fox's mouth, rendering it forcibly mute, a sight most pitiable. The Nine-Tails clawed desperately at the golden ring adorning its mouth, yet could not touch it. The wishing lamp, admiring its handiwork, could not help but feel a sense of pride. "Haraha! This is a divine technique I crafted with great effort. The physical silence spell, though visible to the eye, is but an ephemeral construct, known only to me. Ha! This is specifically designed for such obstinate beasts." Just as this thought crossed its mind, a mental voice resonated around them. "You are insulting me, young one. I possess the ability for mental communication. Release me at once." The wishing lamp glanced down at the seated orange fox and awkwardly replied, "If your attitude remains so boastful, my memory may falter, and the password eludes me. This is a high-end password technique I devised, changing every second. If it changes too many times, I might not be able to decipher it. Little fox, you ought to contemplate your next attitude carefully." The nine-tailed fox, unyielding and defiant, struggled fiercely, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson. The orange chakra enveloped it, blazing like a fervent flame as it surged toward the wish lamp. Observing the fox's obstinacy, the wish lamp let out a resigned sigh and with a casual wave, drew the creature into the realm of the wish marketplace. Naruto, who had been silently watching the entire spectacle, chuckled and remarked, "Haha, wish lamp, this fellow has quite a fiery temperament. You should be cautious of any potential backlash." "Fear not, little Naruto," replied the wish lamp. "By the way, I believe we could engage in a business transaction." Upon hearing the word business, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Oh, is there anything I possess that would pique your interest, wish lamp?" In response to Naruto's curiosity, the wish lamp hesitated and said, "Nothing much. I merely desire your genes, the Vortex bloodline genes. Besides that, your indomitable Azura chakra is also quite a treasure." Naruto, stroking his chin in contemplation, murmured, "Is that so? I, Naruto Uzumaki, aspire to become the 5th Hokage. My blood should indeed hold great value. By the way, would you be interested in Sasuke's blood?" It carries the Sharingan genes, also a valuable asset. I could certainly spare 10 or even 8 tons of my blood. The wish lamp, observing Naruto's smug demeanor, feigned calmness while twitching at the corner of its eye. 1 drop of blood per person amounts to 5,000 faith points. If you wish to offer me 10 or 8 tons, that could be arranged. But I will only redeem it at 1 faith point per ton. What do you think? Naruto's lips twitched at this, and he opted to decline. 1 drop of blood is hardly excessive. In the next moment, Naruto transformed his chakra into a needle as fine as a strand of hair, swiftly piercing the tip of his finger. A single drop of blood slowly oozed from the wound, yet after half a second, an awkward scene unfolded. The blood trickled out at a mere 1/10 of a drop before the wound miraculously healed. This occurrence felt all too familiar. Unable to watch any longer, the wish lamp invoked a blood manipulation technique, causing Naruto's blood to seep from his pores and into the wish marketplace. Naruto, will you sell your Azura chakra? I shall offer you 10,000 faith points. If not, I shall take my leave. Naruto cast a deep glance at the wish lamp's diminutive figure and shook his head in refusal. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am not one to rely on shortcuts. I simply wish to continuously hone my abilities. Thus, I shall not part with it. Very well, the wish lamp replied, I shall take my leave. I will not forget my promise to you. Remember to summon me when the time comes. With those words, the surrounding space rippled like water, and the small figure gradually vanished. After the wish lamp departed, Naruto resumed the demeanor befitting a Hokage, though his face still bore a hint of youthfulness. His eyes shone with a fierce intensity. In a certain courtyard, as the brooding Sasuke pondered over a pile of documents, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, and a single drop of blood drifted away, vanishing into thin air. A voice echoed in his mind. Sasuke, this was sold to me by Naruto. Should you have any inquiries, seek him out, and you shall find the answers. At this moment, the square-faced Uchiha Sasuke transformed into a visage of fury, his eyes blazing with wrath as he sprinted towards the Hokage building, roaring, What have you done to me, Naruto Uzumaki? His voice echoed through half of Konoha village, leaving the villagers, fresh from battle, bewildered at the intentions of this surviving scion of the Uchiha clan. Within the Hokage building, Naruto Uzumaki, engrossed in the study of Chinese history and the art of war, was jolted back to reality by Sasuke's thunderous call. He gazed at the approaching figure on the rooftop, exclaiming with exasperation, What now? I am not this brat's enemy. What does he want? Moments later, the two converged for a conversation, where Naruto feigned guilt, subtly revealing fragments of the Hokage narrative, ultimately securing the allegiance of his first major general, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 36. The Flourishing Konoha and the Ultimate Promotion Method. Thus, time flowed swiftly. Within a month, the 4 great ninja villages would periodically test the waters of Konoha's situation. Gradually, after half a month, tranquility returned. During this period, the Hokage inauguration ceremony was successfully completed, and Naruto Uzumaki became the true 5th Hokage. Following this, he took continuous action, exchanging a significant number of invigorating talismans to empower his followers, enabling them to rapidly refine their chakra and significantly enhance their strength. He trained the Taijutsu ninjas, but Naruto could only exchange large talismans worth 3 faith points instead of the 30 faith points potential talismans. Although large talismans were specialized services, there exists a concept known as refining essence into energy. Naruto capitalized on this notion, encouraging everyone to cultivate a robust chakra reserve through disciplined willpower. Among them, the representative was Gaimite, who had attained a state of tranquility, having experienced the immense power of the large talismans multiplied by 19. When presented with another invigorating talisman, he remained calm and composed. With the support of this loyal group of followers, and by periodically showcasing his prowess within Konoha, Naruto's followers rapidly multiplied, doubling within a month to a staggering 14,000. In the second month, Naruto sought out Jiraiya, and the two utilized a reverse summoning technique to enter Mount Myaboku. Arriving at the abode of Sage Shima, after a brief exchange, they proceeded to visit the great sage Fukasaku. Before they could even step into the cave, the great sage Fukasaku spoke, Naruto, you've arrived. I agree to what you wish to accomplish. Having witnessed all the Hokage storylines, Naruto was skeptical of the great sage's prophetic abilities. To his surprise, before he could utter a word, the sage already seemed to know his intentions. Although taken aback, Naruto maintained his composure and replied, Since the great sage Fukasaku is willing to join Konoha as the 5th Hokage, I welcome you wholeheartedly. May I inquire when the beasts of Mount Myaboku will set forth? Upon hearing this, the great sage Fukasaku was momentarily stunned. His large hands began to gesture frantically as he anxiously said, Naruto, weren't you here to sign a contract? That was our agreement. Oh, is that so? I have come to conquer the illustrious Mount Myabokuzen, great Toad Sage. The time for your decision has arrived. Delay no longer. For I shall not allow any potential threat to linger. At this moment, the corpulent great Toad Sage, Old Ma, gazed down at the diminutive Naruto Uzumaki. Sensing a formidable and enigmatic power emanating from him, an essence that belonged to that individual. For nearly 8 or 9 years, he had lost his ability to foresee the future, leaving him with a hazy vision of the world's trajectory, only glimpsing a fragment of a terrifying fate. It was a vision of a lofty Naruto Uzumaki. Consequently, he had dispatched the sage of Jiraiya to gather information, yet the results were unsatisfactory. Indeed, the world had transformed into an unpredictable reality beyond his comprehension. Naruto, I pledge my allegiance to you, he declared. As the words escaped his lips, an ancient and mysterious scroll materialized before them, revealing itself as the contract scroll. In the next instant, the scroll unfurled automatically, and Naruto's blood was inscribed upon it. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki's name emerged at the forefront of the scroll, signifying his dominion over it. From henceforth, any contracts made would be directly with Naruto, eliminating the need for intermediaries from the Toad clan to profit from the transactions. Following this, Naruto Uzumaki's sphere of influence expanded once more, drawing the Toad clan into his belief system. The core forces of Konohagakure also acquired their own cherished combat partners. In the 3rd month, Princess Tsunade returned, and upon learning of the recent developments, she stormed to confront Jiraiya, demanding, Jiraiya, did you not inform me of the Hokage succession? Were you afraid I might contend for the position? Before she could finish, Tsunade conjured an immense chakra-infused punch, delivering a blow to Jiraiya's chin, sending him soaring at a 45-degree angle toward the heavens. Although Jiraiya was propelled away, his voice lingered in the air. Tsunade, why must you always resort to such violence? A moment later, Tsunade approached Naruto, her chest heaving with emotion, stating, Naruto, this village was established by my grandfather. Although I am unaware of your intentions, you must protect it at all costs. Days passed, and Orochimaru made his appearance. Thus, the 3 great sage lands were unified under Naruto Uzumaki's leadership, and the combat prowess of Konohagakure soared once again. At that juncture, the legendary Sannin convened. Alongside a mightier-than-ever Might Guy, the mutated Sasuke, and the incomprehensibly potent Naruto. In this moment, the strength of Konohagakure reached its zenith, with ninjas beginning to lie in wait, drastically reducing the number of external missions undertaken as they embarked on a self-sufficient lifestyle. Ninjas unleashed their boundless energies and chakra upon the earth, cultivating fields anew. Various jutsu intertwined, yielding transformative results that profoundly impacted agricultural development. That year, Konohagakure tasted the fruits and vegetables of its own labor for the first time, achieving self-sufficiency, with no one left to constrict their progress. As time advanced, another year passed. By this time, Naruto was 14 years old, and the prowess of the 12 little strong ones surged dramatically, surpassing their peers in both strength and techniques. Under the guidance of the formidable Uzumaki Naruto, the mastery of power among the populace has become increasingly refined, enabling them to effortlessly enter Sage mode. While their combat experience may not be as vast, this is of little consequence. Over the course of the year, Naruto's followers have proliferated throughout the village and the 3 great sanctuaries, reaching a staggering total of 180,000 devotees, thereby accumulating a faith value of 218 million. After deducting the 109 million spent on the wishing lantern, a remaining balance of 109 million persists. The expenditure of 600,000 faith points on invigorating charms and 300,000 on divine techniques has elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, costing an additional 120,000 faith points. Consequently, Naruto is left with a mere 120,000 faith points. As he contemplated his depleted resources, memories of his previous debt to Uncle Yao surfaced, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Wishing Lantern, are you there? I wish to initiate a 360,000 faith point exchange. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Hokage's office, Naruto cradled several hefty scrolls, internally calling out to the wishing lantern. "Naruto, it has been 2 years, and you appear to be doing quite well." A diminutive figure, merely an inch tall, materialized on the Hokage's desk, beaming at Naruto. How could the wishing lantern not be elated? Reflecting on the past 2 years of effortless gains, Naruto has contributed 1.09 million faith points to himself, along with the previous 10,000, totaling over 1 million. The few hundred points contributed by Wang Xiaoro and others are negligible. The wishing lantern has diligently upgraded its own cultivation level, spending 660,000 faith points to ascend to the mid-tier of the celestial realm. The method by which the wishing lantern enhances its cultivation differs from that of Naruto and his companions, as the lantern god system indeed possesses a supreme method of advancement. Chapter 37. Naruto Uzumaki assumes the role of daimyo. The method is, in fact, quite simple. It involves the expenditure of wealth. Li Wuxia, having achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, expended all his faith values at every minor and major realm. Typically, if an individual possesses sufficient faith values, they would not undergo a gradual transformation but would instead elevate their cultivation to the highest possible level all at once. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage of the lantern god system. While the immediate enhancement of cultivation is exhilarating, it lacks the profound depth that time brings. Without employing divine techniques, those who ascend through the lantern god system can generally only contend with opponents of the same realm in the path of immortality. However, should they utilize divine techniques, they could stand toe-to-toe with the prodigies. If faith values are expended to compensate for each minor and major realm, one can battle prodigies without using divine techniques, and in certain stages of cultivation, they may even become invincible against higher-level opponents. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the lantern god system. Returning to the matter at hand, the wishing lantern's divine power swept across the items laid out before the fifth Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. With the activation of his transcendent perception, immediate information was obtained, and the wishing lantern spoke. "Naruto, these values seem rather low. The total worth is 120,000. Items like explosive tags are no longer of interest to me. The value of bloodline limits and blood-related items is 100,000. This grass shaving sword is worth 5,000, and the six-path sage's stone tablet is valued at 15,000. Quickly, present any treasures you possess. I sense you harbor more riches. Is it the Tao-seeking jade? Show it to me at once." Naruto, observing the excited wishing lantern, offered an awkward smile and replied, "I can't give that to you yet. It's my weapon against the big boss." Upon hearing this, the wishing lantern's face twisted in disdain, and it retorted, "Humph, as long as you exchange for a few more divine techniques, that big boss will be no challenge at all. Besides, if you manage to compensate for the faith values required to transform your body at each minor realm, Kagaya Otsutsuki will be a mere trifle." Although Naruto heard these words, he did not take them to heart and merely smiled dismissively as the wishing lantern vanished into the fluctuations of space. At that moment, Naruto stood by the window of the Hokage's office, gazing at the scenery outside, feeling the threads of faith connecting him. Commands flowed through these threads, and the village of Konohagakure began to operate with fervor, akin to a long-dormant giant awakening and stretching its limbs, showcasing its extraordinary nature. In the live broadcast room, the wishing lantern sat comfortably, cradling a bucket of popcorn as if watching an enthralling film. The initial scene depicted Naruto alone, but gradually, golden threads began to split from him, extending in all directions and enveloping the entirety of the land of fire. In that moment, it appeared as though an invisible web ensnared the land of fire, rendering any struggle futile. The scene shifted, revealing various scenarios unfolding in the dark of night, where ninja teams operated in groups of 3. The capital of the land of fire was besieged, all the guards rendered unconscious, and the daimyo of the land of fire, still lost in slumber, was bound tightly. The orders of Naruto Uzumaki resounded once more, commanding his return. An hour later, the daimyo was brought before Naruto, who greeted him with a smile, saying, "Daimyo, it has been a long time. I sincerely apologize for this manner of meeting." The daimyo gazed upon the youthful figure before him, the very Hokage he had appointed 2 years prior. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Young man, what is it that you desire?" Naruto, however, paid no heed to the daimyo's query. A surge of divine power erupted from him, lifting the daimyo and carrying him outward. They ascended to the rooftop of the Hokage building, where Naruto raised his hand skyward. In an instant, A colossal hand seal manifested and shot forth, growing larger and faster as it soared towards the heavens. The daimyo watched in awe as a massive void opened in the clouds, illuminated by the radiant moonlight upon the rooftop. Tremors coursed through him. His mortal eyes could not perceive the boundaries of the hand seal, and he trembled, stammering, This is true, divine power. The celestial change from 2 years ago was. Witnessing the remarkable prowess of the hand seal left the daimyo quaking, his words faltering. At last, Naruto spoke, sidestepping the daimyo's question, and directly asked, What do you think of me? Why, young man, you are quite impressive, very powerful. Humph, that is not what I inquired about. Do you believe I resemble a daimyo? At this, the daimyo's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Are you planning to betray the land of fire? In this moment, he had cast aside his fears, questioning loudly, Will you rebel against me? The land of fire does not require the intervention of ninjas. You know what happened in the land of waves, do you not? Upon hearing this, Naruto fixed a steadfast gaze upon the daimyo, reiterating his previous question. What do you think of me? At that moment, Naruto's divine aura pressed down upon the daimyo, causing him to kneel instantly, his knees crashing against the rooftop with a resounding thud. In that instant, he recalled his status as a captive. Naruto wasted no more words, gesturing decisively, Tomorrow, I shall hold the coronation ceremony. From this day forth, the land of fire shall be governed by me, Naruto Uzumaki. With this declaration, the tone for the following day was firmly established. Time slipped by, and on the following morning in the capital of the land of fire, Naruto donned his divine attire and entered the ceremonial proceedings. The recent consolidation of the Hidden Leaf had lulled the 4 great ninja villages into a false sense of security, compounded by the increasing activity of the Akatsuki, who had relentlessly pursued the tailed beasts. Consequently, the momentous events of 2 years prior had faded from the collective memory of the people who had begun to overlook the Hidden Leaf village. Yet just yesterday, invitations had been dispatched across the globe, reaching numerous ninja villages and nations within the shinobi world. At the coronation ceremony, Naruto received the staff symbolizing the position of the daimyo from the representative of the previous daimyo of the Land of Fire, marking the completion of the transition of power. The assembled ninjas and nobles of the palace were taken aback, exchanging whispers and engaging in hushed discussions among themselves. They marveled at the fact that Naruto had become the daimyo of the Land of Fire, exclaiming how unceremonious the occasion seemed. Indeed, it was astonishingly modest for a ceremony of such significance in the world's foremost nation. The murmurs of discontent and surprise persisted, yet Naruto remained unfazed. The ceremony of succession was of secondary importance. The former daimyo had no intention of bolstering Naruto's image, finding amusement in the potential for Naruto to embarrass himself. As the banquet commenced, a multitude of guests entered the hall, with Naruto seated at the head of the table, channeling the power of the transparent technique. Chapter 38. Faith in the surge of followers. The divine art of clarity is a hierarchical divine technique, akin to the wish lantern, with each level and minor realm meticulously arranged like the great hand seal of the mortal realm. Naruto Uzumaki, with his spirit divided into 220,000 thoughts, adeptly navigates the festivities as golden threads of faith unfurl, enveloping the entire land of fire. Ninjas spring into action, fervently disseminating the belief in Naruto, ensuring it reaches every village and town. At this juncture, Naruto boasts 180,000 followers and 70,000 ordinary citizens, who are diligently honing their physical techniques. Among them, 50,000 are physical ninjas, 20,000 practice both physical and ninjutsu, and 40,000 are devoted to ninja beasts. The entire Hidden Leaf village mobilizes, forming teams of 6 followers, 3 ninjas, 2 ordinary citizens, and 1 ninja beast. The ninjas swiftly escort the faithful to the designated sites for spreading the faith, while the followers work in unison to propagate belief, with the beast ensuring the safety of the 2 ordinary citizens. The ninjas stand guard against rogue ninjas, mountain bandits, or armed forces within the villages. Naruto orchestrates the efforts, and whenever a follower emerges in a village, the ninjas swiftly gather them to further expand the reach of their beliefs. Thus, through person-to-person transmission, villagers witness those around them gradually transform into followers of Naruto, significantly enhancing credibility. Furthermore, Naruto employs the divine art of clarity to cast the light of redemption, rescuing numerous disabled villagers and townsfolk. At this moment, the pressure upon Naruto in the banquet hall is immense. His divine power is gradually depleting, yet the number of followers continues to swell, causing the light in his eyes to shine ever brighter. Gradually, Naruto's consumption stabilizes into a balance. In the village of Cece, at the doorstep of Uncle Hade, the anxious young man implores, "Ninja Master has summoned us to gather at the square. Hurry, I'll assist you. It would be disastrous if we missed it." Village Chief Hade opens his door, glancing at the overly eager youth, and casually responds, "Don't worry, Gamaru. Nothing will happen." Yet, Gamaru, his urgency unabated, presses, "Uncle, let us go quickly. This time, it is indeed the ninjas of Konoha, not mere wandering shinobi, and there are as many as 5 of them, accompanied by a large toad beast that appears to be capable of devouring humans." Upon hearing this, the village chief Hade felt a sense of foreboding. The two hastily made their way to the square, which was already teeming with villagers, numbering over 400. As Hade gazed towards the center of the square, he beheld 5 ninjas clad in Konoha attire, with a towering toad standing over 2 meters tall behind them. The toad wore a small vest and bore a large sword on its back. At that moment, one of the ninjas made his move, his hands dancing as he proclaimed, "Earth Release, Rising Platform Technique." With a swift clap to the ground, a platform materialized in the center of the square, measuring 3 meters in height and 5 meters in length and width. Subsequently, 3 ninjas transformed into shadows and vanished from sight, while 2 robust figures in ninja attire stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, 14 years ago, a celestial phenomenon occurred, and the nine-tailed fox wreaked havoc in Konoha, seeking to obliterate the ninja village. Fortunately, at that time, the god of sound was born. As the god of sound entered the world, a beam of golden light enveloped him, and from the depths of time and space, a divine lamp appeared, resting in his embrace. Witnessing the vastness of the world and the plight of its beings, with the malevolent beast, the nine-tailed fox, causing turmoil among humanity, the god of sound, in a fit of rage, rose to his feet, taking 3 steps forward. With one hand pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth, he declared, "In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme." At these words, the very fabric of reality trembled as the god of sound opened a portal to a new realm. At that time, the god of sound was still young, his divine power faint, and in a bid to save the people of Konoha, he neglected the suffering of the world at large. Drawing upon the scant divine energy he possessed from birth, he sealed the nine-tailed fox within his own being. Subsequently, he forgot all memories, growing up naturally like a child. 2 years ago, the god of sound's memories resurfaced, revealing a world where the common folk lived like livestock, while the ninjas reigned supreme amidst ceaseless warfare among nations. The god of sound pondered, where will the people go? For 3 days and nights, the question lingered. And upon dispelling the turmoil within, Narukami exclaimed, "The divine may ascend, and the people too may rise." At the utterance of these words, the heavens shifted, and celestial bodies fell from the sky. On that fateful day, Narukami resolved to pave the path for all beings to become formidable ninjas, allowing every soul in this realm to soar like dragons. At that moment, the crowd below was flushed with excitement, their faces glowing with fervor, while Narukami continued his discourse. The scene from that day is etched in my memory, an immense, luminous sphere over 300 meters in diameter hurtling toward the village of Konohagakure. Just as catastrophe loomed, Narukami intervened, raising a colossal golden hand to the heavens, creating a vacuum in the sky that spanned 300 miles. The sheer might of that moment, its grandeur and power, remains unforgettable to me. Subsequently, Narukami garnered the admiration of the entire village and ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage. Noticing the village's sluggish development, Narukami repeatedly performed miraculous feats, igniting the villagers' passion and making the practice of ninjutsu increasingly accessible, thus amplifying their strength day by day. "Dear villagers," he declared, "though I am not yet a ninja, behold my muscles, my physique, so robust and perfect." Upon hearing this, the villagers felt their own blood surge with excitement. Having never encountered such inspiring words, Narukami's fervor ignited the entire village, their cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. The villagers on stage tore at their robes, revealing their chiseled physiques and striking exaggerated poses, further exhilarating the crowd. One insightful villager boldly inquired, "How may we become followers of Narukami?" "Indeed, I wish to believe in Narukami. I desire to be a disciple of Narukami." As the villagers' enthusiasm surged, each clamored to embrace the faith of Narukami. Witnessing this fervent display, the two individuals on stage exchanged knowing smiles, and another villager from Kanahagakur responded. Chapter 39. The rapid increase of followers of the God of Sound. To become a devotee of the God of Sound, one need only possess genuine faith. Nonetheless, among the villagers, those who can embrace this belief within a minute shall witness divine manifestations. If one ranks among the top 3 followers of the village, the God of Sound may grant healing for their ailments. Time is of the essence. It is a first-come, first-served opportunity. The villagers awaited my narration of the God of Sound's tale before I would instruct them on how to become his followers. Though the two individuals on stage felt a surge of excitement, they sensed that the villagers' enthusiasm still lacked fervor. They endeavored once more to stir the villagers' emotions, plunging them into a state of blind fervor. Although the faith in the God of Sound is a serious one, each group engaged in spreading this belief is evaluated on their performance. The better their results, the greater the rewards. Upon hearing this, many villagers' eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. They regarded their fellow villagers as rivals, feeling a sense of competitiveness. A multitude of villagers resolved within themselves, I must become the first devotee. These individuals surely cannot surpass me. Only I am worthy of being a follower of the God of Sound. I cultivate the land better than anyone else in the village. I am the wisest among them. Surely, they cannot compare to my prowess. On stage, the villagers from Konoha continued their discourse. With the formidable power of the God of Sound, Konoha has transformed into an extraordinary force. Today, throughout the shinobi world and the entire continent, the God of Sound stands invincible. Konoha's strength has surpassed that of the entire shinobi realm by a considerable margin. If you place your faith in the God of Sound, you shall receive boundless power and an abundance of sustenance. Upon hearing this, the villagers below grew even more animated. Yet they remained silent, their gazes fixated intently on the stage, eagerly awaiting the moment the method of faith would be revealed. The previous day, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, feeling unworthy and incapable, decided to relinquish his position to the God of Sound. The God of Sound repeatedly declined. Yet the feudal lord, trembling and kneeling, implored him to assume this great responsibility. Witnessing the feudal lord's sincerity, the God of Sound could only lament to the heavens, uttering words that would astonish for 8 centuries. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals. They must first endure toil, hunger, and deprivation. Subsequently, the God of Sound expressed his frustrations, raising his hand to the sky and striking it with great force, dispersing the clouds and revealing the moonlight. Last night, a colossal handprint, stretching hundreds of miles, lingered in the heavens. Did you see it? Upon hearing this, the villagers below became even more exhilarated. Last night, there was a tremendous noise in the sky. So that was the cause, exclaimed one. I witnessed it. I couldn't sleep and lay on the rooftop gazing at the stars. I saw that enormous handprint. It created a hole in the sky. As he spoke, the crowd grew more animated, exchanging fervent discussions. Indeed, my roof is damaged. And I saw it with my own eyes. When I told others, they did not believe me. Yes, I saw it too. Is it true? Did you all witness it? What time was it last night? Indeed. Would I deceive you? Murakami Hade, undistracted by the surrounding discussions, was consumed by the notion of miracles. He raised his voice to the villagers of Kanahagakur on the stage, inquiring, esteemed ninja lords, could you enlighten us on the path to becoming disciples of the God of the Wind? The two individuals on the platform exchanged glances, instantly comprehending his intent. They glanced at the severed leg and then produced a white scroll from their garments, gradually unfurling it while proclaiming, by merely observing the image of the God of the Wind, one may cultivate faith in him. The stronger the faith, the swifter the belief manifests. Once faith is ignited, the God shall respond with divine miracles. There are only 3 slots for miracles, available on a first-come, first-served basis. In that moment, the audience's eyes blazed with fervor, fixated on the scroll as if beholding an unparalleled beauty. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and Hade felt a surge of faith awaken within him. Subsequently, a radiant beam of divine energy descended, enveloping him in dazzling golden light, swiftly mending his shattered limb. In that instant, the crowd erupted with fervor. Their gazes locked onto the image, their minds fervently praying, yearning to be the next to embrace discipleship. Another 3 seconds elapsed, and Gemaru became a disciple. Bathed in a radiant glow that rejuvenated him, his once dark skin now fair and pristine. At this moment, Emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others despaired. As the 10th second struck, a surge of disciples emerged, drawing the attention of Uzumaki Naruto. He grasped the cunning strategy employed by the two, exclaiming in admiration. Recalling a phrase from the Wish Lantern, in the game of life, one defines their own identity. Indeed, the words of the Wish Lantern rang true. These two deserved accolades, and their method warranted propagation. In the live broadcast room, 6 individuals, illuminated by a single lantern, laughed heartily, their composure abandoned. Look at them rolling around. Wang Xiaoro exclaimed in delight. Haraha, is that not a template from that renowned figure? Pointing heavenward and earthward, these two villagers are truly ingenious. Laughter erupted, indeed. This is simply brilliant. Haraha, and what of the final 3 slots? I, Lu Han, did not even utilize them during my live stream. Yet they managed to employ them here. Haraha. The atmosphere in the live stream was filled with unbounded joy, while Uzumaki Naruto found himself overwhelmed. His mind racing as streams of information flowed forth, and various divine techniques were unleashed. In a 6-person team, the elderly Yuan Fei absorbed the threads of faith transmitted to him. Glaring fiercely, he bellowed. Chapter 40. The Prelude to the 4th Great Ninja War Brat. Allow me to impart my beliefs upon you, yet you dare fabricate such ludicrous tales. What do you mean by taking 3 steps? If you could truly walk, I would consume the stones beneath my feet. And as for the sky's descent of a 300-meter light sphere, was it not you who conjured that? And the villagers' approval, had it not been for your formidable strength, would I have yielded? What nonsense! The Daime begs you to become the ruler of the land of fire. What utter drivel, mere fabrications, and false propaganda. Jiraiya, witnessing the 3rd Hokage's explosive outburst, could only sigh in resignation. Teacher, at this juncture, why incite further discord? You are, after all, a believer of Naruto, who has aided in restoring your vitality. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's temper flared, yet he fell silent. Since the events of 2 years prior, his demeanor had drastically changed. He embraced life with the spirit of a child. With a mere trio in his entourage, Hiruzen quickly arrived at a bustling city, where he summoned the mighty Monkey King. His voice resonating throughout the town. The extravagant display of ninjutsu captivated the townsfolk, drawing thousands to gather in the city square within half an hour. With solemnity, Hiruzen began his grandiose tale. 14 years ago, a celestial phenomenon occurred. Naruto Uzumaki raised his hand to the heavens. The Daime of the Land of Fire knelt in submission. Such scenes unfolded throughout the Land of Fire, with each ninja echoing similar proclamations. The number of Naruto's followers surged, 200,000, 250,000, 300,000, 500,000, and still, the numbers climbed. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of various ninja nations had already dispersed. Naruto Uzumaki sat upon the Daime's throne, receiving the faith of his followers, wielding divine powers, and overseeing all affairs of the Land of Fire. As the day slipped away, the count of Naruto's followers reached 3 million, approximately 1/10 of the Land of Fire's population. The power of faith surged within him, reaching a staggering 100,000. With excitement in his eyes, Naruto mused, if only I were granted another month, I would be invincible within the ninja world. But in this world, who grants such favors? In the hidden cloud village, numerous cloud ninjas assembled, armed and advancing toward Konoha. The other great ninja villages mirrored this mobilization, as did the smaller nations, all converging upon Konoha. In this moment, the world was united in siege. Unbeknownst to Naruto, he had become a global adversary, as if an unseen hand orchestrated these events, steering them toward this inevitable confrontation. Viewers in the live stream observed with clarity, engaging in spirited discussions about how the Hokage village would fare against the world. Within the Wishing Lantern, Li Wuxia voiced, in my opinion, Naruto's current strength is somewhat lacking. He ought to heed my advice to solidify his foundations. Growing agitated, he expressed his frustration, lamenting Naruto's apparent ignorance. Wang Xiaoro regarded the somewhat endearing Wishing Lantern with a hint of exasperation. I believe they still stand a chance. At the very least, Naruto will not falter. Lu Han nodded in agreement, chuckling, indeed. He certainly won't lose. The ninja villages have their strengths. I harbor doubts regarding Naruto's ability to confront Kaguya, for she possesses the formidable power to sever the moon from 1,000 miles away. The discussions within the live stream are incessant, as the Ninja World War has commenced, marking the onset of the 4th Great Ninja War. At the borders of the Land of Fire, the 3rd Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, have made their appearance. Meanwhile, Gaara, Chiyo, and Temari gather, alongside the formidable warriors from various ninja villages, converging at the borders of the Land of Fire. In this moment, Naruto Uzumaki's threads of faith sense the location and hasten towards it. In merely 10 seconds, he shall arrive at the battlefield. En route, Naruto issues a series of commands, urging all to maintain combat readiness at the highest level of alertness, while the ninjas of the Leaf Village swiftly make their way to the borders of the Land of Fire. At this juncture, the shadow of war looms ominously over the ninja realm as hundreds of ninja villages gather here, each equipped with superior gear, comprising a force of 200,000 elite ninjas. Among them are also disheveled rogue ninjas, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as if they are about to partake in a lavish feast. In a mysterious locale, a group clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds gazes upon an idol, their faces alight with maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. True peace is found in explosions. Only through destruction can this world achieve harmony. Do you not agree? Right, my lord? Since the advent of the Wish Lantern, the number of fallen strong warriors in the ninja realm has dwindled, resulting in a terrifying combat prowess within the ninja world, with the Akatsuki organization at its zenith, boasting countless shadow-level experts. The third Raikage surveys the assembled ninjas, rallying their spirits. The ninjas of the Leaf Village intend to obliterate our homeland and devastate our lands, plunging this world into chaos. They are the destroyers. Can we endure this? To annihilate the Leaf Village, unbearable. To destroy the Leaf Village, the third Raikage raises his hands for silence, and the assembly falls quiet. He then issues his command. We shall storm in and devastate the Land of Fire. Today marks the opportune moment for the downfall of the Leaf Village. Kill, kill, kill. In a shadowy corner, a dark figure chuckles. Haha, has it begun? Then my plan shall. Chapter 41, The Battle of the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly versus Sand Shadow Village. At this moment, all plans within the ninja world were hastily accelerated. The golden radiance enveloping Naruto Uzumaki flickered as he appeared at the forefront of the allied forces, standing atop a towering tree that soared several meters into the sky. Clad in divine armor that billowed in the wind, his forehead protector gleamed with golden light. His gaze swept over the formidable warriors of the ninja realm, momentarily locking eyes with the third Raikage, before passing over the likes of Killer Bee, Chiyo, and Gaara. With a smile, Naruto inquired, "What are all of you doing? My village of Konoha cherishes peace. Are you intending to violate the agreements of the Five Nations?" Naruto had long since recognized the inevitability of conflict and was fully prepared for it. His words were merely a means to position himself on a moral high ground. If one does not claim the moral high ground, others will inevitably seize it, and losing such a position would diminish one's momentum. At that moment, a multitude of Konoha's strongest ninja appeared by Naruto's side, including the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen, the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, as well as the future generation of Konoha's elite, such as Kakashi and Guy. The power of Konoha was unprecedented. Those who were meant to perish in the original narrative thrived instead. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was in the midst of summoning the first and second Hokage, alongside other once-fallen heroes of Konoha, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Izumaki, each sealing technique unfolding before them. In this moment, Konoha's strength surged, leaving the ninja from opposing villages in a state of shock. How many Kage-level warriors were present? How could Konoha be so formidable? Witnessing this spectacle, the powerful figures from other ninja villages solidified their resolve to eliminate Konoha and the Land of Fire. Their strength was overwhelming, shattering the equilibrium of the ninja world. To be extraordinary is one thing, to be overwhelmingly powerful is another. This world does not require such a dominating force. At this critical juncture, the third Raikage, issued a command, kill. Simultaneously, the fourth Kazekage, Gaara, proclaimed the same straightforward order. It was as if the fruit of vengeance had taken effect, prompting numerous ninja villages to echo the command. The ninja armies surged toward the leaders of Konoha, seeking to overwhelm them through sheer numbers, their voices ringing out in unison. Kill. Annihilate Konoha. The cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the air. At this moment, Naruto remained still, while the other elite warriors of Konoha surged into action. Connecting through threads of faith, Naruto orchestrated their movements, his divine perspective revealing the strategies of each approaching ninja, ensuring not a single detail was overlooked. Nara Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique ensnared Temari, rendering her utterly immobilized. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino faced off against Chiyo, skillfully employing the mind transfer technique with remarkable finesse. At this moment, Akimichi Choji shone brightly among the trio of Inoshikacho. Upon unleashing the sixth gate of the 8 gates of opening, he enacted the expansion technique, his stature soaring beyond even that of the tailed beasts. With a thunderous roar, he activated the super expansion technique, entering a state of transformation that further augmented his height, surpassing the size of the tailed beasts entirely. As a colossal sphere, measuring 100 meters in diameter, he charged forth, enveloped in a radiant blend of green and red chakra. In a relentless straight line, he barreled towards Gaara, embodying the pinnacle of might on the battlefield. The sheer velocity of this rolling assault was nothing short of terrifying, leaving the allied forces of the ninja world scrambling in vain to evade the impending doom. At this moment, the might of Konoha was unparalleled. Gaara, fully transformed into his tailed beast form, bellowed defiantly, "You underestimate me far too much." With a powerful invocation of the sand waterfall funeral, the surrounding environment began to disintegrate into grains of sand. The sand from Gaara's gourd erupted forth, intertwining with the descending sands to ensnare Choji's rolling form, significantly decelerating his momentum. Temari, with a desperate struggle, broke free from the shadowy bindings and unleashed the summoning technique. Wind Dance, sending sharp blades of wind slicing towards Nara Shikamaru. Chiyo activated the Unified Heart technique, merging with her puppet spirit to extricate herself from Yamanaka Ino's grasp. Threads of chakra manipulated 3 puppets, directing them towards Ino with lethal intent. The mechanisms of the puppets clattered and transformed incessantly, as the 3 puppet combinations summoned a mighty tornado to assault Yamanaka Ino. Ino, having perfected the mind transfer technique, transitioned into a control technique, seizing Chiyo's puppets. Instantly, 2 of Chiyo's puppets betrayed her, one driven by brute force and the other by intricate precision, leading to a stalemate in the battle. Surrounding them, sand ninjas closed in, launching their own attacks on Yamanaka Ino. Overall, Chiyo held the upper hand, while Akimichi Choji continued to roll forward, feeling the resistance beneath him. Resolute, he opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates of opening, his body swelling once more as his rolling speed intensified. Gaara deftly evaded, yet the losses among the sand ninja were substantial. Choji pressed onward, with Gaara in pursuit, employing sand shields to launch relentless assaults. Streams of sand blades pierced towards Choji, but his defensive form repelled all the attacks, deflecting them with ease. The sand ninja ahead, along with the rogue ninjas, fell into despair as they beheld the approach of a massive, mountainous sphere. One ninja, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, only to be crushed into a sanguine paste in the next instant. Such scenes of devastation were commonplace on this battlefield, painting a grim picture of sorrow and despair. With a mighty swing, Choji unleashed calamity, leaving behind countless casualties in his wake. As Akimichi Choji traversed the terrain, a wide imprint, spanning 100 meters, stretched into the distance. At this moment, Naruto issued a command, dispatching the first 3 Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to assist Akimichi Choji. Choji was utterly exhausted, despite his earlier ferocity. It was merely the result of the 8 gates technique. Although Might Guy had devised a method to utilize the 8 gates without injury, the learning curve was exceedingly steep, and only Naruto and Guy had managed to master it thus far. At this critical juncture, Choji's strength waned, and his form rapidly diminished. Gaara's attack was imminent, while Nara Shikamaru employed his shadow imitation technique to restrain Temari. The shadows on the ground diverged, binding Gaara, while Yamanaka Ino, multitasking, directed her mind transfer technique towards him. In this pivotal moment, the attention of numerous powerful individuals converged upon the scene, yet Naruto remained unfazed, fully aware of the dire circumstances. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, wielding a large staff and entering his most potent state from his youth. The muscular figure of the 3rd Hokage materialized, and as he swung his staff, Gaara's sand shield shattered effortlessly, crumbling under the impact. "Humph, you insolent brat. I am the 3rd Hokage. You are not even worthy to challenge me. Bring your father here for a proper contest," he declared, inciting a surge of anger in Gaara, whose veins throbbed ominously. Gaara felt an overwhelming sense of losing control, and in the next moment, he closed his eyes, instinctively beginning to take command of his body. Chapter 42. The The Akatsuki organization mobilizes, combat escalates. Even so, he was no match for the third Hokage in this moment. The third Hokage single-handedly subdued the entire Sand Village. In another battlefield, the third Raikage, A, faced off against Jiraiya, while Orochimaru confronted Killer B, and Tsunade engaged with the other Cloud Shinobi. The battle was intense. Killer B transformed into his tailed beast yet was restrained and battered by the revived Hashirama Senju. Jiraiya unleashed his 100 Heroes technique, clearing the field of lesser foes. As the colossal Rasengan collided with A's steel fists, the third Raikage, invigorated by lightning, clashed ferociously with Jiraiya, sending the Rasengan hurtling across the battlefield, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled terror. No lesser shinobi dared approach this vicinity. Meanwhile, Tsunade's every punch created craters over 10 meters deep, obliterating anything in her path, a true cataclysm on the battlefield. In contrast, Orochimaru appeared to be enjoying himself, casually conversing with several revived elders. What? That brat Naruto intends to unify the ninja world and become the one true god, eradicating war? One elder exclaimed. Why are you so surprised? I find his vision quite commendable. Only through unification can we achieve peace. Is that not your ideal as well? Is that so? Brother, please do not mislead us. Such a notion would lead to countless deaths in war. TCH. You stubborn old fool. Has your head been kicked by a donkey? You are already dead. Why concern yourself with the affairs of the living? Beside them, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki found no opportunity to interject. Finally, Minato seized a moment to speak. Esteemed elders, I believe Lord Tobirama's perspective is valid. Only through experiencing pain can we attain true peace. Hashirama Senju regarded Minato with interest, puzzlingly asking, You are a Hokage. Are you not? How could you hold such a belief? Minato shrugged helplessly, his gaze drifting towards the top of a colossal tree. Who else but my son aspires to become the god of the ninja world? His expression was impassive. Yet internally, he reveled in the irony of the situation. Had this audacious declaration finally been made by himself? Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged astonished glances, deeply moved as they regarded the golden-haired youth before them. They had recently come to understand that their bloodline was dwindling, with only Tsunade remaining. It was unexpected that this golden-haired youth could produce such an exceptional son. As the elders continued their mundane chatter, the battlefield returned to Naruto's perspective. The strongest of Konoha had yet to make their move, while the allied forces of the ninja world were crumbling under pressure, retreating step by step. At this moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of isolation, as though he stood atop a great height, surveying a world beneath his feet. Where was the Akatsuki? How long did they intend to wait? If they did not emerge soon, he might conclude his work without them. In the obscure depths underground, a dozen formidable members of the Akatsuki organization attentively listened to the report delivered by White Zetsu. After a brief moment, an intense discussion erupted within the ranks of the Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito, adorned with his circular mask, was the first to speak, asserting, I believe the time has come for us to take action. Only by eliminating this group entirely can we unlock infinite reading and usher in a world of peace. Currently, the situation on the battlefield is dire, with defeat looming. If we delay any further, Konoha will find it even more challenging to emerge victorious. Indeed, only through explosive means can we attain global harmony. I shall demonstrate to them what true art entails. Their battles lack the finesse of explosive artistry, pondered Kakazu after a lengthy silence. This notification to the nations has consumed a considerable amount of resources. Should Konoha triumph, we, the Akatsuki, will face financial ruin and will be relegated to lurking in the shadows. As the fervent discussion continued, one of the leaders urged, Everyone, let us reach a decision. Raise your hands in agreement if you concur. Moments later, all 10 members of the Akatsuki voted unanimously in favor. Subsequently, the group vanished discreetly, each embarking on their own mission to support the battlefield. At that very moment on the battlefield, the fallen low-tier ninjas began to resurrect, transforming into monstrous beings cloaked in pure white, charging fearlessly towards the ninjas of Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke confronted Uchiha Itachi, while Kakashi faced off against the masked Obito. Each member of the Akatsuki found their own adversary among the ninjas of Konoha. In the tumultuous arena, Nagato unleashed Shinra Tensei, directing his attack towards Orochimaru. Meanwhile, in the Wish livestream room, 6 individuals excitedly observed the fierce battle unfolding. The Wish Lantern enthusiastically exclaimed, Hey, Nagato has made his move. Wang Shiro laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. watching the live stream as Nagato soared towards Shinja Hashirama and Shinja Tobarama, shouting as he ascended into the sky. As the classic scene played out, Wang Xiaoro began to synchronize her words with the footage. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? A bag of rice can carry 2 floors, and how tiring it is. Laughter erupted in the live stream room. Haha. Shinra Tensei? No. It's Shinra Tensei. After 3 girls completed their imitation, Luhan eagerly joined in as well. You're all mistaken. Mine is the authentic one, Shenluo Tianjin, she declared, puffing her cheeks defiantly. After the merriment subsided, Wang Xiaoro turned to the wish lantern and inquired, is the world of Naruto coming to an end? The wish lantern nodded thoughtfully, responding, not just an end. I suspect today marks the grand finale. Alas, the faith value that Naruto holds seems insufficient. His strength may be lacking. Upon hearing this, Luhan rushed to the wish lantern, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Is that true? Wish lantern, is there any way you can allow us to participate? I genuinely wish to be part of this world war. The others perked up at her words, eager to listen intently. Li Wuxia, sprawled on the ground within the wishing lantern, fell into deep contemplation upon hearing those words. Indeed, allowing them to enter was not entirely out of the question. However, what would become of their safety? Moreover, this endeavor would undoubtedly incur considerable expenses. Wait a moment. What if only their consciousness were to enter? In that case, I could simply provide them with a physical form within the ninja realm, especially since many had perished on the battlefield, leaving ample materials at my disposal. Yet, such expenses could hardly be borne by this humble lantern. My modest resources cannot withstand such a financial burden. With this thought in mind, Li Wuxia began to busily navigate the wish marketplace. The cost for consciousness to descend was 100 faith points, while the descent of a physical body required a staggering 1 million faith points. An exclusive physical form, equivalent in value to one's realm and cultivation, would have its price reduced to 1/100th for the descent of a physical body. Splendid. Let it be so. The external wishing lantern, in its true form, opened its eyes with a smile and addressed Luhan. While entering the world of Naruto is indeed possible, the expenses for this venture will need to be borne by you. Chapter 43, 6 participants in the live broadcast, a 7-person squad? The Wish Lamp has already set the exchange prices in the Wish Mall. Those interested may enter the store to make purchases, no negotiations permitted. Upon hearing this, the 6 individuals promptly opened the Wish Mall inventory in their minds, revealing a new section for Transcendence items beneath the Naruto and Lamp God categories. Upon entering the Transcendence items section, the first row contained Transcendence services, and the second row, physical body services, with no further options below. Wang Xiaoro, filled with excitement after perusing the options, exclaimed, I want to go to the Wish Lamp. I desire a divine physical body from the celestial realm. How much faith value does that require? The Wish Lamp glanced at Wang Xiaoro, clapped its hands, and casually replied, a divine physical body is an exclusive one. Priced at 15,000, 30,000, 60,000, or 120,000 faith values, depending on the level of attainment, along with an additional 100 faith values for consciousness descent. Xiaoro, which tier do you prefer? Loans are available. Upon hearing the mention of loans, Wang Xiaoro jolted and quickly said, I only need an ordinary physical body. You've misunderstood. The Wish Lamp responded, oh, is that so? Then the price is simply divided by 100. If you choose the initial tier, it will only cost 250, quite affordable and reasonable. At this moment, Luhan confidently interjected, 250 it is. I, Luhan, shall be a role model for all beings. Come forth, and let me be trampled. Li Wuxia glanced at the flamboyant Luhan and waved his hand nonchalantly, causing Luhan to appear in a crimson pool. Subsequently, words materialized in the void. Please select appearance, choose bloodline. The options included Uchiha, Uzumaki, Senju, and more. I choose Uzumaki, Luhan declared. Next, I shall select. Of course, I choose physical techniques. A direct confrontation is the essence of masculinity. Next, I select a height of 1.2 meters, weight of 70. Fair skin, with a slightly higher nose, thinner lips, and hair that must be emerald green. Yes, that's perfect. Afterward, each person made their choice for a new identity. Wang Xiaoro opted for the Uzumaki bloodline, embodying a golden-haired little girl with mid-level 3-tier strength. Lu Xiaoxiao chose the Uzumaki bloodline, taking on the identity of a girl with long black hair and peak-level 2-tier strength. Bai Xiaoya selected the Uzumaki bloodline, embodying a girl with slightly curly red hair and mid-level 2-tier strength. Wang Hai chose the Uzumaki bloodline, becoming a boy with silver slick-back hair and mid-level 2-tier strength. Wang Xiaolong selected the Uzumaki bloodline, transforming into a child with purple buns and mid-level 2-tier strength. At this moment, the 6 individuals were unaware of each other's choices. Li Wuxie waved his hand, and they vanished, reappearing beside Naruto Uzumaki in the Naruto world. The space trembled slightly as the 6 individuals, each with distinct hairstyles, let out cries of anguish, plummeting from the treetops. As they flailed their arms and legs, branches snapped under their descent, and one by one, they fell faster from the trees. Within the live broadcast space, the wish lamp covered its face with its hands, unable to bear the sight, lamenting. The Uzumaki bloodline is not so easily mastered. Such ignorance and fearlessness. Excessive power often signifies greater difficulty in control. Ha ha ha. At this juncture, Li Wuxie paused, contemplating. If they could select their bodies, then the lamp naturally could as well. Although I, Li Wuxie, cannot produce a wishing lamp, I can certainly mold a physical form. The essence of the wishing lamp shall be the soul of this corporeal body. Ha ha ha. What sort of form shall I shape? Perhaps a grand amalgamation of bloodline limits would suffice. In the world of Naruto, beneath the towering tree where Naruto resided, 6 individuals clumsily scaled towards the treetop, employing their chakra with great effort, while simultaneously exchanging grievances. The wishing lamp did not inform me that chakra was so difficult to control. I chose the Uzumaki bloodline. What about you all? Upon hearing Luhan's inquiry, the group fell silent, an awkward atmosphere enveloping them. Wang Shiro remarked, surely you all did not choose the Uzumaki bloodline as well? In unison, the group nodded. Atop the tree, Naruto, having overheard their conversation, chuckled and spoke. So it is you 6. Have you managed to come out? You seem quite formidable. Which of you is Shiro-chan? Upon hearing this, Wang Shiro raised her hand and replied, Naruto-kun, I am Wang Shiro. Subsequently, the group reintroduced themselves, allowing Naruto to finally discern the identities of these 6 individuals, each with distinctly different hairstyles. Since you wish to partake in the battle here, that is acceptable. However, what ninjutsu do you possess? Furthermore, given your poor control over your strength, you would find it difficult to execute any ninjutsu. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, a small figure adorned with horns, dressed in a golden robe emblazoned with dragons, and sporting long, jet black hair appeared before them. Ha ha ha. Naruto, rest assured. Their strength is commendable. They are certainly stronger than J-Nin. At least they're all at the level of Shadow Masters. Wishing Lamp-kun, you have transformed into this form. Allow me to touch you. Is it real or merely a facade? No sooner had he spoken than Naruto's filthy hand reached toward the wishing lamp's small face. With a fierce glint in her eyes, the wishing lamp bellowed, multiplication technique, wall technique. Instantly, her face enlarged, forcefully repelling Naruto's hand. At this moment, the gazes of the others converged upon her, revealing the comical sight of the wishing lamp with a disproportionately large head perched atop a tiny body. Li Wuxie within the wishing lamp felt no embarrassment. It was not he, Li Wuxie, who was disgraced, but merely a fellow named Wishing Lamp-kun. In that moment, the wishing lamp proclaimed proudly, ha ha ha. We are now the 7 brothers battle team, and I am your elder brother. If you heed my words, I shall generously impart to you my combat experience, guaranteed to be comprehensible. Initially, the group felt a tinge of awkwardness upon hearing the first half. Yet upon hearing the latter, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Luhan was the first to leap forward, proclaiming, Elder brother, I, Luhan, willingly accept the role of your second brother. Upon hearing this, the others grew anxious, eagerly voicing their desire. Dignity may be precious, but experience is even more valuable. If I cannot be the second brother, then I shall settle for the third. At this moment, Wang Shiro shouted, I shall be the third. Does anyone have any objections? If you have any objections, feel free to challenge me. I, Wang Shiro, will never resort to coercion. The remaining 4 individuals trembled at the sight of Wang Shiro's clenched fists, although she does not impose her will. Her readiness to strike leaves them with no choice but to endure the blows. Ultimately, the 7-member team was successfully formed. The 4th member, Lu Xiaoxiao, the 5th, Wang Hai, the 6th, Bai Xiaya, and the 7th, Wang Xiaolong. At this moment, the wish lantern, perched atop a large head, pointed at the 6 individuals, and radiant golden light emanated forth. Instantly, they acquired a wealth of combat experience and refined strength control techniques, knowledge painstakingly honed by Naruto Uzumaki over 6 arduous years. This mastery is intricate and fluid, akin to walking on air. Their combat experience stems from Might Guy's years of dedication. while the ninjutsu expertise is the culmination of the third Hokage's long-standing efforts. At this moment, this 7-member team is brimming with experience. Their only deficiency lies in psychological resilience. A realm the Wish Lantern cannot influence, it solely relies on their own performance. Meanwhile, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Chapter 44. The appearance of the Tintails as the Akatsuki organization joined the fray, the revived old guards of Konoha found themselves ensnared in combat. Although Konoha's ninjas were still gathering, they had already descended into a gruesome meat grinder. Without the infusion of fresh forces, both sides were destined to be trapped in an endless cycle of bloodshed until one party was utterly exhausted. At this juncture, even Uchiha Itachi's judgment of the Akatsuki held little significance, for the situation had already solidified. Naruto Uzumaki sighed, alas. It seems our strength still falls short. Is this truly our limit? I am filled with such regret. We haven't even drawn out the 10 tails. Hey, little Naruto-kun, are you imitating me? A voice chimed in. All right. Let me show them what true domination looks like. With a flourish of his small hand, the Wish Lamp declared, let us embark, my 7 divine beings, and let these pathetic ninjas witness our might. The other 5 companions, upon hearing this, became invigorated with excitement. However, Wang Hai, upon listening to this proclamation, felt a shiver run down his spine, overwhelmed by an impulse to turn and flee. This was far too embarrassing. The name 7 divine beings was utterly ridiculous. The Wish Lamp, undeterred by their reactions, courageously charged towards the center of the battlefield, exuding an air of fearless determination. Yet, his oversized head remained unchanged, giving him a comically unbalanced appearance. Gradually, the Wish Lamp's form enlarged, transforming him into a 3-meter-tall figure, yet his agility remained undiminished, indeed heightened. The 7-member team soared through the air, sprinting towards their target, Kakuzu, the financial manager of the Akatsuki. In no time, they descended upon Kakuzu, surrounding him. Boy, the Wish Lamp began. Would you like to experience the taste of death? Allow me to grant you that wish. Before he could finish, Luhan launched a massive Rasengan towards Kakuzu. Following Luhan's lead, the other 6 were not to be outdone, mirroring his movements. 6 colossal Rasengans surged towards the bewildered Kakuzu, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust and chaos. The 6 soared higher into the sky, propelled by the fierce winds. As a chasm measuring 100 meters in diameter and 20 meters deep opened up beneath them, Kakuzu's form vanished, obliterated beyond recognition. The shockwave radiated outwards for 1,000 meters, leaving thousands of weaker ninjas in its wake, either dead or severely injured. In that instant, all eyes on the battlefield were drawn to this spectacle, as formidable warriors began to take notice. The combat showed signs of abating. Deep below, a shadowy figure observed in astonishment. Who are they? I have never seen them before. They appear to be mere children. When did Konoha acquire so many powerful younglings? The plan has changed. Initiate the ultimate strategy. At the heart of the battlefield, the Wish Lamp was momentarily speechless, reflecting, so this is the new generation. Truly decisive and efficient, they hardly regard me, their elder brother. Well, they've spent their resources, so I suppose I should accommodate them. All right. Let us select our next target. The previous one was far too weak, utterly pitiful. The Konoha summoned forces, witnessing this scene, could only sigh in awe. With Hashirama Senju lamenting, this generation of youth is truly remarkable. It is almost comparable to the vigor of my youth. Indeed, my prowess should not be underestimated. Alas, I am growing old. Brother, you are clearly deceased. What do you mean by growing old? Sigh. This frail body is utterly insufficient, providing no thrill in combat. Indeed. Esteemed seniors, this place is exceedingly dull. I yearn to venture forth and witness the spectacle. As Namikaze Minato observes Senju Hashirama treating the god tree as a mere ball to kick, he appears utterly disinterested, embracing his beloved wife. Relegated to the role of a spectator. In his arms, Uzumaki Kushina inquires, Minato, why is Lord Hashirama so powerful? Our strength seems to pale in comparison. At this moment, Senju Tobarama interjects, that fellow possesses infinite vitality. His cells are inherently formidable, thus his strength surpasses ours. Meanwhile, the 6 paths of pain, being thoroughly dominated, rages internally. Damn it, is this merely a slight superiority? This is an immense chasm, akin to the difference between mountains and seas. How can this old man be so formidable? Among the 7-man squad, the Wish Lantern declares, let us set forth to confront Haiden and compare our artistry. In that instant, the 7-man squad resumes their mission. While the battlefield's dynamics continue to evolve, the leaders of various ninja villages command lower-ranking ninjas to retreat, lest they fall victim to a large-scale massacre, incurring unnecessary casualties. These 7 monsters unleash cataclysmic techniques, eschewing close-quarters combat entirely, relying solely on long-range assaults, leaving the lesser ninjas powerless. In that moment, the lower-tier ninjas flee the battlefield as if their lives depended on it. Deep beneath the earth, a colossal statue begins to awaken. Uchiha Obito appears, smiling as he remarks, "Black Jew, you summoned me for this, did you not? At last, it is time to put it to use." Upon the arrival of Obito, Black Jew bows his head, his eyes aflame with fervor and excitement, respectfully stating, "Indeed, my lord, the battlefield has turned unfavorable. It is time for the Ten Tails to make its move. Lest we prolong the night with unnecessary dreams, wouldn't you agree, Lord Obito?" "Haha. Black Jew, you have done well. And what of Lord Zetsu? He is already within the Ten Tails. As long as the Ten Tails remains undefeated, Lord Zetsu shall not emerge. The moment the Ten Tails falters will be the moment of your resurrection." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito nods and bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I hope Konoha does not disturb Lord Zetsu's rest, or else he shall be quite displeased. Ha ha ha." Gradually, the space begins to twist like a vortex, the form of the Ten Tails contorting and merging with Uchiha Obito's divine might. In the next instant, the air warps, and Uchiha Obito vanishes from his original position. At the center of the battlefield, the air distorts, and a colossal statue materializes in this place. In his mouth coalesced a cataclysmic black orb of energy, the legendary Ten Tails Beast Ball. At that moment, the 7 divine beings were relentlessly pursuing the elusive Fadewan, who found himself trapped with no escape, neither ascending to the heavens nor burrowing into the earth. One by one, they hurled their colossal Rasengan in a frenzied manner, exuding an air of boundless chakra. Yet not once did they manage to strike Fadewan. This peculiar individual seemed to have mastered the explosive shield technique, propelling himself with the agility of a rocket, deftly evading fatal blows in the nick of time. Xu Yuan and Wang Shiro trailed behind, engaged in conversation. "Shiro, why don't you join the fray and attack?" Xu Yuan inquired. "Fadewan is far too weak to withstand my strikes. If I were to join the fray, how could they revel in their battle?" At that moment, Xu Yuan turned her gaze towards the epicenter of the battlefield, a smile gracing her face. Chapter 45. The appearance of Uchiha Madara. Has she emerged? Little Ro inquired, setting her sights on the Ten Tails. The Wishing Lantern glanced at the others and remarked, "Can you manage? A bunch of amateurs. If not, I shall intervene and resolve this myself." No sooner had the Wishing Lantern spoken than the other 5 simultaneously unleashed the Shadow Clone technique, aiming to leverage their numerical superiority in battle. This spectacle left onlookers utterly speechless, as a myriad of colorful heads materialized around them, resembling a vibrant rainbow, each wielding a massive Rasengan, which they hurled towards Haiden. The surrounding ninjas were taken aback, and the Wishing Lantern inwardly scoffed. No wonder they could wish for Naruto's growth. Indeed, they all aspire to become Hokage. There's no escaping it now. All right. Our target is the Ten Tails. Let us advance to the heart of the battlefield. Oh ho, let's take down the Ten Tails. Cheers erupted as they stepped into the void, advancing towards the battlefield of the Ten Tails. The Wishing Lantern and Wang Shiro trailed behind. Eager to witness the folly of these individuals, the Ten Tails was not a foe they could hope to defeat. The battle would remain unaffected by these 7 youngsters. The moment the Ten Tails was summoned, half of the Tail Beast Bomb had already coalesced, emanating a dark radiance and a terrifying force that radiated a powerful aura, displacing the air and creating a vacuum. At this moment, Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up at the sight of the Ten Tails. Casting aside his opponent, Pain, he surged towards the Ten Tails, utilizing Wood Release, Wood Dragon technique. Standing atop the head of the Wood Dragon, Hashirama rapidly approached the Stone Tail, ascending ever higher until he hovered above the Ten Tails. But the Ten Tails appeared sluggish. Its speed was deceiving as it swiftly raised its head. The tailed beast bomb erupted from its mouth with a thunderous explosion, a crimson and white brilliance shooting forth. A beam of light swept towards Senju Hashirama, who met it head-on with his Wood Dragon technique. Quickly forming hand seals, he executed Senjutsu, Wood Release, True Thousand Hands, manifesting a colossal wooden giant towering 100 meters high, its arms densely arranged in a circular formation behind it. The tailed beast bomb obliterated the wood dragon technique, its radiance undiminished as it barreled towards Hashirama. Unyielding, Hashirama roared, his arms turning into fleeting shadows as he struck at the apex of the beam. The barrage of punch shadows resembled a massive green monstrosity, devoid of any true Buddhist semblance. In that moment, time seemed to freeze as Hashirama drove the tailed beast bomb back, only for the 10 tails to conjure yet another tailed beast bomb, sweeping towards Hashirama once more. The scorched ground resembled molten lava, while countless ninjas screamed in agony. Senjutsu, the sage art, was invoked as Hashirama Senju formed hand seals and bellowed. In that moment, a series of small gates materialized, confining the second-tailed beast ball within them. Just then, the 7 gods of shinobi arrived on the scene. Without hesitation, the 5 of them unleashed a barrage of shadow clone jutsu, followed by an onslaught of massive Rasengan, directed toward the 10 tails. Taken by surprise, the 10 tails found itself grievously wounded. At this critical juncture, Hashirama intervened, his colossal Buddha-like arms striking the 10 tails into the sky, its immense body soaring like a shrimp. The 5 then launched their Rasengan in a sweeping attack toward the 10 tails. Deep within its core, a voice echoed, filled with pain. Where am I? Is it time for me to act? Uchiha Madara opened one of his Rinnegan eyes, instantly perceiving the external world, a gravitational force emanating from his gaze. The 10 tails, suspended in the air, let out a haunting wail as it endured excruciating torment, its form gradually contorting. At that moment, the members of the Akatsuki gathered, forming a protective barrier around Hashirama. Nagato and Obito stood at the forefront, restraining Hashirama, while the other Akatsuki members launched their assault. The 7 gods of shinobi, along with the wish lanterns, remained spectators, showing no intention of joining the fray. The remaining 5 were entangled with the other members of the Akatsuki, unable to extricate themselves. Suddenly, the silver-haired Uchiha Madara appeared, but in the blink of an eye, his hair turned black. One eye was closed, while the other, the Rinnegan, remained open, radiating an aura of divine might as he gazed at Hashirama. Hashirama, have you been resurrected as well? Our battle from years ago remains unfinished. Deep underground, he cackled. As long as he activates infinite Tsukuyami, my mother will be revived. We're just a step away from that. In the realm of the Wish Lantern, Li Wuxie chuckled, remarking, the plot is progressing quite well, skipping over so much. I wonder what expression Naruto-kun will wear when Kaguya appears. Surely he has an inkling. On the treetop, Naruto observed this unfolding scene, laughing softly and shaking his head without uttering a word. He connected with the followers of Konoha through the threads of faith and issued a command. All members, take refuge in the air raid shelters. Maintain the highest level of alert and spread the word. The lower ranks of ninjas sprang into action, messages disseminating throughout the land of fire, warning of an impending catastrophe. The followers of Naruto, the god of fire, rushed about, alerting others, embodying the urgency of the situation. In the village of CC Lee, the village head, Hade, ran to share the news. Villagers, we must hide. Understood, Uncle Hade. I've already heard the divine warning. We must move quickly. At this moment, even the die-hard non-believers in Naruto began to panic, inquiring about the unfolding events. In that instant, the faith in Naruto surged to unprecedented heights, and Li Wuxie's gains within the Wish Lantern were substantial. The followers of the Land of Fire began their orderly retreat, unbeknownst to the other nations, as an unforeseen calamity loomed over the entire world. On the battlefield's edge, Uchiha Madara activated his Susanoo, striding purposefully towards Senju Hashirama. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto made his entrance and boldly declared, Uchiha Madara, you should hurry up and die. No one will challenge you in single combat. Upon hearing this, the 7 divine guardians erupted into laughter, their expressions filled with amusement. I knew it. This is the charming Naruto we all adore. One remarked, I have no fondness for that overly bright fool. The real world demands a touch of realism. What can mere words accomplish? Indeed, as Xiao Ruo and Xiao Ye had wisely stated, only strength can conquer all. They laughed heartily. Lu Han, after uttering these words, covered his eyes with one hand, bowed his head slightly, and grinned with such exuberance that he resembled a character from a fighting game. The others exchanged glances, shivering slightly and distancing themselves from him. Wang Xiaolong tugged at Lu Han's sleeve, speaking in a hushed tone filled with embarrassment. Xiao Han, there are many people here. You ought to be more composed and refrain from such peculiar antics. Upon hearing this, Lu Han's expression soured. What did you just call me, Wang Xiaolong? Xiao Han. Wang Xiaolong repeated. Unable to contain himself, Lu Han erupted in a tirade. How dare you call me Xiao Han? Only my beloved mother can address me as such. You little pest, do you think you can get away with this? Just wait until I deal with you. Chapter 46. The awakening of Princess Kaguya. Before the battle had even commenced, infighting had already erupted among the ranks. Lu Han and Wang Xiaolong were engaged in a fierce brawl, each delivering blows with unwavering resolve, embodying an unyielding spirit. Meanwhile, Senja Hashirama had already clashed with Uchiha Madara. And Naruto Uzumaki activated his Sage mode, roaring, Sage God's Great Shield, spiraling sphere technique. In that fleeting moment, numerous spiraling spheres coalesced, each meticulously manipulated by Naruto to perfection. The wind chakra within each sphere operated with a precision down to the nanometer, exhibiting no margin for error. The interweaving of the chakra resembled a sophisticated formation, binding all energy, which Naruto then propelled forth with a flick of his fingers. Glowing orbs pierced through the void. Directed towards Uchiha Madara, the spiraling projectiles exhibited remarkable penetrative power, bursting through Madara's Susanoo from within. With swift hand seals, Uchiha Madara summoned Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei, generating a powerful gravitational force that ensnared Hashirama and drew Naruto's spiraling sphere skyward. The ground within a 2 to 3 mile radius began to tremble and rise towards the heavens, coalescing into a colossal stone sphere with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Inside this sphere, Hashirama lamented, Madara has indeed grown significantly stronger. He then expressed his ire. But what kind of pathetic body did Orochimaru grant me? It's utterly useless after just a few exchanges, simply a waste. I haven't even had my fill of battle yet. Damn it, if you let me out again, I swear I'll break 3 of your legs, or my name isn't Senju. At this moment, Hashirama withdrew, and Naruto glanced at Orochimaru, smiling and nodding. Meanwhile, the other battlefields had ceased combat, with the allied forces of the ninja world observing the fierce conflict within the village of Konoha, eager to witness the spectacle. The formidable warriors of Konoha had gathered around Uchiha Madara, eagerly preparing for action. In the next instant, all present opened the 8th gate. Green chakra surged around them, amplifying their power exponentially. Among them, Might Guy radiated an overwhelming presence, his chakra a vibrant azure, exuding boundless might and audacity. His body showed no signs of distress as he proclaimed, Burning my youth, Uchiha Madara, have you ever felt the impact of youth? Today, I, the eternal underdog Might Guy, shall let you experience it. As he spoke, the ground beneath Might Guy shattered, creating a massive pit, and he vanished from sight. The onlookers from Konoha simply watched in silence, refraining from intervening. Madara's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he exclaimed, How can this be? How can he move so swiftly? Before he could finish, a foot struck his abdomen, causing him to exhale with a spray of blood, his body bending as his Rinnegan widened in astonishment. What kind of jutsu is this? Might Guy halted, standing opposite Madara, and with a grin declared, Konoha, great whirlwind. Burn. Uchiha Madara. This is the power of youth. Upon witnessing this scene, Naruto Uzumaki instinctively slapped his forehead and lamented, Why does Uncle Might Guy still enjoy playing the villain? At that moment, Uchiha Madara straightened up, laughing maniacally toward the heavens. Ha! Quite an impressive ninjutsu. The Leaf Great Whirlwind. Thank you for the information. Now you shall perish. In the next instant, Uchiha Madara activated the 8 gates, and his power surged exponentially. The might of the planetary devastation intensified, leaving the surrounding Leaf ninjas exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. In the blink of an eye, a group of them launched a coordinated attack. But moments later, Madara single-handedly overwhelmed the elite of the Leaf. Might Guy was the first to bear the brunt, swiftly rendered a mess, his face bruised and battered. At that moment, Naruto cast a glance in the direction of the wishing lamp, engaging in a mental dialogue. Wishing lamp Kuin. There was no such scene in the future memories you granted me. How could Madara learn the 8 gates? This defies logic. Little did the wishing lamp know how Madara acquired this knowledge. In the final moments, it was reluctant to squander any wish power on investigation, responding perfunctorily, Naruto-kun. This is akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings. The future holds infinite variables. Just pluck a single string, and the world shall never be the same. This is perfectly normal. Naruto gazed at the rampaging Uchiha Madara, muttering to himself, Is this truly normal? Goodness, could it be that Uchiha Madara is a time traveler? Just then, Lu Han appeared solemnly beside Naruto and remarked, This individual is very likely a time traveler. He must have learned the 8 gates long ago and couldn't have mastered it merely by witnessing it. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head, responding, Luhan-kun. You raise a valid point, yet he clearly seemed unaware of the 8 gates' existence before. If he were a time traveler, he would undoubtedly know the significant flaws of the 8 gates. Even if he could learn it, he would not be able to. Luhan concurred, indeed. But is it possible that he exists in a multidimensional superposition? Perhaps just moments ago, he traversed through time and space? The Leaf Ninjas could still endure for a while. While Naruto and Luhan appeared to revel in their newfound camaraderie, engaged in animated conversation, the wishing lamp, increasingly unable to tolerate their speculations, activated its hyperdimensional perception, surveying all changes within the ninja world. It then clapped its hands and addressed Naruto and Luhan. All right. I have observed enough. You need not speculate any further. The two looked at the wishing lamp with eager anticipation, hoping for confirmation. The wishing lamp, meeting their expectant gazes, gradually spoke. He is now Uchiha Madara, not merely Madara. The essence of Kagaya Tsutsuki has begun to awaken within him, attempting to alter his thoughts. That mastery of the 8 gates was acquired from Kagaya. Upon hearing this, both nodded in agreement, yet their confusion deepened. Luhan pondered, does Kagaya possess such abilities? This can't be some theatrical adaptation, can it? Subsequently, he and Naruto exchanged knowing glances, smiling and nodding in mutual understanding. The wishing lamp glanced at the two fools, bemused by their thoughts, but paid them little mind. Within Uchiha Madara, the consciousness of Kagaya Tsutsuki fixated intently through Madara's eyes upon a figure in the arena, a young boy donned in a golden dragon robe, adorned with dragon horns. A sense of astonishment surged within her. How could it possibly be him? Chapter 47. The most potent combined ninjutsu legend speaks of a divine artifact that descended from the heavens 2 millennia ago, a quaint green lamp, which later transformed into a pair of horns atop a child's head, adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors, predominantly a deep, obsidian hue. It is said that this object is known as the wishing lamp, capable of granting any desire. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki scoured the entire ninja realm in search of this relic, but to no avail. Yet today, here it is, indeed a testament to the veracity of the legend. Ha ha ha. As long as I obtain it. What does the Otsutsuki clan matter? They shall not capture me. Within the consciousness of Uchiha Obito, such thoughts lingered, while the external battle raged on. At this moment, all the formidable warriors of Konoha unleashed the 8 gates, entering an invincible state, besieging Uchiha Obito alone. Although Obito's prowess was formidable, he could not withstand the onslaught of so many. Under the enhancement of the 8 gates, the disparity in strength among the assailants was not as pronounced, but the sheer power of Uchiha Obito was overwhelmingly dominant, resulting in a stalemate. Earth release, earth salt bullet technique, water release, thousand waters technique, fire release, roaring rock bullet. The ninjas unleashed a myriad of ninjutsu attacks, each effect soaring through the air, transforming the very soil beneath into an endless torrent. Rock projectiles rained down upon Uchiha Obito, while water morphed into high-frequency cutting blades. Water, both gentle and fierce. As the ancients proclaimed, the greatest virtue is like water, benefiting all without contention. With a surge in velocity, the waters demanded space as various forms of water release danced through the skies. Fire release, akin to shooting stars, crashed toward Uchiha Obito, igniting a transformation in the elemental properties of their techniques, giving birth to steam release. Though this new ninjutsu appeared unremarkable on the battlefield and failed to inflict even a scratch upon Uchiha Obito, it nonetheless opened a window of opportunity for the collective. At this juncture, chaotic collisions of energy erupted around them. Fire release collided with earth release, resulting in explosive flames, while wind release combined with water release birthed slicing techniques, such as the water lotus technique. The combination of lightning and water shields conjured the exploding fish pond technique, drawing cries of alarm from their own ranks. In that moment, the taijutsu practitioners could no longer contain themselves. One ninja bellowed, "You lot in the back, are you all insane? If you have the guts, step forward and take my place. Watch as I unleash my lightning. You'll all be finished." Before he could finish his boast, Uchiha Obito sent him flying with a swift roundhouse kick. "Who gave you the audacity to divert your attention while battling me, Uchiha Obito?" TCH, pathetic. At that instant, Might Guy surged behind Obito, delivering a powerful kick and relentlessly pursuing him, sending him soaring into the sky with each strike, granting him a fleeting moment of respite. "Uchiha Obito, you have aged. Only youth is worthy of being ignited. You, an old relic, have long since lost your fervor." prepare to perish. With a roar, Might Guy unleashed his taijutsu, Heavenly Dragon Descent. As he spiraled through the air, his body executed a complete 360-degree rotation, compressing chakra at the tips of his toes, delivering a kick of unparalleled might. A dragon's head erupted forth, embodying the essence of Might Guy's chakra, sweeping across Uchiha Obito's form with an overwhelming ferocity. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's expression was rigid, his body somewhat stiff, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he continued to laugh. A cacophony of laughter echoing, mocking Might Guy's foolishness, ridiculing his ignorance. As he laughed, Uchiha Madara's body radiated light, shattering explosively, leaving only an eye behind. However, in the next instant, the air twisted, and Uchiha Madara reappeared, cackling maniacally. Ha! Ha ha! Weak little insects, I, Uchiha Madara, am immortal. None among you can slay me. I shall be the sole, true god of this world. Perish, you ants. In that moment, Uchiha Madara exuded extreme arrogance. Yet the hand he held behind his back trembled slightly, betraying a facade of calmness. At that juncture, Uchiha Madara raised one hand to the heavens and roared, "Universal pull." In that instant, the sky expanded dramatically, and the planetary devastation descended upon the gathered ninjas. Not only that, but within the core of the planetary devastation, it appeared as if fire was unleashed. The surface of the celestial body began to crack, flames radiating forth, resembling a true meteor hurtling towards the multitude of ninjas. At this moment, the ninjas of Konohagakure, devoid of frivolity, summoned their utmost strength to deliver a powerful strike. Some ninjas unleashed their mightiest techniques, one kicked out. Executing his supreme technique, the body flicker technique, Phoenix Fire. A colossal, phoenix-shaped entity of chakra materialized, embodying boundless compressed air and high-density chakra. Others followed suit, among them Akimichi Chca, whose voice boomed the loudest, invoking the super expansion technique, transforming into a towering figure of muscle, surpassing even the limits of Susanoo, reaching an unprecedented height in the ninja world. At this point, Akimichi Chca struggled to move. Yet, it mattered not, for next, Yamanaka Ino and his father, Nara Shikamaru alongside his father Nara Shikaku, executed their shadow imitation technique, enhancing Chza's speed. They employed the mind transfer technique, uniting their strengths to control the massive form. But the spectacle did not end there. A multitude of Konoha's elite unleashed various new ninjutsu developed over the past 2 years. One after another, they shouted, "It's over." Super enhancement technique. Uchiha Madara, prepare to experience our strongest combined divine technique, 10,000 paths Phoenix Fire. Super strong kidney technique. Haha, I, Saratobi Hiruzen, shall let you witness my super strong liver technique, super strong concealment technique, super strong heart technique, super strong spleen technique. In that instant, the entirety of Konohagakure mobilized, bestowing countless enhancements upon Akimichi Chza in a fleeting moment. From head to toe, there was not a single flaw. Upon witnessing this scene, Naruto Uzumaki erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, Uchiha Madara, you are fortunate. This power was intended for Kagaya Otsutsuki, that ancient woman. I did not anticipate you would prove so formidable. Allow me to bestow upon you my final divine technique, the great technique of all things manifesting." In that moment, a resplendent golden light burst forth from Naruto, enveloping the body of Akimichi Chg. In the next instant, Chg's form transformed, shedding its sluggishness and becoming agile, brimming with vitality. Furthermore, this body was manipulated by 5 individuals, utilizing the hollow technique, establishing a consciousness link that reached a profound state of unity between 5 and 1. In the blink of an eye, the Earth explosion star detonated, yet Chg merely waved his hand, effortlessly extinguishing the immense power of the explosion as though a child were casually toppling a toy car. Uchiha Madara, taken aback by this spectacle, stood frozen, his Rinnegan twitching intermittently. Within him, Kagaya Otsutsuki roared with exhilaration. What a perfect combination technique. Haha, this is my spice. Once I break free from this seal, traitors of the ninja world, prepare to face my wrath. Haraha, you shall coexist with me, forever becoming a part of my being. Tremble, you insignificant insects. Madara, oblivious to the presence within him, could not sense the imminent threat before him. The gaze of Akimichi Chg across from Uchiha Madara sharpened, radiating a fierce killing intent. In the next moment, his body vanished, causing ripples in space, shattering the atmospheric cycle of the ninja world. Chapter 48. the birth of the fanatic. The surge of faith, a relentless steel wind, swept across the skies, generating whirlwinds in various corners of the world. At this moment, Akimichi Dingswa reached the pinnacle of his speed and, in an instant, appeared before Uchiha Madara. His hand loomed like a pillar of heaven, striking towards Madara's form. In response, Uchiha Madara withdrew his Susanoo, entered Sage Mode, and activated Amaterasu to momentarily block the attack. With a sudden opening of his other eye, which also bore the Rinnegan, Madara fused the powers of dual Rinnegan, as if he had touched the very fabric of space itself. In his hand, he gathered the truth-seeking orb, which transformed into a shield, standing firm against the palm of Akimichi Dingswa. As their forces collided, Uchiha Madara was immediately taken aback, roaring, "Impossible! How could you possibly make contact? This is utterly inconceivable." The elder voice in Madara's mind chuckled and replied, "There is nothing impossible. That individual possesses a higher form of power, one imbued with boundless compassion. Is this the true divine power?" Yet, Uchiha Madara remained unconvinced. Bellowing at the Sage of Six Paths, "You told me that, in this world of humans, I alone wield the truth-seeking orb." The Sage of Six Paths, unfazed by Madara's outburst, continued to observe the external struggle with quiet contemplation. He glanced down at Madara's form, nodding and then shaking his head, sighing as he muttered to himself, "Alas! Mother, do you truly yearn to emerge? Should I intervene this time?" He turned his gaze back to the outside world, concluding, "Perhaps it is best to leave this to the younger generation." At this juncture, Uchiha Madara and Akimichi Dingswa were evenly matched. However, the truth-seeking orb, despite its reputed boundlessness, had its limits. Although it was said to possess no boundaries, all things in the world fear comparison, the essence of truth and energy. While the culmination of the ninja world's power encompassed the yin-yang and five elements chakra, capable of sustaining life indefinitely. Yet, divine power transcends as a mightier force, one that does not adhere to worldly rules, but serves as a foundational strength within the infinite realms of existence. While the nature of this power is foundational, to regard it merely as such would be a grave misunderstanding. There are countless foundational powers within the endless realms, such as physical strength and mental fortitude, which are accessible to all worlds for cultivation. However, the power of divine belief is not something everyone can grasp. To cultivate this belief, one must first possess a catalyst, divinity itself. This force can be attained through prolonged practice. Humanity's nature can ascend to divinity or descend into darkness. It is as simple as this. Those who achieve enlightenment possess clear minds, while those who stray are consumed by desire. At this moment, Akimichi Dingswa launched an unrelenting assault, a flurry of punches and kicks executed at astonishing speed. His attacks, devoid of any discernible pattern, were a frantic race against time, aimed at disrupting Uchiha Madara's defenses. This moment was a contest of speed and power. If Uchiha Madara faltered even slightly, he would be obliterated, reduced to ashes by Akimichi Dingswa's formidable blows. Below on the battlefield, numerous elite ninjas from Konoha gathered, their expressions weary and despondent, as though mourning a great loss. Among them stood Naruto Uzumaki, enveloped in a protective barrier, listening to the conversations of these seasoned warriors. The third Hokage spoke gravely, suggesting that Dingswa's chakra reserves seemed to be dwindling. "Naruto, would you consider granting him some support? I believe that Madara will surely overwhelm him," he proposed. Naruto, upon being addressed, shook his head resolutely. "I just used a major jutsu, which is quite draining. I still have to face the ultimate boss, so I cannot afford to expend too much energy. I have faith that Uncle Dingswa can handle this," he replied. After speaking, Naruto cast a sidelong glance at the wish lantern. Receiving his gaze, the lantern smirked disdainfully and retorted, "I shall not bestow any divine jutsu upon you. You must resolve your own matters. I believe that Uncle Akimichi is more than capable of overcoming this minor Uchiha." Naruto's intentions were thus unveiled, yet he felt no embarrassment. Throughout his life, he had often harbored such thoughts, and while the wish lantern occasionally indulged him, most of the time it remained dismissive. Returning to the battlefield's epicenter, Akimichi Dingswa and Uchiha Madara were deeply entrenched in a war of attrition, battling from the skies down to the ground. Each of Akimichi Dingswa's movements unleashed cataclysmic effects, while Uchiha Madara's devastation of the environment appeared rather mundane in comparison. In the Land of Fire, people in various shelters observed the sporadic eruptions of tornadoes, while elsewhere, nature exhibited starkly contrasting phenomena. Some regions experienced floods, while others faced torrential rains and thunderous storms, with hail occasionally descending from the heavens, cleansing the world. At this moment, the faith of Naruto Uzumaki's followers grew ever stronger. Tales of the divine Naruto's advent circulated among the populace, becoming increasingly elaborate and deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people. Through the embellishments of the common folk in the land of fire, a genuine scripture of the shinobi world emerged, chronicling the son of the creator god, revered as Naruto, who, in his compassion, sought to save all beings from peril, standing against his father, the creator god. On that fateful day, the heavens raged and the earth trembled, as all beings knelt in prayer, beseeching the divine for mercy. In that moment, he became the savior of the masses. Beside the battlefield, Naruto felt a tremor course through his body as an immense and pure force of faith surged towards him. This power had increased tenfold compared to before. The corner of the nearby wishing lamp curled into a slight smile, silently contemplating. Indeed, only through destruction and salvation can one cultivate true devout believers. Astonishingly, there were still dozens of fervent followers present, representing faith 50 times greater than that of ordinary believers. It remained uncertain whether today, this young Naruto could produce a saint, which would embody full-powered faith, 100% of the soul, amounting to 100 times the belief of an ordinary follower. The battle raged on in the sky, with Uchiha Madara being sent flying amidst the chaos. Yet, the formidable power of the truth-seeking orb stood unrivaled in the ninja world. The truth-seeking orbs manifested the very rules of the divine tree, representing the laws of the ninja world consumed by the divine tree itself. The way of the planet, with energies to rely upon and laws that cannot be seized, dictates that should anyone attempt to take them, they must not depart. To leave the planet would spell doom. It is as if one has taken my life, they must become me. Should they refuse to become me, it would lead to mutual destruction. Thus, Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed in such a manner. Nothing in this world occurs without reason. Chapter 49. The final battle of the ninja world. The exhausting confrontation between Akimichi Dingza and Uchiha Madara continued unabated. Uchiha Madara was sent flying time and again, his precious truth-seeking orb steadily depleting, and the struggle became increasingly arduous. Victory seemed imminent for the Inoshikacho team. In the moment when Uchiha Madara's truth-seeking orbs were utterly shattered, a frenzied glint ignited in his eyes. Clutching his eyes with one hand and bending over, he emitted a sinister laughter, then bellowed, "Ha! You have forced my hand. Let the world truly return to peace." Hee. Infinite Tsukuyumi. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened suddenly, a surge of ocular power radiating throughout the ninja realm. In an instant, the entire world was enveloped, and civilians across the globe collapsed en masse. Fortunately, in the land of fire, Naruto Uzumaki's formidable strength safeguarded them from calamity. Within the realm of infinite Tsukuyumi, countless souls were imprisoned, their cries of madness and despair echoing in the void. Uchiha Madara's spirit materialized here, where he beheld Sage of the Six Paths and Kaguya Otsutsuki engaged in conversation. "Yuki, will you defy my decision yet again? My child, this world is perilous, and we have enemies. Do you truly wish to oppose me in this manner?" The Sage of the Six Paths observed Kaguya with an impassive countenance. "Mother, there will be those who thwart you this time. Even if you aspire to annihilate the world, it will be no different than 1,000 years ago. Nothing will change." Kaguya Otsutsuki, her expression twisted with malice and her eyes ablaze with hatred, roared, "Wretched child! You traitorous fiend! I will find you and eradicate you all. You shall pay for this." At that moment, the illusion of the Sage of the Six Paths dissipated, and Uchiha Madara grinned wickedly, proclaiming, "Kaguya, do you wish to escape? If so, you must surrender all your power to me. I have long known everything about you from the Sage of the Six Paths. Ha ha ha!" In the external world, at that very instant, Akimichi Dingza delivered a fierce kick, obliterating Uchiha Madara's form. The laughter of Madara, still echoing within the infinite Tsukuyumi, faltered, his expression froze, and his spiritual form began to fracture, fissures appearing amidst a blinding white light. "Not like this. The sage did not say this to me. He deceived me." His voice trailed off, and his spirit shattered. Witnessing this scene, Kaguya erupted in maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha! My child, mother will remember you, my Yuki. You remain as obedient as ever." Ha 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 ha! The raucous laughter resonated not only within the realm of infinite Tsukuyumi but also in the outside world, filling the heavens and earth with the sound of a woman's unrestrained mirth. Uchiha Madara's disintegrating body began to mend, revealing a woman. In a swift moment, Akimichi Dingza had yet to comprehend the development when Kagaya Tsutsuki materialized before him. In his current state, Dingza was too exhausted to continue the fight. Stepping forward, Naruto Uzumaki declared, "Uncle Dingza, leave this to me. I am destined to become a true deity, and I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall safeguard the final battlefield." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Naruto's figure flickered like light, materializing at the heart of the battlefield. Without hesitation, he unleashed the colossal giant Rasengan, a massive sphere exceeding 100 meters in diameter, hurtling towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. Recently resurrected, Kagaya's expression turned fierce upon witnessing Naruto's impatience, her voice piercing as she remarked, "So you are Uzumaki Naruto?" Yet, before she could finish her sentence, the giant Rasengan struck her, sending her hurtling backward, though she emerged unscathed. Her fury only intensified, and she summoned the truth-seeking orbs to shield herself from Naruto's lethal assault. At that moment, consumed by rage, Kagaya retaliated with a flurry of strikes. Employing the 80 Gods vacuum attack, she unleashed a powerful punch, drawing upon the natural energies of the universe to conjure countless enormous fists aimed at Naruto from every angle. Unyielding, Naruto responded with a divine technique, the universal palm, causing a golden hand to surge toward Kagaya. At that instant, the very heavens seemed to shift. The universal palm expanded rapidly, previously directed skyward but now aimed directly at Kagaya, its golden form growing ever larger, a force reminiscent of the collapse of the heavens. The multitude of fists was rendered impotent, dissolving into dust as the golden hand continued its relentless advance, seemingly capable of infinite expansion. The ground beneath them fractured, creating an ever-widening chasm. In a heartbeat, the golden hand loomed before Kagaya Otsutsuki. In a moment of desperation, she activated her beast transformation and utilized the space-time ninjutsu of the Rinne Sharingan, attempting to displace Naruto's golden appendage. However, its weight was overwhelming, and she could only shift it slightly. In that fleeting moment, the 5 fingers of the golden hand vanished. Kagaya, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of attacks, her Byakugan revealing the weaknesses of Naruto's golden hand. Strands of white hair descended from above, obstructing the flow of power within the golden appendage. The tailed beast chakra beams rained down upon the exposed vulnerabilities, and in that instant, the golden hand shattered. Kagaya floated gracefully in the sky, feigning indifference. "Is this all you can muster?" Hardly impressive, she taunted. Across from her, Naruto smiled subtly, yet his eyes betrayed no mirth. Raising his palm with a grin, he declared, "Haha, I anticipated you would withstand this attack. After 2 years of intense contemplation, I have devised a technique tailored specifically to counter you. Would you care to sample it?" Kagaya's heart raced at his words, uncertain whether to believe the audacious claim. Without hesitation, she launched her assault. The divine tree descended upon the world, and countless individuals, caught in the throes of infinite despair, began to succumb to the effects of the infinite Tsukuyomi, their chakra fading as it converged upon Kagaya. In her confrontation with Naruto, she unleashed the bone of death, a gray bone erupting from her arm, aimed directly at Naruto's vital points, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 50. The End of Hokage, the next world of pirates. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki found himself enveloped in tranquility, his spirit in harmonious communion with the vastness of nature, entering a state of divine wisdom. His mind intertwined with the natural world, amalgamating into a superior force. Yet, this was not the culmination. This newfound power further converged with Naruto's yin-yang and 5-element chakra, harmonizing with the essence of the truth-seeking orbs. The two forces achieved a sublime equilibrium, merging with divine energy. Consequently, this divine force acted as an omnipotent lubricant, delicately separating the two powers while simultaneously intertwining them, delineating a boundary akin to the interplay between natural energies and the chakra of yin and yang, evoking a shape reminiscent of Tai Chi in this fleeting moment. The internal and external yin-yang and 5 elements fused flawlessly, coexisting and perpetually transforming in an infinite cycle without end. This was not a mere Tai Chi diagram, devoid of the conventional black and white. Rather, it was a representation of primordial unity. At the locus of Naruto's chakra, a gray, unadorned sphere materialized, adorned with glimmering golden lines, harmonizing the tumultuous gray energies into a steady flow. This obsidian sphere, regardless of perspective, was flawless and devoid of any imperfections. This was not merely the rotation of yin and yang, but rather the infinite alignment of humanity with nature. a confluence of the minuscule secrets of the human body and the grand mysteries of the cosmos, demarcated by divine power, allowing both forces to ceaselessly pursue and explore without limits. At that moment, Naruto beheld the imminent threat of Kagaya's bone, a smile gracing his face as he executed a palm strike. In that instant, the infinitesimal essence of Naruto merged with the vastness of the universe, propelled by divine force. With a grave countenance, he bellowed, "Universal heavenly great palm print." A nebulous gray hand emerged, its surface adorned with intricate golden patterns, exuding the might of Gaia itself. As it advanced, Kagaya's bone shattered inch by inch. The imposing gray palm continued forth, distorting the very fabric of time and space, yet leaving the external environment unscathed, as though this hand existed beyond the confines of reality. In the blink of an eye, the universal heavenly great palm print reached Kagaya Otsutsuki. Inside, Kagaya's heart roared in defiance. "No, I am Princess Kagaya. This cannot be." In that moment, she succumbed to madness, her chakra igniting as she sought to take the entire ninja realm down with her. Kagaya opened a black portal, behind which blazed light as bright as day, revealing a rugged terrain with jagged mountains. The portal expanded rapidly, her power waning swiftly. In that instant, the very fabric of the ninja realm felt as fragile as parchment. Naruto's fury erupted as he discerned the unfolding chaos, roaring, "Kagaya Otsutsuki, you shall perish. How dare you? Prepare to meet your end." In that moment, Naruto was consumed by an unparalleled fury, his divine power reduced to a mere flicker. He summoned the strength of Xinyang, igniting it to swiftly restore his divine energy. This process repeated itself 9 times, depleting the belief power of the Whirlpool Naruto. At this juncture, the gray divine hand surged with overwhelming might, shattering space in its wake. This colossal hand grew increasingly immense. Should it strike the ninja realm, it would be obliterated to ashes, not an exaggeration, but an irrefutable truth. Opposite him, Kagaya became more frenzied, and in an instant, time seemed to freeze as both entities executed their actions at an inconceivable velocity. Before the black giant hand, a celestial body with a diameter exceeding 1,000 kilometers manifested. It was none other than the moon. In the infinitesimal fraction of a moment, their powers collided at their utmost limits. The black hand, akin to a god of destruction, pulverized the moon into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, the power of the vast heavenly supreme seal was halved, and Kagaya, having fled to an unknown distance, repeatedly opened black portals, akin to temporal leaps, vanishing and reappearing, having long escaped the confines of the ninja world. In contrast, the vast heavenly supreme seal required no spatial openings. Following Naruto's lead, the imprint surged forward, shattering the fabric of time and space in its path. The distance between the two was rapidly diminishing, while the force of the vast heavenly supreme seal gradually waned. 20 seconds ticked away, and the gap had shrunk to less than 1,000 kilometers. In that moment, Kagaya was utterly despondent. She turned, unleashing a roar of desperation. "I dare not." After her cry, she recklessly summoned all her strength to retaliate against the colossal imprint. In an instant, the two forces collided, plunging time and space into chaos, distorting reality itself. Kagaya let out a piercing scream. "No." Following her cry, the void returned to tranquility. At this moment, Naruto seemed to sense something and glanced at the wish lamp, saying, "Wish lamp, you were right. I still lack a bit in defeating Kagaya. The rest is up to you." Instantly, the wish lamp became animated, its gaze sweeping over the 6 small companions, and it laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. I guessed correctly. Didn't I? Look, I told you Naruto was just a hair's breadth away." He was indeed lacking by a mere fraction, neither more nor less. The 6 companions nodded in agreement, acknowledging the divine status of their superior. With a display of pride, the wish lamp, seeing the approval from the crowd, waved its hand, conjuring a golden giant hand that reached into the void. Deep within the void, Kagaya, believing she had evaded disaster, sensed an imminent life-threatening crisis. Before she could react, she was crushed by the hand, leaving behind only a scream that echoed through the emptiness. Following this, 6 of the 7 divine beings frolicked in the ninja realm for a few days, tasting authentic Ichiraku ramen, only to find it dull and return to their original world, embarking on their journey to divinity. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he began to consolidate the strength of the ninja world, fervently advocating for the path of ninjutsu alongside the natural way. He embarked on a 9-year compulsory ninja education journey, where the sole graduation requirement for the future children of the ninja world would be mastering the Sage Mode, an exceedingly simple endeavor. On the first day of school, the Wish Lantern and Naruto made a grand entrance. One was the deity of wishes, while the other was the true god of the ninja realm. The esteemed identities of both left a profound impact on the opening ceremony. On this very day, a significant wave of wish power surged towards the Wish Lantern, much to the delight of Li Wuxia, who was within its confines. He couldn't help but speculate, could this be yet another once-in-a-lifetime surge of wish power? Ha ha ha. It appears I am indeed the protagonist. In just 10 days, I have once again amassed the minimum requirement of boundless wish power. Ha ha ha. The chosen one, none other than I. However, feeling uneasy, Li Wuxia activated his transcendent perception to investigate further. After his exploration, his expression fell into despair as he muttered to himself, "Destruction? How could this be? This is unacceptable. Shouldn't this be my luck? How could it be so?" As he pondered this, his frustration grew, prompting him to confront Naruto with a barrage of grievances, under the guise of sparring for mutual growth. Should Naruto dare to retort? The Wish Lantern had another set of persuasive arguments ready. "Naruto, I am leaving now. Do you remember your childhood wish to spar with me? Back then, you were too young, and I declined for your own good. But now that you have grown into an adult, I should not be so selfish and ought to fulfill your desire." Recalling the unsatisfactory revelation he had just perceived, the Wish Lantern's ire flared, leading to another intense thrashing of Naruto. Once the altercation concluded, the Wish Lantern left a parting remark before traversing through time and space. Chapter 51. Arrival in the pirate world in the depths of time and space. The wishing lamp traversed through dimensions. Inside the wishing lamp, Li Wuxia cursed vehemently, "Damn it. The update date for the Pirate King. I knew it. Why does the willpower feel like milking a cow? To think there are so many Earthlings synced to this day." The undisturbed speed of travel was astonishing. Time merely flickered for a moment, and the wishing lamp had once again returned to Earth. With the activation of superdimensional perception, it sought the individual with the highest willpower. In the next instant, subtitles rolled rapidly, searching for the individual with the highest willpower. Search successful. There were a total of 897 individuals with equal willpower. Li Wuxia, stroking his chin, became intrigued and said, "Let's categorize the wishes and find the one with the most desires." Wishes are being categorized. Categorization successful. A total of 18 wishes have been identified. The wishes were classified by the number of individuals wishing for them. The most popular wish, transmigration, has been made by 108 people. Seeing this, Li Wuxia nodded and murmured, "Indeed. Transmigration is the ultimate aspiration of youth. This works. I can treat my time away from home as a vacation." With that thought, Li Wuxia initiated the causal repayment. In the next moment, an invisible radiance enveloped the wishing lamp, enabling undisturbed travel and activating superdimensional perception. Inside the wishing lamp, the content began to update rapidly. Causal repayment had commenced, and connections were forming. Connection successful. 108 wishers established a causal relationship with the wishing lamp. The wish broadcasting began successfully, linking with 1,000 wishers who met the criteria. A powerful avatar was detected, having evaded capture. In the world of Neofan, a robust young man stepped outside, and an influx of information flooded his mind. "Do you agree to transmigrate to the pirate world? Yes or no?" Following a flash of white light, he vanished without a trace. In the realm of Wang Hai, a message entered his consciousness as he soaked in the bath. Instinctively, he agreed, and a flash of white light ensued, making him disappear. In the world of Long Xiaotian, the information reached him while he was engrossed in a video game. He instinctively clicked, and similarly, he vanished. In Lu Bufon's world, he was training in a boxing gym, delivering powerful punches to the heavy bag. Suddenly, a screen appeared before him, displaying a query, yes or no? Before he could process it, his punch struck the ground, and he faded away. The startled coach beside him fell to the ground, gasping for breath before collecting himself enough to call for help. These scenes unfolded across over 600 Earths. Some individuals vanished silently, while others disappeared before the eyes of many. Some worlds reported the phenomenon extensively, while others were hushed by higher powers, with no news escaping. At this moment, surrounding the wishing lantern, over 600 spatial orbs lay quietly, housing more than 600 individuals, both male and female, with men comprising the majority. Among them were people from various nations, predominantly from the land of the Huaxia and the nation of cherry blossoms. The temporal traversal continued, This particular journey felt exceptionally prolonged, and Li Wuxie sensed a significant increase in his faith power, perhaps amounting to 1 million, 2 million, or even more. Amidst the seamless traversal, his perception became hazy, leaving him uncertain about the circumstances. As time passed, an immense oceanic realm emerged in the distant void, its form peculiar, resembling some slumbering demonic entity. Within the wishing lantern, Li Wuxie opened his eyes and murmured, "Have we finally arrived? Is this the world of pirates? Did we perhaps end up in the wrong place?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden change occurred among the orbs of light encircling the wishing lantern, which, like meteors, plunged into the pirate world. At that instant, the wishing broadcast activated, and 1,000 wishers entered the live stream, instantly creating a cacophony, while Li Wuxie found himself too preoccupied to heed them. Unbeknownst to him, 7 enigmatic figures had also entered the wishing broadcast, among them Wang Xiaoro and Naruto Uzumaki. Upon entering, Wang Xiaoro exclaimed, "What is all this noise?" No sooner had she spoken than a palpable pressure enveloped the venue, stunning the 1,000 wishers into silence. A few individuals clad in Taoist robes and monk garb, feeling defiant, attempted to rise and voice their objections, but before they could articulate their thoughts, a man wearing a straw hat leapt up with great force, bellowing, "What are you being so arrogant for, you foul woman?" As soon as he finished speaking, an arm elongated like rubber and a fist, swift as lightning, struck towards Wang Xiaoro's chest. Infuriated, she retaliated with a golden palm that instantly sent the rubbery assailant crashing back to the ground, toppling a multitude of onlookers. Witnessing this, the monks and Taoists hastily chanted, "Ba, my apologies," retreating a step, adopting an attitude of indifference. Within the pirate world numbered 67, just as Monkey D. Luffy set sail. He received the earlier information and exclaimed in shock, "Are they coming to our world? It doesn't quite seem like it. Where's Windmill Village?" Contemplating this, Monkey D. Luffy re-entered the live stream and promptly addressed Wang Xiaoro. "Hey, woman, I'm not going to fight you. I have a question for you." Without waiting for her response, he posed his query, "Are they going to our world?" As the question resonated, those around recognized Luffy as the protagonist of One Piece, engaging in animated discussion. Based on the information from earlier, we are indeed watching the live broadcast of the pirate world. How did Luffy get pulled in? With that outfit? Could he just have emerged from Windmill Village? He certainly looks outdated, lacking the vibrant colors of the latest chapters. Hey, that anime is over 20 years old, naturally. It doesn't compare to the later adaptations. Do you not find it curious why Monkey D. Luffy is present here? What is so strange about it? Look over there. As the crowd followed the gaze, they were taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness, is that Nami?" Clad in jeans and an ample bra, with 2 prominent curves. In that moment, tears of unrestrained emotion streamed down one person's face. Then someone remarked, "Could that green-haired individual be Zoro?" Indeed, it was he. Zoro emerged from the throng, exuding an air of aloofness as he approached Monkey D. Luffy and patted him on the shoulder. In an instant, Luffy collapsed to the ground, roaring at Zoro, "Hey, Mosshead. Who are you? Why so rough?" Zoro's eyes widened, a commanding aura radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Luffy, you have returned to your youth." At this juncture, Wang Xiaoro interjected, "You need not speculate aimlessly. I believe you may hail from different pirate realms, merely separated by divergent timelines. There is nothing extraordinary about that." Roronoa Zoro, fingers grazing the 3 swords at his waist, gazed at Luffy with an impulse to test the authenticity of this encounter with a strike. Yet, he ultimately restrained that urge. Casting a glance at the 7 formidable presences floating nearby, each instilling a profound sense of pressure that rendered him immobile. Chapter 52. The 6 Great Key Fingers Within the Space of the Wishing Lantern. Subtitles continue to roll as the live broadcast expands successfully, encompassing a radius of 100 miles. There are 666 wishmakers categorized by their desires, 89 participants in the Summit War, 90 seeking to obliterate Raftel, 30 aiming to annihilate the world government, 100 indulging in feasting and revelry within the safety of the pirate world, 3 aspiring to become the strongest pirates, and 18 learning the 6 styles of the Navy. The remainder consists of minor wishes. The key fingers are being arranged, with the aspiration to become the strongest pirate. The growth system is successfully loaded, granting the ability akin to Uchiha Sasuke's devouring power. By vanquishing an opponent, one can absorb their strength and convert it into their own, albeit with a 90 reduction in power. The system's task is to awaken amidst slaughter, where one may choose to embody either a god or a demon, unperturbed by others' choices. The learning of the Navy's 6 styles is being facilitated through the key fingers. A mysterious island and its enigmatic cave have triggered a survival narrative. Mastering the 6 styles will unveil an eternal compass, guiding one out of the island. The Summit War task is set for 6 years hence, and to preserve the gaming experience for all, it has been decreed that no one may escape the Birth Island by any means within this time frame. In this moment, strengthening oneself becomes the singular priority. The key fingers are now issuing a modified version of Might Guy's martial arts, boasting greater power and augmented physical enhancements. With sufficient perseverance, strength knows no bounds. Breaking the genetic shackles of the body. The task of obliterating Raftel is underway. Confined in the second layer of Raftel, I discover a devil fruit. Upon consumption, its apple flavor reveals the deception, and suddenly, I sense a surge of power awakening within. The narrative unfolds in an escape, with the key fingers presenting a reimagined chakra energy from the Naruto world. This fruit-flavored devil fruit grants access to various elemental energies, limitless in its development, devoid of weaknesses. The fruit is described as a convergence of laws from the Naruto realm, comparable to the diminutive but potent god tree fruit, fully equipped despite its size. In the task to annihilate the world government, the script reveals my birth on the vast continent of Hongtu, where I entered the world as a slave. Unwilling to accept such a fate, one day, my heart ignited with hatred, awakening the mystical Sharingan, a pair of eyes imbued with extraordinary power. As long as my mental fortitude is sufficient, I can evolve without limits. The key fingers introduce a super-modified version of the Sharingan, which requires only mental energy for enhancement. The abilities of these eyes will grow alongside the strength of the gaze, with a mere spark of emotion capable of triggering a berserk state, allowing one to fight beyond their capabilities, though ultimately leading to physical frailty, rendering them a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. The task of indulging in a grand feast unfolds within a script, wherein a character, possessing an insatiable appetite since childhood, exhibits an unusual physique that seems to harbor an unknown power within. This power, imperceptibly amplifying with every morsel consumed, appears boundless. It serves as a protective shield and possesses a faint offensive capability. The protagonist's extraordinary ability is a fusion of the Taoist jade from the world of Naruto and the unique constitution of Uzumaki Naruto himself. With each bite, the character's defensive prowess intensifies, and the acceleration of this enhancement is directly proportional to the quantity of food consumed, devoid of any limitations. Various minor aspirations are randomly drawn from 6 distinct options, subsequently categorized into the Navy's 6 trials for study. As the golden finger abilities are dispensed, Li Wuxia observes the scene with a sense of wonder, pondering the intricacies of causality restoration, and muses on the inconvenience of manual operation. Who would willingly undertake such a task? At this moment, the childlike figure of the wishing lamp materializes in the live stream, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Xiaoro and her companions. "What brings you here?" he inquires. Wang Xiaoro retorts, "Humph. It has been over 10 days. Why shouldn't we come? We are your subordinate deities, and this live stream space is open to us." Recalling this, Li Wuxia suddenly remembers a rather sensitive number and inquires, "How many days have passed?" "Over 10 days, he is told. In the next instant, he activates his hyperdimensional perception and, upon witnessing the pirate world below, shakes his head in astonishment, reflecting, "I never imagined that in just over 10 days, Naruto has accumulated such a wealth of faith, 500 million faith points. This will undoubtedly elevate the lamp's cultivation to the realm of spiritual deities. With that, this world shall be free of worries." While Li Wuxia contemplates these matters, time in the pirate world races forward. The live stream, however, remains synchronized with Earth's time, yet to align with that of the pirate realm. The large screen is divided into 666 perspectives. Any focus on a single segment magnifies it before the viewer. Free from distractions, an exceptional feature of the live stream. Li Wuxia casts a sidelong glance at the exuberant monkey D, Luffy, and his companions. Luffy, with eyes aglow, gazes at Zoro and exclaims, "Are you my partner? That is fantastic. I am destined to become the Pirate King." The surrounding crowd observes this spectacle with stoic expressions, suppressing smiles that threaten to escape, reminiscent of the laughter elicited by Naruto's declaration of being the next Hokage. Yet, among the crowd, there are those with less restraint. Luhan, devoid of decorum, rolls on the ground in laughter, pointing at both Naruto and Luffy, caught in a fit of mirth. One hand slaps the ground while the other clutches his belly, bent over with laughter. This joyous eruption draws the attention of others, as they begin to recognize the golden-haired character, reminiscent of a figure from a beloved anime, though the exact name eludes their memory. At this moment, a voice exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, is that really Naruto Uzumaki? Where's Naruto?" In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted towards Naruto Uzumaki and then to the carefree monkey D, Luffy, prompting an uncontrollable eruption of laughter. The joy in the live broadcast room did not concern Lee Wuxia. Instead, he fixated on the screen showcasing over 600 scenes, observing the emergence of future powerhouses with a mischievous smile. In one particular scene, on a deserted island, within a pitch-black cave, Neo Fan opened his eyes, faintly recalling his choice to traverse into the world of pirates.